तो तार ना हिलता है। कैमरा तो स्क्रीन पे कर देता कि ये ना दिखे ऑडियंस। किसमें आवाज आएगी अब तक?
यूएसबी पे ही है। अनचेक करके फिर चेक करो।
अब बोले
अब आ रही है आवाज। अब चल रहा है तुम्हारा ये कनेक्ट।
कैसे आवाज आएगी?
हाँ ये कर रहा है ना, बीवी को करता है। अरे
आप है ना उसमें अपना वो लगाए, आप सही बता रहे हैं भाई, ये आप लगाए अपने लैपटॉप में, सुने उसकी आवाज।
आ रहा नहीं है। एक मिनट कोई यूज नहीं। एक मिनट चेक कर, ये क्यों नहीं आ रहा? ये तो हो जाएगी। अब ये सिस्टम पे रुक जा गलत है। हेलो ठीक है। हेलो
Please settle down, everyone. We are about to begin our session. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everyone. I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, scholars, architects, faculty members, and students as we gather for the second day of the first international conference on pluralism in architecture of South Asia and other regions, organized by the Department of Architecture and Planning, Anid University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi. The International Conference on Architecture has been initiated to deliberate on architectural issues spanning the global and the local context. The conference serves as a platform for the exchange of ideas, the exploration of innovative architectural approaches to common emerging and persistent problems. It is an opportunity to celebrate the diversity, place-based narratives, and architectural heritage of and from South Asia and beyond. Your participation and contributions are vital to the success of this event. We all look forward to a day of enlightening discussions and collaborative learning. We will be having 3 technical sessions today. Technical sessions include paper presentations of research works, probing outlined academic questions, with a focused research methodology, presentings, findings, and conclusion. The structured nature of these research works and emerging discussions create useful discourses for academic and professional development. Our sessions are in person and online. Each will be followed by a panel discussion and a question-answer session at the end. Our audience can join us at the venue and online with live streaming facilitation. The Department of Architecture and Planning at NED has been publishing a research journal called the Journal of Research in Architecture and Planning. This journal will be publishing a special edition based on the theme Pluralism in Architecture, where the papers of the conference are invited for submission at the web portal of JRAP. Various other details of the journal are also available on website. I am Maida Zubairi.
And I am Ariba Adil, student of third year architecture, NED University, your host for today's session. The first technical session for the day is titled Collective Memories and Architecture. We will be having 3 paper presentations in this session. Our first presentation for today is titled Stateless People, Case Studies of Afghan, Bengali, and Burmese Communities in Karachi by architect and Professor Fazl Noor. Sir Mohammad Fazl Noor is an architect and head of Department of Architecture at the Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology. He acquired his master's in Human Settlements Development from Asian Institute of Technology and has worked on housing, microfinance, community development, and social entrepreneurship as consultant to civil society and international aid agencies. Fazl Noor specializes in housing, institutional, and community development. Now I request Professor Fazl Noor to start his presentation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Early morning, it's perhaps too much of a sober presentation or a topic. I will try to keep it as lively as possible. This topic, as you see, is pluralism in architecture, which is the overall conference theme, and housing of stateless community. And when we say stateless, and when you look at the word Baba, the Baba actually here signifies Bengali Baba. So this, and then you have the residency, which is a very contemporary modern sort of a term. And so here, the Bengali community in Karachi, and the fact that they are trying, they have been living here for quite a long time, but is still not recognized as a citizen. And many of them, even after getting a national identity card, that card is not renewed because they do not have the proof that they were here before 1971. So everybody looks at them as illegal immigrants. But just the picture itself, I've put it here because it is not so very different from any other Kachi Abadi or informal settlements in Karachi, and what you might call the ambience of that place is of any urban informal settlement. This is an ongoing research, so much of my conclusions are open-ended. I'm still trying to grapple with this concept of a stateless people. So maybe my presentation will pose more questions than answer them. I speak of a culture and history of South Asian diaspora in Karachi. Here I would like to just briefly stop and say that the Indus River itself, or the Sindh River, is sort of a dividing point between the horse and the cow culture. And so you see on the right bank of the Indus a very tribal, non-agrarian economy, a political economy, and on the left bank, it's an agrarian political economy with a very caste structure that governs production, that governs social interaction among people. So when we are talking about Karachi, we are talking about the right bank of Indus. We live on the right bank. And so most of the Muhajirs, or even the Sindhi community, is from the left bank of Indus. And these two cultures are different. So those who are living here in Karachi, if they are not really Baloch, are actually not local. So stateless people are those who do not have a country to go back to. They do not belong anymore in the country of origin, and they do not belong in the country where they are presently residing. And this is how stateless people are defined. And there is a UN resolution on this, which looks at them as one of the vulnerable and marginalized group in the world. I started my discussion, research on this topic with Afghanis, Burmese, and Bengalis. But when I really looked at the pattern of migration, I felt that the pattern of migration of the Afghanis to Karachi and that of the Bengalis and Burmese did not match. And so during the period of study, I saw that the the more matching was with the Biharis. The way the Biharis have come to Karachi is, so just to give you a little background on this, what I've seen from people's history is that when Pakistan, India, and the subcontinent was divided into modern states, the major partition took place in the province of Bengal and the province of Punjab. And so if we look at the pattern of migration, we saw that there were many people who migrated first a step from Bihar to Bengal, or more to Calcutta, in search of jobs, employment, and better future as a rural to urban migration. But when Pakistan was formed, then most of the Muslims and the Muslim Biharis in Kolkata, they migrated to what was then East Pakistan. And so they came and resided there. And similarly, many of the Muslims in Myanmar, which was previously called Burma, and especially on the Burmese-Bangladesh border now, which we commonly call Rohingya, they also came and stayed in the bordering areas of Bangladesh. And Bangladesh had a history of Chakma tribes and tribal people in that region who continuously moved between Burma and East Pakistan at that time. Now, after the separation of East Pakistan and the formation of Bangladesh, many of these people found themselves stranded in the new country. And their aspiration was to be a Pakistani and to become a Pakistani. So many of them, through many different routes, came to Karachi and settled here. So you have a large Bihari population settled in Orangi. You have these Bengalis. A major concentration of them is in Machar colony, and the Rohingyas, who came later on. And we will talk about the waves of their migration. They settled in Arkanabad, near Landi in Karachi. And to just go back to Karachi, Karachi's formal history begins with the establishment of the port and a fortified city here. And so previous to this, Karachi had scattered villages of nomadic herdsmen and of Shidi or Makrani fishermen across here. So Karachi is an extension of the Balochistan's coastal line, and so this area actually had a lot of influence of the Baloch here. And so to understand Karachi, we also need to understand its boundaries and what was Karachi at that time. So if we have the Kirthar ranges and the Malir River flowing east from there, then at Landi it turns south and flows down into the Arabian Sea through the Gizri Creek. So these are the two boundaries of Karachi. Anything beyond the Malir River was not considered Karachi. It was considered Malir. And so even till I think the city district government was formed, it was described as a rural area of Karachi. And so on the west, we have the Hub River, and on the south, we have the Arabian coast. So and in between, you have the Liari River cutting through it. So this is Karachi. So the Jokia tribe, which actually lived beyond the Malir River, where has a good connection with the Sindhi, but they were not really Karachi. So this document, the way that I'm relating to you, speaks of an urban evolution of an urban geography over the I would say pre-existing natural geography, and the way this city has expanded, and especially after 1947, the way it has expanded and the city extent has grown, it has grown from what I might say a town and a city to a region. So now Karachi as a division and a region is recognized in that sense. And it is not Karachi as a small town or the old town quarters that it was previously thought of. So like many other metropolitan cities, Karachi is multicultural. And Karachi is multicultural mainly because, not only because of the people who call themselves Muhajirs, who came from different parts of India and settled in Karachi, but also because of the rural to urban migration, where people from different parts of the country came and settled here, and then the large Afghan population who had come and settled here, whom we want to send back home now. So like I said before, the Baloch now residing in Liari, they have a claim to being local. And others such as Kachi, Gujarati, Sindhi, and the other trading communities who migrated from Bombay to Karachi during the British rule, they are not really local in this sense, and the people here do not recognize them as local, although they have been here for a century now. So now when we talk about, so this city is a city of migrants. There are a lot of different type of people who live here. And there's a blended culture that has come up, which is largely informal. We have a large informal sector in employment, in housing, and we have a large informal sector of thinking now, the way people think. It is not a thought process which is based in a very structured, formal manner. It is more informal, with people's history, with behavioral pattern, with the way we hold events. There's a lot of informality there. And when I say informality, it means that people have a freedom to conduct a very formal occasion in their own manner. It's not necessary they follow a tradition method of doing it. So if you go to a wedding, and so you can find so many different type of mehndis, and you will find so many different type of the way even nikah ceremony is held. So there is a variety, and this variety is because of an informality. Even now, I'm invited next year to almost 3 weddings where a court marriage is held, and then a formal nikah is going to be held here. So this sort of a trend is also there. But in all of these things, the government, the people, they do not recognize the Bengalis and the Burmese and the Biharis as somebody who are part of them. There is no sense of them being an integral part of the society. And so this sort of a freedom which the general society has in the informal arrangement, that sort of freedom is denied to them. For them to bring out their culture and their display their cultural trends and their expression is sort of thought of, oh, this is alien to this city. And therefore, they are forced to be part of whatever the informality is at present. So they are alienated and marginalized because of their ethnicity. Although they retain their culture, but this is something which is then becomes limited to a very restricted gathering of themselves only. This is a photograph of Ziaul Haq colony in Karachi. It is next to the Liari Expressway in Gulshan Iqbal 1. And this is a majority settlement of the Bengalis. And if you look at it, it does not at all look like a very marginalized and poor people. These are people who when they had NIC, they got their plots leased, they had investment, they invested into it, they made one-room tenements and rented it out. They don't live there. So this sort of an unfinished settlement on the edge is sort of an example of any Kachi Abadi in Karachi. You can't say that this is a Bengali settlement or a Bihari settlement. So this is like I already told you that there have been wave of Bengalis and Burmese coming to Karachi. The first wave came during the British period, and they established themselves mainly as fishermen and traders. They remained as fishermen, and what we called Machar colony is not because of the mosquitoes. It's because of mach as a Bengali word for fish. So Machar is more related to fishing, and it's right next to the West Wharf, where we have a fishing port of Karachi. The second wave came in the aftermath of the fall of East Pakistan, and the third wave came when Bengalis came as illegal immigrant to Karachi, and they sought to secure domestic jobs as servants and as cooks in Karachi, and the wave of Rohingyas actually came during the Afghan wars, when they were brought here and they actually transited to Afghanistan for jihad, but many of them stayed back here near the madrasas in Korangi and Landi, and their main settlements have evolved over here. These are two pictures. One is of a funeral, and the other is an aspiration of a young person about his own future. And this, as you see, these are pictures I took from Qasim Ali's federal Facebook page. And he has done a huge documentation of Machar colony, a photographic documentation, and I think everybody would really find those photographs very interesting and educational. This is part of my documentation of the people living in Machar colony, and this is a picture of a house, a rented house by a Bengali, and this is and I came to this because I was helped to identify a girl, a gymnast who got trained in gymnastic and at one time represented Sindh, represented Karachi in Sindh games, but later she can't go on because she doesn't have her father doesn't have an national identity card. Can we have the father doesn't have a national identity card. So her career is stopped. She's a young girl, about, I think, 14 or 15 years of age. But for her, this is the end of the road. She can't go on to develop a career. She can't, she wants to do many more things, but she really cannot represent, be a representative at a local or provincial or international level. So according to one, so what I showed you here was this is our home, and this is a picture of the entire assets of the family in just one corner. That picture is of another Bengali boy whose family also doesn't have a ID card. So they go to a local school in their area, and you can see that he has a lot of aspiration. He really want to go and do. But at one stage, when they reach the level of metric, then their education will stop. Then their career, all those aspiration and all those will come to a stop. Because that is when the NIC or the national identity card or the legal citizenship takes over. So according to one estimate, there is 1.6 million Bengalis and 400,000 Rohingyas staying in Karachi. And if you look at newspaper reports, there is a continuous reporting on that. And there has been really a government effort during the time of General Musharraf to regularize them, but it didn't really happen. Then Prime Minister Imran Khan also promised regularizing them, but it has not happened. So there are political promises that keeps happening, but actually nothing happens. And so there is now, with the Afghan refugees being sent back, there's a fear that they might also be repatriated or put into a refugee camp or some area. And I think, although I'm talking about these people, but there are many among us who were born in East Pakistan. And if we now go back to renew our card, they will ask for a documentation to prove that we were here before 1971. And if there is no government documentation, then the national identity card will not be renewed anymore. And so then we will have to find alternate informal ways to get that done. So housing and community development, and my thesis was that identity and culture is an important aspect which drives the design of housing, and housing as a process. And housing is not generally that we go and plan and design and this is a housing as we do for real estate development. But housing actually is a process which is done incrementally over a period of time, and people add to their home, people change the plan, the design over a period of time. It is something which the people do, which is more self-done than architecturally or designed in that sense. This is a Liari Expressway. Sorry, this is a Machar colony. This is the Moripur Road. And on the left towards the backwaters, you see this big thing is Machar colony. On the right, what you see is Liari. So on that side, is Liari, and this side is Machar Colony, and at the bottom is the West Wharf. So it's a huge settlement. This is the Burmese colony in Arkanabad, near Landi, and you can see that this part. You can see a very gridiron pattern plan, and on the right you see the sort of organic growth, which is not really planned in that sense, and you see how it flows upward and towards the right. This particular strip that you see is the Ziaul Haq colony next to the Liari Expressway, and because of the Liari Expressway, almost half of this colony has been reduced, and the other half has been shifted to the Liari resettlement near Khudaki Basti in Surjani town, beyond Surjani town. So all the three, more or less, are located in ecologically dangerous land, because this was the land that was left available for the marginalized community. So they couldn't really have a housing on formally planned settlements. So whatever land that was available, so these settlements do not really have any regular basic services there. Not that the formal planned areas have regular services in Karachi. Sorry. This is an overview of the Machar colony. And so these are just characteristics of the housing conditions in these settlements. And I found very interestingly that many of the houses in construction in these areas were more than 10 years old. This is a view of the, as you see from the Liari Expressway. And I would just like to say that because housing is a process, so there is a community development process attached to it. And these people over the period of time have formed into groups, and they have groups which advocate for the right, which also has a political lobby attached to it. And many of the services and development that has happened in their area has been because of these networks. And one of the civil society organization, Imkan Welfare Organization, actually helps these people to get their rights. And they really advocate for the rights. They have lodged their petition with the UN, they have lodged their petition with the government of Pakistan, and are continuously engaged in organizing the stateless people across Pakistan, and not just in Karachi or Machar colony. And they do small scale projects which help the people to mobilize and organize and to develop themselves as a community. Sir Syed University as an academic organization started a continuous research in Ziaul Haq colony in 2018, and over a period of time we have been sending our students there to look at how to work with the communities and learn how to work with people who do not have, who are marginalized, who are vulnerable, and who do not have citizens' rights. This is a picture just to show that at one time Karachi, and even now I think they have Karachi University has a department of Bengali. But this, look at the condition it is in. And now what the institution that these peoples are left with is this mosque, this Jama mosque, Arkania, and madrasas attached to this mosque. because these are the only hope and these are the only centers for developing themselves. They do not have any other way out. This is a picture of Machar colony, and you see the colors. And this is the colors which is I found to be very interesting, which is bright colors, which the children are using to express themselves. And they are not really, they are not, and they really want to become, like Professor says, embrace internationalism and globalization. But they need a platform to do this. They cannot just go from a local to that. So they are looking for that platform, and Imkan Welfare Organization here is providing them that platform. And Sir Syed University, like I said, also has a similar program, but a very small one. It's more research-based than, and this is where we work with the youth of those areas to bring colors to the playground, to the parks, to the environment. So in conclusion, briefly, I would say that stateless people are not all the same. Some have been able to make it, some have not been able to integrate and are marginalized. And those who are without legal citizenship, they are the one in the most difficult situation. So the architecture of the stateless people do not reflect the culture which is evident in their dressing, in their food, and the way they interact with each other. This does not really come up with architecture, into the architecture, because architecture is very visible and they don't want to display their culture that visibly. So they are seeking different ways to express themselves. And now this is a question which I pose to my students and also to you, that how do we help them to express themselves in architecture without actually expressing their vulnerability? So this is all. Thank you. So thank you very much. And I would just like to, if you give me 1 minute, to go back to the first slide. So this slide is, we have taken this on to brightly paint the facade, which can be seen from Liari Expressway, to say that these people need attention. Stop and have a look. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Fazal Noor, for your insightful presentation. It was an honor to hearing from you. We will be moving towards our second paper presentation, which is titled Modernist Heritage of Karachi, an archival of Art Deco homes and collective memories, by architect Ghania Shams Khan. Ghania Shams Khan graduated from NAD University in 2017 and is currently enrolled in MPhil program for art and design. Her research work focuses on the representation of sacred spaces through phenomenological methods. She is also an educator and teaches fourth-year design studio at NAD University. I would like to request Ghania Shams Khan to please come on stage. We are actually running short of time, so you have about 20 minutes for your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. So I'll just begin with a little bit about why I sort of began this research. And a lot of the learnings that are part of this research are from my time working with Mario Mazur as a research associate. And there's a very nice article published by her that sort of talks about Art Deco and Art Deco shaking the colonial roots of the city. And another reason was this, that this research sort of began with a memory of my grandparents' home, which is on the outskirts of the city in Malir. And the life in that house was lived out in a sehen and a courtyard, along with memories of spending hours outside in the courtyard, which, by the way, never really felt exposed to the outside world. The courtyard always had its privacy and a level of intimacy intact. A sehen or a veranda as a buffer space, it sort of connected the courtyard and the bedrooms, and it served as a threshold between the public and private spaces, functioning as a semi-public space. This space is interchangeable with the modern day lounge, and this space was also the locus of everyday life. The layout also had a very practical purpose, because the evenings were pleasant as it was further away from the dense urban landscape, but the afternoons always have been of significant heat. So this made up for really fun summer memories when my grandmother would hose down every room to cool down the spaces, and the water would easily flow out into the courtyard, because the floor of every room, it seamlessly connected to the sehen, and the sehen sloped into the courtyard. And this house was built in the early 50s, and it following a very similar language to many houses that were built in that era of post-coloniality. It was a time when our building practices were taking in the global influences rapidly, while in a post-colonial regime, merging these global influences with our local lifestyles as well. Art Deco homes, I believe, are significantly different from the colonial style bungalows which are present in our context. So the questions that I would like to explore with this archival research are that, are these modernist structures also a part of our heritage? What do these structures tell us about a time of post-coloniality? Do such techniques need to be preserved or revived to preserve an architectural vocabulary that is possibly unique to our metropolitan city? And from contextualizing global trends into our local practices and Art Deco homes, residential spaces today do not speak of a local vocabulary. So can we identify a shift in our desires toward such built spaces? And I would also like to set a context for these questions and for this archival project. And this context is about thinking about our history more critically, because history is not just a form of information, but it has a very thick context that has a lot of opportunity to be critical of what we call our history. And when we think of heritage, we think of colonial style bungalows, we think of the Gizri stone, and we think of a colonial regime. And I guess this quote from Anne Stoller's writing, Imperial Debris, which I believe is a very seminal writing in post-colonial studies, it moves this critical attention to ourselves. And I'll just read out this quote, which says that, but in thinking about ruins of empire, this volume works explicitly against the melancholic gaze, to reposition the present in wider structures of vulnerability, damage and refusal that imperial formations sustain, nor is it the wistful gaze of imperial nostalgia to which we return. So we question the colonial gaze and the surveyor's gaze that considered our context flat and uncivilized for the colonizer, but now we also need to question our melancholic gaze and a wistful gaze towards these colonial structures, because such reminiscence, I believe, has led to some questionable built practices of homes in contemporary times. Our homes from the 50s and 60s, I believe, have a sense of freedom from the colonial powers, yet it is a global trend that made its way into our homes and specific to our ways of living. And what is more important here is how our everyday practices sort of morphed or gave shape to these global trends, which are unique to our context. So in light of this criticality, I would like to begin talking about the homes that I documented for this research. Certain typologies were common in all of the houses. Firstly, from the facade, Art Deco homes have quite an aerodynamic inspired facade and it was a very decorative movement, which here translates into rounded balconies, and they're juxtaposed by these ribbed concrete elements that are running on the staircase. Below these balconies are shaded verandas and entrances, which are now hidden behind walls because of added security. And every home has an interior courtyard, which is the only open space in the house, unlike colonial bungalows, where the open space is the garden at front and the veranda, which runs around the periphery instead of the center of the house. And they also have shared bathrooms on every floor, and there is no concept of attached bathrooms in these homes. The spaces observed also had a significantly higher ceiling, most of them around 12 feet. And this high ceiling modifies the proportion and details of the doors and windows as well. They're always accompanied by clerestory windows, which ensure the circulation of air, even if the doors are closed. A sustainable and vernacular way to regulate air around the house. Every door and window is designed with the decorative elements of Art Deco. Dynamic and linear patterns are found on the paneling with interior spaces, within the interior spaces as well. Another material and a visual which is very unique to these spaces are the terrazzo floors. And this flooring technique sort of emerged in Karachi and Bombay post-partition because they became independent of reliance on British imported goods. Every other house seen has these terrazzo floors in multiple different kinds of patterns, and in some cases it wraps around the column themselves. And terrazzo floors are very nostalgic to the space of this time, and in recent years in the architecture practice, you can see them making a comeback as well. So the three homes that I documented, courtesy of a few friends, one is Sana Naqvi's home, which is in PCHS Block 3. It was built in 1954. The other is Aftab Mughal's home, which is in Sindhi Muslim Housing Society. That's built in 1954 as well. And then Dyer's family home in Block 3, which was built in late 1940s. Sana Naqvi's home was built by her paternal aunt, and she currently lives in this home as well. And from my conversation with her, she said that this area was called the Teachers Housing Society, and the plots were given to such professionals by the government post-independence. Every house in this area is of a similar typology, as I've explained before, and the signature courtyard is surrounded by living spaces. So in case of Sana, multiple houses follow this standard layout in this area, and they have a freedom towards the decorative elements on the facade. Every home has an interior courtyard around which private spaces were arranged. And the courtyard of two houses basically share a single wall. It was a very communally cohesive way of lifestyle where at all times one was visually connected to the neighbor. And up till now, a lot of modifications have been made to the home. The courtyard right now is covered with a polyfiber sheet. The wall, which was shared, I've marked that in red over on the picture on the right, has been raised to completely cut off the visual connection. Even the first floor, which looked into the courtyard, has been walled off with a metal sheet. The second home that I documented was Aftab Mughal's home, and this is a very interesting house because it's right on main Shara Faisal, and there are a couple houses before this as well, and which are very obviously Art Deco homes, and one of them has recently been demolished. So this house's ownership is actually distributed between the family, and it's pretty evident in the modifications the house has gone through. Previously, the house was again built around a common courtyard from which all interior spaces could be accessed. And Now the first floor has little to no access to the courtyard, and a small staircase has been added in the external facade at the back for access. The doors and windows are over here again accompanied by the clerestory windows, but are usually kept shut because it's on main Chara Fesin and there's a lot of traffic pollution and noise that comes from the main Chara. And you can see in the plan here the tiny staircase that is added on the back that takes you to the first floor. The front entrance has been divided into two entrances. One is a public entrance for offices on the ground floor, and the other is secondary, which leads to the residential spaces on the ground floor. The third home that I documented is the Dyer's family home. And this was quite interesting because the family owns 4,000 square yards of the area, and there are four houses of the family built on this. Every house is a little less than 1,000 square yards. And all four of them are of the similar typology of an Art Deco home. And in this house, the decorative features are in great condition. So what is even more interesting about these four houses is a shared roundabout in between, replicating the typology of an individual house to a street character as well. The walls around them are are low in height, which create a porous boundary. And when I asked them how they take care of the security measures, they've hired a guard at the compound of the four houses. This particular house, I believe, has a very unique street character that has been maintained from the point it was built in the late 40s. So through the archiving of these three homes and from the oral narratives of the residents, one can understand a shift in the ways of life of the people within the city. Post-partition, the homes carried forward a communal way of living built into the fabric of architecture. This is what I believe translates a global movement into a local vocabulary as well. In today's time, as observed by the modifications done to these homes, the aspirations and our desires toward built spaces are becoming more and more individualistic. Our desire is to always increase on the private square footage as much as we can, and buildings today do not have a street character or any relationship to the street at all. The boundary walls that were seen in Dyer family home are porous to the urban environment. They're not directly opening onto the street, but they're very strategically placed to not have a living space visually open to the public, but still inviting enough to maintain its relationship to the street. And this is the front, sort of the entrance to the compound that you see from the street, and on left and right, both are very porous entrances to the homes. So most of these homes are subjected to property disputes or disputes within the families as well, which leads to further modifications of homes by giving separate entrances, raising walls and covering the courtyards, patching over the actual typology of an Art Deco home. This has led to a courtyard losing its meaning and a veranda or a sehen almost vanishing from built practices. Speaking to these homeowners, they reminisce about a time when families lived together in these compounds. They tell stories of evening tea and hot summers spent in the verandas. They speak about kids playing within the courtyard and wandering into the streets. And the adults would be comfortable knowing that they won't go out of a visual reach. In today's built spaces, such an idea is quite unfamiliar as private spaces become more and more isolated. The wall heights increase to cut off from the streets entirely, and the only relationship it has to the urban environment is of security barriers. What this documentation and the argument leads us to is, are these homes the modernist heritage of Karachi? If the social patterns have changed in today's time, implicating a change in the built environment, archiving such domestic spaces becomes really important. I believe it is an important documentation of a time when the city reclaimed its power from a colonial regime. In this case, are colonial buildings the only remaining heritage of the city, which in actuality may be a ruin of a colonial regime? And I believe we can see that colonial practice sort of repeating in the way the renovation of Empress Market took place. Do we look at these modernist, brutalist, and Art Deco-inspired domestic spaces to record a heritage of our own making? Art Deco homes are the last memory of our communal ways of life that embraced Western influences, yet stood strong in our own cultural values and our own ways to live a daily life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gania, for sharing your wise words. Now, the last paper presentation for this session is titled Amal Community Mansions, an example of pluralism in architecture of Hyderabad city by Kurutala Karim. Kurutala Karim holds a BS honor degree in Science of Archaeology from the University of Sindh and is currently pursuing an MPhil degree at Shah Abdul Latif University and is an author at e-newspaper Sindh Courier. She teaches at Department of Anthropology and Archaeology, University of Sindh. I request Kurutala to come on stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much. Today's my presentation topic is Amal Community Mansions, an example of pluralism in architecture of Hyderabad city. First of all, let's have a look at the introduction. Amal Community Mansions, especially focused on the architecture of Amal community buildings, shows sorry, it's not working. May I help, please? Okay, thank you. Sorry for inconvenience. Amal community buildings focused on the Amal community buildings shows that entire buildings are constructed with Indo-Saracenic style of architecture and also known as colonial heritage of Hyderabad city, used by the Indians during colonization, then later on partition. Many of the residents had left to leave their mansions. What is actually plural architecture? Plural architecture is an architecture that would take on regional character, not only in a sense of geographical factors, but also the implied way of life and historical and cultural forces. History. The Amal community mentions caste of Sindhi. The word Amal has its origin in the Persian word Amal, and Amal used to work in administration and government in services. Amals and Bhaibans were communities that were on the first earliest to take up English education during British colonial rule. They were also with the Persian, Parsis, the closest to the British, and were largely regularly sent to the Britons in order to sell their businesses on the behalf of East India Company. The Amals The Amals community of Hyderabad contributed a lot to the city of served too much to make this city flourishing. Similarly to the Amals and Bhaibans, the services of the various communities of Hyderabad should not have been ignored. Every Hyderabadi is aware of the services, social, cultural, literally, political role of women's, Boharas, Khojas, Silvars, Mirzas, and Loharas also. The aim of research is focused on the Amal community mentions enumeration with a special reference to Indo-Saracenic style of architecture and how this style of architecture presented pluralism in architecture, because the Amal community mentioned in the Hyderabad city, known as the Amal community mentions in colonial heritage of the Hyderabad city used by the Indians or Sindh were case during the colonization and later on partition. Many of residents had left their mansions. Here I want to present literature review. According to Das Pradap, Henry Ivan, Indo-Saracenic movement reconstructed 2014, he stated that Indo-Saracenic architecture was a revivalistic architectural style, mostly used by British architects in India and then later in 19th century, especially in public and government buildings in the British Raj and the places of the rurals, princely estates, and its Jewish stylistic, especially Mughal architecture with British regarded as colonial, classic Indian style, and less often from Hindu temple architecture. For this research, methods of data collection, reading books, revenue reports, research articles on internet. Secondly, on collecting data, primary sources, which is visual selected mentions, includes formal and informal interviews, physical mapping, photography, tape recording, and jotting etc. Methods for data analysis are used for text analysis and predictive analysis and prescriptive analysis. For most important findings and analysis are here is the one A1 Hotel, which represent this building is actually located in Hyderabad city, Hyderabad near Tower Market, and the attitudes and the east attitude and latitude are represented here, an architectural style which is Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. The second building which I represent here, that is Vatumal Odlani building, which is also located, here's the details of the building, which is balustrade in the stairway. And this building location is in Hyderabad horizon, and architectural style is again the Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. And the second, here are some details of the building: semicircular arch over doors and door and way on terrace with balustrade, which shows the represent in the front elevation of mansion with tiles and floors, some Indo-Islamic and the Hindu temple architecture. Here is a stone affixed over main door, stone affixed. The third building, that is Tupandas Nirb Singh Shahani building. And here is the front facade of the building. This building is again located in Hyderabad city, the Amal community, Amal colony of the Hyderabad. And this style of architecture is again the Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. Then again is the Gangaram Niwas building. This building again shows the Gangaram Niwas building. This is the beautifully designed balconies. It's situated opposite to Training College for Men and Tilak Line Incline, Hyderabad. And architectural style again is Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. Hiranand Bhirumal Milwani building. This building is unfortunately now is demolished by the authorities and some of the citizens and the authorities and citizens. Location: the 3-story beautiful building near Sindh University Old Campus, Garikhata, Hyderabad. And the architectural style is Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. Molchand and Sons building. This building is again demolished by the authorities and the local owners. And this building's location is more again in the main Lajpat Road, Hyderabad. And the style of architecture of this building is Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. Hopchand Tularam Mahal. This mahal is located in this was constructed in actually 1923 and situated opposite Lady Dufferin Hospital on Station Road with beautiful xylographic work on facade. And architectural style is again Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. Jatmal Himatrai building. This building is demolished. This Khiani Mansion, that was Khiani Mansion, and Khiani Mansion is located on Tilak Incline House, City Survey number B99 1835 in Hyderabad, and north altitude and the north latitude is here I represented. And architectural style is Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. Narayan Das Gangaram Milwani building. This building is located and situated behind St. Bonaventure School, Hyderabad, and the style of architecture is Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. Ursani building, this is the last one, and this building is situated near Fakir Jupir in city Hyderabad, and this is also Indo-Saracenic style of architecture. So what is actually plural architectural, historical and cultural forces? Historical forces can be seen as a past concept that act as motivating factor in causing an event to occur. Influences or energies present in every group learning situation which act as shapers of the group's cultural dynamic. Eight cultural forces are identified as language, time, environment, opportunities, routine, modeling, interaction, and expectations. Here is my conclusion. Hyderabad has a glorious past, and once it was known as Paris of Sin. Whoever its streets were washed with perfumes and city lamps were lit by pure butter, and the buildings were erected in Indo-Saracenic style of architecture beautifully during the colonization period. Many colonies, especially in the subcontinent, have previously been reluctant to promote their colonial architectures as such for tourism. Thus, the colonial heritage of Hyderabad city should be protected and promoted for in order to allow the splendid history of Hyderabad. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kurutalan, for your kind words. Now I will invite Dr. Masuma Shakir, architect and faculty at our department, to be the moderator for panel discussion.
So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'd like to invite our panelists for the session. Our first panelist is Arif Bilgaumi. He's a Pakistani architect who has over 3 decades of experience in architectural design and construction management. He has a diverse portfolio of residential, commercial, institutional, educational, and diplomatic buildings. Arif Bilgaumi studied at the University of Pennsylvania, where he received a Bachelor of Arts in Design of the Environment in 1987 and a Master of Architecture degree in 1991. He has worked on various projects in Philadelphia as well. He's active in highlighting environmental concerns and in promoting green practices in architecture to address climate change, and serves as an adjunct faculty member at the Indus Valley School of Art and Architecture. Please join us. So our second panelist for the session is Mukhtar Hussain. Mukhtar Hussain is a Karachi-based architect and urban designer. He studied architecture at the Middle East Technical University in Ankara, Turkey, with an M.Arch in 1972. He's executive director of the firm FNMH Architecture. He was technical reviewer for the Khan Award for Architecture for 2 cycles in 1995 and 98. One of his most prestigious projects, the new campus and buildings for the Consulate General of Turkey at Karachi, was completed in January 2021. Mukhtar Saab, I would welcome you to join us on stage. So we had 3 very interesting presentations today. And the focus of our presentations has been more on communities and related collective memories, and their relationship to architecture is something that has been explored. 2 presentations that we had by Ghania Shams and by Kurutalan focused more into the architectural elements and the communities, directly the representation that is coming in. And the paper by Fazl Noor was interesting and different in the way that statelessness was looked at, and how these communities are kind of challenged by their state of being. So I would open the floor for discussion, and we can take comments from our panelists.
Okay. I think all three of the presentations are really interesting. I was trying to make, compare them and sort of try and find common threads within the three of them. And I think trying to connect it to the idea of pluralism, the pluralism, what I understand, the way I understand it is the introduction of diverse threads of and influences. And I think that in our region and all three presentations demonstrated it. The common thread is migration. I think that the introduction of different ethnic identities and the introduction of British influences and desires to express identities or not express identities. That's one of the main things that I find is that leads to the expression of pluralism in the architecture that we see in our region. I thought it was really interesting to see the work of in Fazal's paper presentation. You talked about marginalized communities, and marginalized communities, by virtue of their status here in Pakistan, tend to remain marginalized. They want to not draw attention to themselves very much, but yet their communities are enlivened by their rituals and their practices and their culture. May not necessarily be reflected in their architecture. Second presentation, dealing with the Art Deco, was something that I'm very particularly interested in, because Art Deco is an introduction of modern architecture. One of the expressions of modern architecture, because it's also the introduction of cement and concrete in construction, which is a new material and has its own expression. In fact, one of the things that I would have liked to have seen, and I would like to hear from the presenter, is that Art Deco is very much one of the key elements of Art Deco architecture is the use of color. And when you look at the old Art Deco buildings here in Karachi, often you see traces of the old color, it's faded and painted over and stuff. But Art Deco buildings were very richly polychromatic.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's something that one can look at as a new expression and an introduction of a new material and a new understanding of urbanity. The Amil community mansions in Hyderabad, for me, was, I guess, a new topic, because I'm not very familiar with Hyderabad, but I do I do understand and I appreciate the Indo-Saracenic style, which was a way to blend the colonial vocabulary with ideas of I don't know where the word Saracen comes from, because it's really not native to our region, but it was basically a British term, a colonial term. It brings, because Saracen was another sort of derogatory word for Islamic, and so Indo-Saracenic is again sort of a mishmash architectural style. And I'm grateful to Kurataland for showing some very beautiful examples of that architecture in Hyderabad. Thank you.
Mukhtar Saab.
Well, we have been taken down memory lane when the academics start looking at a city like Karachi with a magnifying glass. A lot of interesting things come out of that investigation. Karachi and I believe Hyderabad to a great extent are both cities of immigrants. Karachi was only 500,000 population at the time of independence, and today it's probably around 25 million. So, whereas Fazal Noor mentioned the original residents of Karachi as the Baloch, they are largely outnumbered by all the waves of other people who have come here. And in a book that my wife Romana has written, she's actually referred to Karachi as a subcontinent within a city. People from all over this region are here. And Karachi was a primary destination for a large number of people who crossed over from India into Pakistan at the independence. They all brought their cultures and lifestyles and languages and ways of living and values into this melting pot. Architecture was also part of it, but they inherited the building stock. They came to terms with the climate of Karachi, although they came from different parts of India, from different kinds of climate zones. And they adapted here. They also began to blend into each other. So if you look at Karachi's population of people today, those who originally came from India are now in their senior years or no longer with us. But the younger generations, and at least two generations have now grown up here, have become citizens of Karachi. And a citizen of Karachi is a mixture of all the influences that they brought with them. You stand in a store or a bus stop in Karachi and you look at the 10 faces and they're all from different places. There are the 4 provinces represented here in very large numbers, but that's not all. We are not just that. We have people from different parts of India, Bangladesh, Burma, as was mentioned in the presentation. And even beyond, there are Chinese communities also who have lived here for generations. And they each interact. They've specialized in different professions and they interact with each other. And they create a melting pot which has its own interest and potential for further study. And that is the pluralism that we should cherish and admire and look into as a phenomenon and as a possibility for architectural investigation. I myself, when studying for my book, 100+1 Pakistani Architects, looked at just one typology, houses, and only architects' houses. And even in that, if you look at the 1940s, the 1950s, 1960s, chronologically, even the house has changed. The way we build, the way we design, the way we live, the materials we use, the detailing, the original presence of courtyards, the influence of technology, television, digitalization, computers. We're living with one foot in the 15th century and one in the 21st century. And it's all happening in one city with numerous areas of interest and a lot of failings as well. Almost no public transport system worth talking about. Problems of water supply, drainage, flooding, And each of these has roots in some way to the rapid growth of the city, because it's changing so fast in totally unprecedented ways that the professionals, us as a community, have really not caught up with it. We're constantly behind, and each change or each political development brings its own repercussions. The first shock came with the decision to make Karachi the capital of Pakistan, and that lasted 10 years. The second shock came that shifting the capital from Karachi to Islamabad, that itself made numerous varied impact on the city. And then there was the 65 war, which brought waves of immigrants from Bangladesh and other places, the 71 war. So we are living through all this and seeing in different parts of the city, we see different cultures. You look at downtown, the old city, with a big stock of colonial era buildings, Burns Road and Sadr, and many of them we have lost, but they are still there. But then you look at Nazimabad, North Nazimabad, Federal area, North Karachi, Korangi, you look at Defense, and each area has its own architectural vocabulary, and it has its lifestyle, and some of that falls into different eras of other architectural influences.
What I find that really interesting is, I think the common presence of or use of open space, like Vanya talked about having the courtyard, the Sehen and the Art Deco style buildings, and that's really kind of putting together within a new style, a kind of traditional way of using space, and the washing of the floors, and the sitting together of the family in the open area. And I think the courtyard is something that we find probably common in all the three papers. And besides the courtyard, I think it's also in different ways some kind of symbolic representations of the aesthetic that was being followed, and kind of overlapping it with the local culture in different ways. So perhaps we could have some comments from the speakers around some of these things as well, or if there are any questions that you would like to ask also for the speakers to also kind of bring the conversation around. But I feel that the courtyards were definitely an important aspect, but that's something that Rania does talk about. But for instance, in the houses and the stateless houses that the residences of the stateless communities, I think even these communities have a strong relationship to the open spaces. And you spoke about going to weddings of some of these communities. So the use of open space is something that perhaps can be spoken about and added to, on how there are some kind of commonalities between the different communities. In the case of the Amil community mansions, we had Kurutalen, kind of show us different case studies. But I think I would be interested to know more on how the layout of the inside of the buildings was, and if there were, for example, other elements that were incorporated that, or is it just the symbolic representation on the buildings that makes them, gives them the title of Indo-Saracenic, as you say? So maybe we can have Mike. So do any of the speakers would like to respond to the questions?
So the question of or the issue of open spaces is when I look at these settlements, the open spaces within the house or within the plot is very minimal, and this is because the plots are very small plots, and so the settlement actually uses the street or the small areas that are left vacant as open spaces. So in one of the photographs that I showed about a funeral, we see the funeral being taking place actually on the street, the coffin being there and everybody sitting around that. So the street then becomes like a sort of a public open space or more of a community open space. And I feel that the streets in such settlements then take on a different dimension to the one that we would have in a formally planned areas.
Ghania and Kurudalan, would you like to also respond to the discussion?
I think the idea of open spaces is very interesting because I was recently we were a part of this lecture at Najib Umar's house, and he was talking about this idea of courtyard as well. And what's interesting is that the reversal of the courtyard and through colonization, where there is this garden at the front, which is prioritized. And even today, in every a residential project, the client wants the garden or the lawn at front, and they wouldn't compromise on that. And that's the open space. But this relationship with the open space is very different when it comes to a courtyard. That also is an open space, which is much more interiorized and much more private. So I think that's something that can be unpacked more. I mean, that's something where our desires towards our built spaces have sort of shifted. So yeah, but thank you for bringing up the idea of courtyards.
Here, I agree with Madam, with you that I need to work on the layout of the Amal community mentions and the idea, because it's very difficult. It was very difficult to document these buildings and to work on that. But in my next research, I would like to work on the layout and the interior designing of the mentions. So hopefully I will be working on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We can also take questions from the audience.
I have a question from Hania and her paper on the Art Deco houses. I just want to say and ask you, why is colonial architecture a villain in the, like, I found that resonance, it's more an entire stance, and if you're taking in an entire stance, it's important to, it's not an entire stance, it's an opposite stance. That is wrong, this is right. I got that idea. So if you're taking why are you taking that stance? That's my question. Because if you're taking that stance, in my opinion, you need to sort of also analyze the conditions and present the conditions within which the colonial Bangalore also became important, or its use became important. Who were the users, etc. and etc. Because they probably were not coming, the users were not coming from, probably were not coming from the culture that was here. So then a dialogue starts rather than, so why is it, the question is, why is it a villain? Why are you taking it like that? Or I felt that.
It's not about, it's, I mean, I'm not looking at it as a villain, but I feel like it's important to sort of, whenever we think of heritage, we always think of the colonial building. I feel like there is an idea of intangible heritage in these buildings, in the modernist buildings. I mean, those have to be preserved as well, because if colonial building is the only benchmark, or it's almost like we're reminiscing about it in so many ways, that pattern, the way those bungalows were built, they're sort of being repeated, I believe, in the way contemporary houses are built. Again, bringing it back to the idea of the front garden, I feel like I mean, what's the use of that space in the way we live? So, yeah, I think that in that sense, looking at Art Deco as a heritage and not weighing it as if it's more than the colonial building, but I mean, we need maybe a different perspective on what heritage is.
If I may, I'd just like to add something to that. I think, when we first started talking about heritage and the preservation of heritage, and I think Mrs. Yasmin Lari was most instrumental in pursuing that. I think her first attempt was to, draw a line, like, let's try and at least preserve, this. And her first attempt was, sell anything that's pre-partition British era. But we are 75 years past partition, and we've created a fair amount of architecture that we might consider part of our built heritage. And so the definition of heritage is not something that's going to remain static as British or non-British or colonial or, I think that's going to continue to change. I mean, we have heritage listed a building here in Karachi done by Richard Neutra, who was a modern master, which is the US consulate. And I'd be willing to argue with anyone who challenges that as not being heritage. I mean, how is it not heritage? And we are going to look at the works of people who are, our mentors and seniors who have gone before us, and their work becomes, heritage for us going forward. And the same for, younger generations. So, the term heritage is open-ended and flexible. The other thing I'd like to point out is that, the Art Deco houses that you showed are also standalone bungalows like the British houses. So in a way, they are not like the fabric that Fazal talks about, where they are basically, part of a urban mass, and open spaces are carved out within them. All the Art Deco houses were part of a upper middle class population that was able to build standalone houses, even though they introduced, courtyards and open, sheltered spaces within. So, so the typology I think that you're looking at is like a Haveli, and it has certain similarities to the bungalow because they also stand within a garden. So, there's, it's not clear cut.
So,
but when we look at our
yes,
cells and we look at the building stock that we have in the city, just 100 years ago, we were making buildings in stone, and the whole construction technology was so different. And look at where we are today. We've created new areas entirely which didn't exist before. They've become part of the city. New kinds of buildings, new textures, with different bylaws applicable in different areas, which lead to different complete vocabulary of building. You drive from Defense to North Karachi or Gulistan-e-Johar, and you pass through parts of the city which change so radically that you can hardly recognize that this is the same city. And so much of what we build is such shoddy construction that it doesn't last. We are already pulling down vast areas that we built 50 years ago and rebuilding again. You go to any other major city and you have a kind of static ambience that you can remember and relate to the character and style of that city. But in Karachi, the constant is what I would call change. You come back after 10
Change,
years
constant.
and it's something completely unexpected has happened. And you find new areas that hadn't been built. All of a sudden, they're all occupied. And we're still growing. And therefore, it's difficult to say where we will stop or where we will reach in another 10 or 15 years. And therefore, the problems that we will encounter, I think we can't even imagine them today.
No, I think that you hit the nail on the head, that the only constant is change.
But in the idea that we're actually growing so much, houses that are like from 50s or 60s are now heritage.
Yeah.
So how do we actually look at the layers of history on them, and how the evolution of how people actually relate to them has changed as well. So I think that is a question that I also have from somebody online, that there are now that we have varying interpretations of heritage and influences. So that actually creates challenges for design, for architecture design, and what are any kind of messages or suggestions that perhaps the panelists or the speakers would like to comment on this. Any suggestions for our students of today on how this should be dealt with in design?
If I may, I would say that the definition of heritage is something that is going to change from year to year and from period to period. But I think the main thing is, just because a building is old doesn't make it heritage. You may want to preserve certain areas because of a certain character that they may have, but every building is not worth of being listed as heritage. And I think sometimes we have the tendency of, just because it's old, we want to preserve it. In a living, thriving city, growing rapidly like Karachi, there's always going to be that debate or tussle or struggle between preserving and replacing. And I think that that's something that we as a community need to have a healthy dialogue about. I think that remains to be, but as a practicing architect, I always believe that, I have to live with the belief that the best architecture is yet to come. If we sort of draw a line and say, this is it, isse behtar kuch cheez ban nahi sakti, then we're shortchanging ourselves. So there will always be this tussle between this, debate between
looking forward and looking
backwards. And I think that that's a natural way to be. Absolutely. I mean, just look at Karachi. I just want to point out one thing. We've 75 years of our independence. We've seen Karachi grow from a few 100,000 people to 25 million, whatever. I mean, we don't even know how many there are. But the thing to remember is that Karachi, when the British took it over in the 1840s or whatever, it was a small town, a walled city, really. And within 100 years, between 1840 and 1947, Karachi had grown into a modern metropolis, right? It was, look at all the buildings that came up, and there was a certain civic pride that is demonstrated in the facades of those buildings, that you were building something that was meant to be not just a utilitarian functional building, not just a place where somebody had a shop or a business, but it was meant to reflect an aspiration. It was meant to reflect a certain pride. And so when you look at Karachi, what happened in those 100 years? Karachi was a boom town. Karachi was a destination. Karachi was the British really pushed it that way. They were really looking at Karachi as this modern destination. It was one of the first cities that was developed as a air travel destination. We were going to have airships coming in. We had a big, hangar built for airships, blimps.
The Kala
Chapra, I wish it was still there. It would be, what a great place it would be. Scrap metal is scrap metal. So there is there is this history we have to look at, and we are not, I mean, today the buildings that I see, very rarely do they reflect that pride of building. The desire to be part of a civic urban environment. They just tend to be, square footage, covered area, and and I think that we as architects need to be more conscious of that, and in educating and in promoting civic architecture.
May I add something?
Yes, we have a question from Dr. Numan Ahmed. We'll take that first.
पहले उनसे पूछ लें,
जी, हम उनका सवाल ले लेते हैं.
please.
जी, आप you can continue. अब जी.
To what Fazal Saab just presented, the expression of culture of such communities that are stateless. In some cases, the invisibility or spaces that are invisible, they come as a rescue for the expression of culture of such communities. And I would just like to relate to the Bengali community living in Musa Colony, squatter settlement right next to Ziauddin Hospital. And interestingly enough, the road access to many of those houses, cluster of houses that are plenty, that's almost next to impossible. And if you just visit those areas, you find that you are either in Memansingh or Jaisur or Rangpur or any other medium scale town in the present day Bangladesh. And when we interviewed those people, we found that many of them are actually second or third generation people from those same towns. Mm-hmm. And they display their cultural life, their daily rituals, the conduct of their life, and also the way their houses are constructed, almost entirely in the same way as they were back in the home. And the interesting thing is that they deal with the modern world by way of middlemen, selling their merchandise to people, very exclusive merchandise such as dried fish and various types of pickles that they are typical to those regions. But they say that we consciously keep ourselves invisible in order to survive, because none of them have neither the computerized national identity cards or what was once called as the national alien cards that were supposed to transform into the next degree of citizenship. So invisibility perhaps becomes a desirable factor, and the lack of access somehow becomes a factor that provides these communities to survive and express their cultures in the same way as it existed in their hometowns. So this was just a small comment on what Fazal Saab presented.
Thank you, Numan sir. Yes, Mukhtar Saab, would you wanted to comment on something?
Being a city of immigrants, we often say that Karachi is badly governed and badly maintained because nobody loves Karachi. That's a common refrain. Who belongs here and who loves to be a proud Karachiite? And yet, people from the rest of the country are coming busloads and trainloads to Karachi. You don't see the opposite happening. Nobody leaves Karachi. Busloads and trainloads of people do not leave Karachi and go to Peshawar or Lahore. It has happened. Everybody's coming here. The magnetic pull of the city surpasses the collective problems and difficulties that we have in running our affairs, and yet it remains attractive. So that's something very interesting and provocative too. And I'd like to ask Dr. Suna Guven if she can comment on the comparison between what has been happening in Istanbul in the last 50 years and Karachi. If there's anything common or anything we can benefit from your experience.
Thank you for inviting me into the conversation. Istanbul is a very complicated case.
And there's no monolithic way of looking at it. It's almost as large as a country. So if you will forgive me, I will not answer vis-a-vis Istanbul, but I would like to second what you said. I think invisibility is a key factor here. When I look at the three speakers, here, I find that Fazıl Nur's the communities, or at least the way he structured his narrative, stands apart from Ghana Shams and Kuratulane's, communities. So with Fazıl Nur's community, his last slide was trying to draw attention with the bright colors. He showed a slide across the highway, which invited more, attention. But that is something very different than the Art Deco homes or the Amir community mansions or the Pakistan Employees Cooperative Housing Society, the houses. So the visibility for the Fazıl Nur examples is of a different category. But what you are saying is centered around, love. I mean, if you have lived for a longer time, in Karachi, then the idea of the courtyard that we were talking about, you're talking about, this has nothing to do with colonial, wistful thinking or melancholia or anything like that. It's people who are still alive, who are remembering a past lifestyle when in the courtyards they used to do various things, watching the children and so on, and now that lifestyle is gone. So that is a very humane, individualistic kind of thing. Like we miss what happened in our childhood. This is that kind of nostalgia, which I think should be extricated from the larger discourses of colonialism as a fact. So sorry, I'm not answering the Istanbul comparison part, here, because that will enter a totally different, bag. Maybe it's easier to talk about Ankara, but I will not, get into that. But these are my comments that I see Fazıl Nur's, category, at least as he structured it, as a very different baggage than the other, examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Masuma.
Yes.
Thank you, speakers, panelists, and all the experts in the audience. The talks that we are having since morning, what I feel, there is a strong connection between the collective memory and architecture of that certain area. For example, whether be it the immigrant communities of Bengalis, Burmese, or Amils, or the residents of the Art Deco houses. So this reminds me of a concept of monument document, which is given by a French historian, who tells us that collective memory, which in modern scientific term, we refer it as a history, is always referred within two aspects: documents and monuments. So because the history is not completely presented in present times as it was back in time. And it's the selective process of the people who have actually documented it. So the alternative way of looking at history is the monuments, because they are the open canvas of opportunities and the processes that were involved in their, in their construction, whether be it tangible or intangible aspects. So what I've been wondering, that in a context in where we presently are, particularly in context of Karachi,
where we are still dealing with other necessities of life. So all the aspects such as archiving, documentation, and identification of heritage, those are like secondary priorities. So we don't have any systematic archives, and at the same time we are losing on the monuments, as shown by a presentation of Kuratulen. We are losing a lot of Amil heritage, a lot of Art Deco heritage and colonial heritage. So I was just wondering how it would be in future when we are going to lose the both aspects of history, the documents and also the built heritage. So how the future would it be? It's more of a comment, not a question. So
Okay.
thank you. Okay, thank you, Tanya. I kind of agree that Karachi, like Mukhtar Saab is saying, is changing very fast. And that change is in a way kind of detrimental to heritage because it's going so fast as well. And the need to change is so sort of into the process that it is kind of bringing an end to many areas and changing the old ways of living. And that I think is, in that case, I feel that such kind of documentations do become important to have them as the thought processes of, documentation of collective memories of how people have attached meanings to these, this building stocks that we have. And that documentation itself is important to start talking about what is really meaningful for us to preserve and, make and preserve really as heritage as well. I think that documentation is kind of there. So at that note, I would like to end the panel discussion and thank our panelists for joining us. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll take one last comment.
I mean, it's a point that was raised about heritage. And I think heritage is dependent upon the layers of identity that we have. And living in Karachi, perhaps with a Muhajir identity, which looked at the British as somebody who sort of threw out the Mughals and our connection to the Mughals. Therefore, the colonial heritage becomes a villain in that sort of a sense. And then, so it's not taken as a heritage. It's something that we don't want to remember because we connect ourselves to some an idea which was before the British. That if that is there, then one would not like to look at it like this. This is more a concept of time, but in concept of space, if you look at like Arif Bilgomi talked about 75 years of Pakistan and we have a heritage, but to take Pakistan as a heritage, we need to look beyond Karachi. We need to recognize what is happening in Pakistan. And then it becomes a heritage. If our identity as a Karachiite overrides our identity as a Pakistani, then that heritage is lost. And we do not have that in architecture here.
I didn't mean that as an exclusive exercise. I think you talk about Karachi as the community we live in. You're also talking about, the country. I mean, I don't think that these are mutually exclusive exercises. So yeah, definitely agree with you. But I think just to respond to what Tanya was saying, that I would just say that the first step to the preservation of heritage is dialogues like this, and that's where you start raising awareness, and disseminating that idea. That's the first step.
Struggle with the notion of what is our heritage and who we identify with, perhaps we should identify important projects and call them landmark projects. Basically, we should be able to at least preserve those as important buildings, irrespective of what period they belong to or what the historical background may be. We've
but I
already
think
lost some important.
there is a distinction between what Fazal Saab is saying in the sense there's monuments. So monuments and Mughal architectures, they're kind of connected, colonial architecture. You have monuments of these different time periods. But when we talk about collective memories, it's more about local people's heritage. It's more about how they've lived, or a particular community has, their cultural lifestyle is depicted in a certain kind of building form, which is not necessarily monumental. So I mean, there is that, that difference
I agree.
here.
Absolutely. And I think we should not, I don't think we should be overly preoccupied with Mughal architecture either, because
And everything important doesn't have to be monumental.
Yes.
For example, we lost two very nice houses that belong to architect. Mehdi Ali Mirza's house in Karachi is gone. And Ahad Saab's house in
Amir Khusro Road.
Amir Khusro Road is gone. They were worthy of preservation by any account.
Okay.
They had such rich stories behind them that we should have taken the trouble to.
Okay, the time actually for our session is over, and I've been told that we need to wrap up the session. We'll have a session of souvenir distribution. So we'll end the panel discussion. Okay, thank you.
Thank
you to the panelists and the speakers. So I'll invite Dr. Sona Govind to give souvenir mementos to our speakers and panelists. So I'd like to invite Dr. Sona Govind to present mementos to our speakers. Our first speaker was Muhammad Fazal Noor.
Just a second. We turn this off.
Ghania Shams. And we have a third speaker, Kurtulan Kareem. Arif Bilgaumi. And Sir Mukhtar Hussain.
I was asked a very difficult question. And I couldn't even answer never been polarized. So with that, you have to go to the totally different, next one. Well, sorry for today. But thank you very much for the question and the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sovan. You're in, and We'll have a group photo. So we'd invite our delegates and our speakers and panelists for a group photo and the faculty. And we break for tea. दोबारा से announce करिए.
And we have the tea served at the backside and on the side aisles. So please help yourself with the tea. Thank you very much.
cultural change.
So welcome back, everyone. So now the technical session for today is titled Exchange Indigenous Wisdom and its Reflection in Architecture. We will be having 4 paper presentation in this session, of which 2 will be online and 2 will be live. So the first presentation for this session is titled Karachi Architectural Mosaic and Pluralistic Identity by Dr. Sunila Ahmed and Madhya Salam, Faculty Department of Architecture and Planning. Dr. Sunila Ahmed is an architect, urbanist, and an academic. She earned her PhD in 2016 from Oxford Brookes University, UK. Her interest lies in analyzing the adaptation of architectural and urban spaces at the grassroots level by locals of the global south. She has written various research papers, books, chapters, newspaper articles, and presented in conference around these issues. Whereas Madhya Salam is a PhD scholar at the Glasgow School of Arts. She is an architect by profession and faculty member at Architecture Department, NED University. She is associated with research and teaching since last 10 years. Her core interest lies in architectural and environmental design, its impact, and related pedagogies. She has published several research papers in national and international journals and also write articles for magazines and blogs. Now I will call Dr. Sunila to start her presentation, while Ms. Madhya Salam will join us online. Okay. So Madhya Salam will join us online. Dr. Sunila Ahmed is not present here. Ms. Madhya, start.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I hope my screen is visible to all. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Madhya.
So this research was actually a part of a very intensive study which identified around 170 public buildings of Karachi post-independence. The identification of these buildings and the process of evolution of design is discussed in a publication by the name of Understanding Karachi's Architecture, a documentation of public buildings, which was published in December 2022. You may find the book available in the conference hall only. This paper talks about the Karachi's architectural mosaic and the pluralistic identity. The purpose of the research is to study the lack of architectural criticism, lack of cultural and documentation and analysis, lack of easy access to information, lack of culture and sharing information, the identity question for Karachi, local and global, where we are heading towards, the identification and documentation of good architectural practice in Karachi. The public buildings serve a dual purpose. One, they serve as spaces for negotiating the global and local context, while also contributing to the development of city's identity. Thus, they are the architecture of the city with a capital A. Impacts of local power structures effect on these public buildings. Who decides what gets built and how building becomes representation of society's ideological and aesthetic positions that produce settings for everyday life. Public architecture always has a very strong client, a board or a committee, which has the impact on that building. Everyone has their own aesthetics, and that can be seen in the building which are designed. Normally, the masses' identity get lost in that sense, but people in decision-making beliefs and dynamics can be identified in those public buildings. Also, there are power relations. The impacts of the global relations also gets evident in the built structures. For example, if China is the main investor, for example, then the connection can be seen in the statement of the buildings produced under that time. The traditional materials cannot be used in the certain typologies, and mostly international styles prevail there, such as in a high-rise building, load-bearing structures cannot be made. How is the form conceived or perceived and eventually created? There is a role of an impatient capital in the as the foreign direct investment, such as in the cases of MNCs and corporate banks. The process there is faster in designing a building, whereas for the state-led ventures, they are slow-paced and they are more connected to the local reality than top-down foreign investments, which does not grow from the ground. So the question about the colonial past and alternative modernities arises here, and the role of public buildings in developing an identity for the city. We have chronologically divided this research into 6 brackets, which has a bracket from 1947 to 1958. This is post-independence. We have named this period the hangover from the colonial period. 1959 to 1977 is the modernism which takes roots in Karachi. 1977 to 1986 is the modernism continues to prosper. 1987 to 1999, postmodernism takes off. 2000 to 2008, postmodernism continues to prosper. And 2008 to 2020, postmodernism within the global paradigm. And original research was carried out, and all the buildings identified were put in a matrix identifying their paradigms, their typologies, designers, and the date of construction. The table presented here shows the example of the part of the matrix which was formed for all 160 buildings which were dealt in this research. 1947 to 58, it was the hangover from the colonial period. Pakistan was a new country, and Karachi, being its capital, was the center of attention. At one side of the new public buildings, there was an interest for Western modernism. But again, the country was taken in the name of Islam. So some of that sprinkle was required further down the lane. We have good examples of the colonial recent past, thus a wide palette of design to choose from. There's a lot of languages of design can be seen in this time period. Here, PWD, which is the Pakistan Works Department, played a major role in constructing the image of the city as the capital of the state during the period of 1947 to 1960. Mehdi Ali Mirza and M.A. Ahad, being the heads of PWD in this time, played role in shaping this image. Foreign architects such as William Perry, Richard Neutra, Michael E. Couchard were also appointed to create this identity. We can see some buildings of these architects in Karachi, such as the American Embassy and the Karachi University. The response was more towards the climate and chose to adopt variations of a style of expression, ranging from eclectic to traditionalist and mannerist. 1959 to 76 was the modernism taking root in Karachi. The capital was shifted to Islamabad. Now Karachi's importance changes from a capital city to a social, cultural, and economic hub. Now requirements of new types of related architecture was required, like bank buildings such as Habib Bank Plaza was made, cultural centers such as Art Council, and public health like Aga Khan Hospital came into the city's skyline. Most of these designs were influenced by modernism, but not Western ones directly, whereas these buildings created a different, contextualized, and unique separate identity. 1977 to 86, the modernism prospers, and Karachi being the social and economic hub, new institutions were made. NED University and Karachi University came into existence, the new campuses. Foreign qualified first generation architects started their practice after returning from abroad and started indulging in projects that added to the skyline of Karachi. These eminent architects included Habib Fida Ali, Arif Hassan, Yasmin Lari, and Salim Ahmed. These modernism-inspired architects sifted it through local contextual realities and experimented borderline critical regionalist practice. Fairface concrete was new language and was introduced by Habib Fida Ali as one of the climate adaptive strategies and something good for the city of Karachi. Later, it was adapted by many other architects, making it as aesthetic language for Karachi for quite some time. Shell House and Midway House were the epitome of his design significance, providing a new architectural language for the city. In the initial years, the things were happening in an ad hoc manner and more on personal whims. But by now, the things started to consolidate and a language for public architecture emerged with this Fairface concrete. (1987 to 99) postmodernism takes off. As it starts to emerge, again, new experimentation of designs can be seen. By now, the second generation of foreign qualified architects comes to practice. When they were coming back after their studies from abroad, modernism was taking its call and postmodernism was making its appearance. So they experimented with it in the city of Karachi, keeping in line with the contextual requirements. Prominent names of this period are Ijaz Ahad, Yasmin Lari, and Arshad Shahid Abdullah. 2000 to 2008, postmodernism continues to prosper. Further now, there was a rising sense of social responsibility in architects. They were more profound in advocacy and activism. Every architect had their own distinct identities now, which was putting another distinct skyline over the city. Arif Bilwami, Pervez Ansari, Khawar Hani, Aqil Bilwami, Yawar Jilani, Mahmood Khan, Tariq Alexander Kaisar are some of the prominent names from this period. The typologies of buildings constructed were auditoriums, university campuses, schools, office buildings as the dominated construction building types. New typologies of buildings emerged, such as shopping malls. Glamour One was one of the first examples located at Tariq Road, followed by Park Towers in Clifton. There were also explorations and attempts towards developing a regional vocabulary using rustic concrete to brick cladding, as well as experimentation with colored and bright facades. There were also explorations and attempts towards developing a regional vocabulary. In the era of the in this same era, SPCA bylaws also got revised, which gave the chance for the buildings to go higher on the major corridors of the city. By now, the corporate culture also started demanding a certain identity of sleek, flashy, and taller buildings with impatient capital on their hands. MCB Tower was built around 2004 as an example of this breaking the record of Habib Bank Plaza being the tallest building of Karachi. UBL building followed the run and became the tallest later on. This way, more steel and glass construction took over the II Chandigarh Road's skyline. It also expanded to Share Faisal and all other major corridors over time. More mixed-use buildings and shopping centers emerged in the city. Some educational institutes also dotted in the form of universities also emerged, developing a certain differing language. Private developers were given freedom to expand their identity. This period is beyond 2008 and onwards. The private developers were given freedom to expand their identity beyond the plot lines, and examples like Behria Icon Tower is seen, where the roads, underpasses, bridges, and even the Mazar of Abdullah Shah Ghazi was revamped to support the new building. It is inspired from the foreign look and as per the desire of one entity, thus the part of the town lost its own regional identity. Also, foreign architects were hired back, such as Peter Logon was hired for the UBL building for the larger projects, and the regional identities started getting lost again. The local context gets compromised in such situations, and more international look styles are being followed. Some of the conclusions for the research: emergence of Frisch, that is the global and local connection between becoming a global. You design something else, plan something, and later on the final product is a different thing as desired because of the local materials and context being used. Use of technology impacted by bureaucracy, ideology, and imagery leads to the built form being seen as merely an exhibit of various aesthetics. For example, most of the buildings on Share Faisal are inspired from, but with limited to no infrastructure support and workability, the buildings cannot look like Dubai. Mario Bota's quote about building the site. There is not always a connection with the site. Many deny concept of place, form, and ecological obligations. Buildings should be connected to the context, the physical and the social context, concept of place, ecology. They are more successful when they are more connected to their roots. The building to site to urban design connection, which has larger impacts, consequences of megapolis development. Most buildings are in modernist style. There is a concentration of buildings in the center of the city. No examples of green architecture or contextual revivalism. Contextual revivalism in India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka has led to many projects being nominated for the Arhan Awards. We don't focus much on such buildings in Pakistan. Some of the outfall or outreach of better projects remain limited, and number of buildings with poor aesthetics keep emerging. Why? The corporate identity is taking over, proving the presence of global capital looking for investment opportunities. And public buildings contribute to the identity of a society. Thought should go into this while designing the buildings. This was the map which identifies all the 160 buildings which were studied as part of the research. It is evident that most of the buildings lie in particular areas only, and other areas do not have much of the city's prominent public architecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Madhya Salam. Moving forward, the second presentation of the session is titled Prototype Jet Age Hotels in Turkey, Egypt, Iran, Pakistan, and India. by Professor Bruce Peter. Bruce Peter is a professor of design history at the Glasgow School of Art. He is particularly interested in modern architecture and design for travel and pleasure. His initial research focused on cinema buildings of the pre-Second World War era. He has researched and written extensively about the design of naval architecture of passenger ships. He published Jet Age Hotels and the International Style in 2020. He focused on hotels in Asia and Africa, along with those in USA and Europe. His most recent publication is Denmark and Britain, Architecture, Design, and Lifestyle. Professor Bruce Peter will join us online. You may start your presentation.
Thank you very much. Can everybody see the screen? Excellent. This research was carried out before and during the COVID pandemic. I had in previous years visited a number of significant modernist hotels in Europe, the United States, and in Central and Southeast Asia. And so I had in mind that in future I would write a book about them. But the COVID pandemic and the inability to carry out other research brought that project to the top of the queue. And this is the outcome. So I'm very honored and grateful for the opportunity to present at this most fascinating conference, and I only wish I were there in person. Before considering hotels that are modernist or in the international style that were built after the Second World War, it's necessary to consider that already in the United States of America, pretty much standard design for hotel layout had already evolved. And this first appeared in the early years of the 20th century in a chain developed in American city centers by Statler. Essentially, these hotels, which externally were in the Beaux-Arts style, had a podium containing the entrance, the public rooms, and the service spaces, and then above, identical stories containing the bedrooms. The great innovation of Statler was that every single bedroom had a private bathroom, and these bathrooms were all arranged along the corridors, meaning that they relied on mechanical ventilation to keep them dry and to stop mold from growing. So it was the development of air conditioning and ventilation technology that really made it very easy, relatively speaking, to have all ensuite rooms. You'll see here the exterior of the Statler at Buffalo in New York, designed by George B. Post and completed in 1907, and also one of the standard bedroom stories, which of course has got standardized rooms emanating off a system of corridors. Hotels tend to require rather long expanses of external wall on their bedroom stories in order to give each room a window. Also of importance at the top of the plan is the elevator lobby. So one of my arguments is essentially that this Beaux-Arts type of hotel arrangement translated very, very well into the modernist podium and tower type of solution. And the thing that changed most was the style of architectural detailing on the exterior and also the decoration of the interior. So the kind of model or plan is dictated by the program, and that was true before modernism as much as it was after. The next thing to consider is the geopolitical context. After the Second World War, and especially in the 1950s, when the Cold War began, the State Department of the United States of America realized that emerging transport, business, tourism, and diplomatic networks were of extreme importance. The airline Pan American, founded in the 1920s by Juan Trippe, was essentially by the 1950s an extension of the State Department. It was a commercial business, but it was very, very closely related to American government foreign policy from the Eisenhower era onwards. Pan American spread its network from the Americas to Europe and to Asia and Africa as a mode of creating closer links to the United States of America. And Pan American's management realized that this would also require the building of hotels in order to accommodate travelers arriving on Pan American's flights. So there's this very close link between post-war hotel development, the jet age, the Cold War, and United States foreign policy. And that also is in regard with American investment in foreign states around the world. Pan American hotels were named Intercontinental. That's still a very important global chain in the world today, although they have not been owned by Pan American for many years. The other major American hotel operator to expand internationally was that of Conrad Hilton. He's a very interesting figure. He began as a young entrepreneur in Texas, although he was born in a village in New Mexico, and that New Mexican village was rather a cosmopolitan place because it included people of Latin American descent, people who were Native American, and a lot who were immigrants from Europe and elsewhere. Conrad Hilton himself was of Norwegian and German parentage, and he first became interested in the possibilities of hotels when he was conscripted into the First World War and arrived at Paris at the time of its liberation and saw the Ritz in Place Vendôme. He then returned to Texas, where he started up a hotel business. Texas at that time was in the throes of an oil boom. By the 1940s, he developed a considerable chain. And after the Second World War, he began to expand internationally through the creation of Hilton International Hotels. Both Intercontinental and Hilton tended to lease hotels, so they were not the owners. And in foreign locations, it was usually governments, municipalities, development corporations, and groups of wealthy citizens and their businesses who were the owners, and they then brought in either Hilton or Intercontinental as the operators. The next thing to consider is the role of modernism in hotel design. In the United States, the Museum of Modern Art was opened in New York in 1932, and this is often considered a major moment, especially for architectural modernism in an American context. Henry Russell Hitchcock and Philip Johnson, of course, curated early on their famous International Style exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art, which was published as a book in 1933. But actually, very little happened in the United States with regard to the actual building of modernist buildings for the next 20 years. This was partly because Art Deco was already the established modern architectural style of American commercial organizations, and also because of the Second World War and the fact that the economy was moved over to war production until the war's end. What this means is that the idea that modernism started in Europe, then came to the United States, and then spread everywhere else is probably not quite correct. It's arguable that after the Second World War, there was actually very little by way of modernist construction in Europe. There was pretty much none in the United States. And all countries faced with a new geopolitical and cultural situation after the Second World War, especially post-colonial countries or countries that were gaining independence from the European powers, were in a similar position with regard to realizing that modernism and the international style would form powerful ways of creating new cultural identities. So if one shatters the idea that somehow Europe and America were in the lead, and one takes the alternative view, which I think is much better evidenced, that many countries look to modernism after the Second World War as creating, a new position, then one opens up all sorts of interesting and fairer intellectual possibilities with regard to how we read post-war architecture around the world. And I'm certainly an advocate of the idea of reading the international style and of modernist architecture in a global context. And that was one of the things that informed the Jet Age Hotels book. The first hotel in the international style was what was named the Caribe Hilton in San Juan in Puerto Rico, designed by the Puerto Rican architects Osvaldo Toro and Miguel Ferrer, and completed in 1949. This hotel predates Le Corbusier's first Unité d'Habitation in Marseille by some considerable margin. Toro and Ferrer had been taught in New York in the Beaux-Arts manner, but they really admired people like Corbusier, Walter Gropius, and the European modernist pioneers. And given the opportunity to design a hotel as a kind of national symbol for post-war Puerto Rico, they put those ideas into practice and produced an extremely innovative building. This is probably one of the most innovative large buildings in the world at that point. And the interiors were decorated by Puerto Rican artists, furniture makers, and so on. It was really a showcase for what modern Puerto Rican culture could produce. And it also set an international paradigm for hotel design in the post-war era. After that, the next very important large example of a hotel in the international style is probably the Istanbul Hilton, completed in 1955 to a design by Gordon Bunshaft and Nathalie Deblois of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill in New York, and the very excellent Turkish architect Sedat Eldem. Eldem is an extremely interesting figure. He was a great cosmopolitan and a sophisticate. His training had been under Hans Polzig in Germany during the time of the Weimar Republic in the 1920s, and he traveled widely and had absorbed a great many architectural and cultural ideas. He was probably arguably also more the sophisticate than the younger Bunshaft and Deblois. The building is obviously inspired to a large extent by the Caribe Hilton and also by post-war ideas by Le Corbusier, but Eldem brought a lot of his own vision to bear as well. The balconies have got wooden inlays in the balustrading, which are derived from traditional Ottoman houses, and a lovely flourish is the porte cochere, which takes the form of a mythical flying carpet cast in concrete, the underside of which was covered in gold mosaic and floodlit from below. And that lovely compound curved shape it forms a splendid foil to the rectilinearity of the block containing the bedrooms. The structures on the roof containing heating and ventilation and water tanks also were covered in gold mosaic and floodlit. So it's a very rigorous building on the outside, but also one that effectively connoted luxury. The interiors were largely by Hilton's own in-house architect, David T. Williams, and he spent time in Istanbul visiting different suppliers and manufacturers. So they used a lot of traditional Turkish tiling mixed with modern Scandinavian furniture, and creating a kind of palimpsest of international modernism with items that were locally sourced. The Istanbul Hilton was then followed by the Nile Hilton in Cairo, designed by Robert Tyler, a young architect in the Los Angeles firm of Wilton Beckett Associates. The building was commissioned by the Egyptian government, who wanted Wilton Beckett as the designers. And the interiors are quite interesting because rather than it being David T. Williams of Hilton who designed them, as with the one in Istanbul, they were instead the work of Wilton Beckett, but integrated into these in the hallways are replicas of ancient Egyptian artifacts in the Egyptian Museum on the opposite side of Tahrir Square. So it's sort of an interesting idea of taking aspects of the museum and putting them into the hotel lobby. The accommodation block is slightly V-shaped on the side facing the River Nile in order to give views up and down the river. And of course, on the horizon were the pyramids. Here's a little text. I'm not going to read it, but it's written in a book about hotel interior design, published in New York in 1963, and written by the British hotel interior designer Henry End, who makes the controversial point that as hotels are intended for visitors, he thinks that the design of their interiors is better carried out by persons from elsewhere rather than in the countries in which the hotels are located. The theory being that a foreigner is better able to choose which aspects of the national culture would be of interest to visitors. Now, this goes completely against the grain of ideas about cultural appropriation and about notions of hierarchy in the way that culture is disseminated. But I think it's quite relevant to think about nonetheless when we consider the way that buildings such as hotels that are aimed at tourists have been designed in the time since End was writing. This kind of idea has become rather endemic, it's influential at the very least. Next, I'm going to consider the Royal Tehran Hilton, another building designed by a modernist architect who was neither European nor American. This building is the work of Haydar Gai, a prolific and very brilliant Iranian architect who was trained at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, and who in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s designed a great many very daring and innovative buildings in Tehran and elsewhere in Iran. This hotel's interesting also from a structural perspective in that it stands on an earthquake zone. So unlike the others, rather than being of reinforced concrete, it's instead steel framed. And indeed, the whole building was constructed as a kit in England, in Doncaster, by a company called Cementation Limited. It was then sent by sea to Beirut, and the components carried over land to the site on that, which was then on the outskirts of Tehran, where it was constructed. The British architect responsible for interpreting Haydar Gai's designs, incidentally, was Raglan Squire, and his grandson went to the Royal College of Art with me in the 1990s. The Oberoi Intercontinental in New Delhi was going to be the first modernist hotel in the Indian subcontinent, but the Oberoi company didn't have enough money to complete it. The building is very much inspired by the work of Le Corbusier in Chandigarh, but is entirely the work of three Indian modernist architects. It was only completed belatedly when the American intercontinental chain provided the finance. But I think it's a very interesting example of Indian brutalist architecture in a post-war hotel in the Indian subcontinent. And finally, we come to the Intercontinental in Karachi, also completed somewhat belatedly in 1964 on account of similar issues. This hotel has quite a long gestation. An original concept was produced in 1960 by Edward Durrell Stone, who was an important American architect who designed several very significant buildings in the Indian subcontinent. He designed the American Embassy in New Delhi. He also later went on to produce designs for the government buildings in Islamabad. And when one looks at Stone's original design for this hotel, one can see very great similarities, particularly to his designs for the buildings in Islamabad, in that there is a large oversailing roof covering pretty much the whole site, underneath which various elements are located. The accommodation block was to have been covered in filigree concrete. Between coming up with the initial design and the hotel being built, it was necessary to raise additional finance, but also to prune back the project. And to do this, the families, 10 families in Karachi who were financing the hotel, brought in the professional expert American hotel architect William B. Tabler. Tabler removed Stone's oversailing roof and instead replaced it with individual buildings forming elements of an extended podium. These are the ballroom, conference rooms, restaurant, and so on. But the main accommodation block remained largely unchanged, and he made a copy at the front of Sedad El Dem's porte cochere from the Istanbul Hilton. The Intercontinental in Karachi also was modified in terms of its structure. Tabler discovered that rather than using structural framing of the same thickness as were required by American regulations, one could instead use slightly thinner steelwork, and that indeed is what was done. So after these changes, the hotel was constructed and opened in 1964, and I gather it's still an important and prominent early modernist landmark with references to Islamic and local design traditions in the city of Karachi. May I conclude by saying I wish I'd been able to come in person to meet all of you and to see the building, and I've so far found this conference extremely fascinating. So thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for an insightful presentation, Professor Bruce Peter. Now, moving forward to our third presentation, which is on regional and foreign influence on vernacular architectural practice by architect Mohammad Faizan Azhar. Mohammad Faizan Azhar is an architect at Naqvi and Siddiqui Associates. He contributes his expertise to the architecture department at the Child Life Foundation alongside. He aims at creating a meaningful impact through implementation of sustainable projects in Pakistan and abroad. I request Mohammad Faizan Azhar to come on stage.
My name is Mohammad Faizan Azhar, representing a case study of Chitana's Voices of India in the Tamil Nadu province. First of all, I would give the introduction about the pluralism in India that exists. Pluralism in architecture refers to the coexistence of different architectural styles and influences within a region or society. Pluralism in Indian vernacular architecture encompasses a wide range of architectural styles, techniques, and materials that have evolved over centuries. Its coexistence is evident in various styles such as Mughal, Dravidian, Nagara, Varasa, and Indo-Saranic styles. Mughal architecture, harmony of Islamic and Indian elements seen in Taj Mahal and Red Fort. Nagara style, pointed arches and sloping roofs. Virasa style, combination of Nagara and Dravidian traditions. Indo-Saranic styles emerged during the British colonial period, fusion of Indian and European elements. Overall, Indian vernacular architecture is a captivating mosaic that reflects the country's diverse heritage and regional variations. Would like to conclude the important components of India's pluralism. India's architectural style reflects diverse cultural influences, the Mughal, the Rajputs, Dravidian, and European. One vital component is the use of local materials, which showcases the skill of Indian architects in working with resources available in their respective regions. This practice has resulted in a wide range of regional architectural styles, with materials like red stone in Rajasthan's temples and white marble in Gujarat's mosques. Symbolism enriches architectural expression, conveying religious, cultural, and political messages. Hindu architecture incorporates symbolic elements like the lotus flower representing purity. Symmetrical layouts prevalent in diverse Indian architectural styles, embodying order and harmony. India's spatial dynamics embody its rich history, cultural diversity, and evolving economy. Diversity in religious, ethnic, and linguistic groups leads to both conflicts and cooperation, enhancing societal vibrancy. Spatial hierarchy is notable with different regions playing distinct roles in the national economy. Coastal areas drive trade and commerce, while interior regions contribute significantly to agriculture. Rapid urbanization is evident, with megacities like Mumbai and Delhi becoming economic hubs. Rural-urban linkages are strengthening, creating new industries and opportunities in rural areas. The interplay of geography, history, culture, and economy shapes India's spatial dynamics. Geographic diversity, historical influences, and cultural tapestry influence how people interact in spaces. Ongoing growth and development continue to shape India's spatial dynamics, leading to an intriguing future. India's evolution will reflect traditions, economic changes, and societal shifts driven by its diverse heritage. Social and cultural implications of architectural pluralism. India's architectural pluralism fosters tolerance and understanding among diverse religious ethnic groups. Collaborative construction of shared spaces breaks down barriers, promoting unity and communal bonds. Pluralism plays a crucial role in preserving traditional knowledge and skill passed down through generations. It contributes to the maintenance of India's architectural heritage, vital for cultural continuity and traditional practice. Safeguarding this dynamic environment keeps Indian architecture vibrant and progressive, constantly evolving to meet contemporary needs while honoring its historical roots. It shapes India's identity as a cultural melting point, visually representing myriad traditions and customs coexisting within its boundaries. It acts as a tangible symbol of country's rich cultural heritage and diversity. Colonial influence and architectural transformation. British arrived in the 17th century impacted Indian architecture, introducing neoclassical, Gothic revival, and Baroque styles. Colonial architecture uniquely blended European styles with Indian elements, seen in structures like the Raj Mahal, Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is now the residence of President of India. This neoclassic structure features symmetrical facades, columns, and pediments, while incorporating Indian touches like red stone and chhatris. Victoria Terminus, which is now renamed as the Chhatrapati Shivaji Railway Station in Mumbai, showcases Gothic revival architecture characterized by pointed arches, stainless glass windows, and a prominent clock tower, integrating Indian influences like Mughal motifs and local materials. British urban planning introduced wide streets, parks, and civil buildings reflecting authority in cities and towns. Various religious buildings in Gothic, Baroque, and Indian Saronic styles were constructed during this period. Colonial architecture combined new materials like red stone, brick, and concrete with traditional Indian materials like marble and granite. Indian architects emerged during this era, trained in Western schools, blending European and Indian styles in shaping India's architecture. The colonial period's architectural fusion of Indian and European elements continues to influence India's architectural landscape. Would be predominantly emphasizing on the Chitanad mentions. Chitanad is the name of a region located in the Sivangi and Patogi districts of Tamil Nadu. As you can see, it is nearer to the Chennai International Airport and Pondicherry. It has been home of the prosperous Natapori Chitar since around the 13th century. Krakri is known as the capital of Chinnathan. It has 74 villages. Chennai region in Tamil Nadu showcases opulent mansions with a fusion of architectural styles. These mansions combine ingenious Dravidian architecture with colonial and East Asian influences. Its features include spacious courtyards, carved wooden pillars, and intricate tile work reflecting authentic regional architecture. Built using local materials and construction techniques adhering to Vastu Shastra principles and responding to the local climate, prioritize natural light and ventilation for the residents' well-being. Interiors exhibit a mixed traditional Indian elements and European influences, adorned with brassware, Tanjori paintings, marble, and teak wood. Now, particularly talking about the architectural layout, Chitanad houses exhibit a distinctive architectural style that seamlessly combines traditional Indian elements with colonial influences. These houses are centered around a central courtyard, around which interconnected rooms are thoroughly arranged, rising to 2 or 3 stories. These houses boast grand staircases that provide access to the upper floors. The ground floor rooms feature high ceilings, expensive windows, and elaborate doorways serving as spaces for hosting guests adorned with intricate wood carvings and frescoes. In contrast, the upper floors serve as living quarters characterized by a more understated decor. Chitana's houses ingeniously addresses the challenges posed by the hot and humid climate, featuring smaller windows that ensure privacy and shield occupants from the elements. These houses also showcase expensive verandas or balconies that overlook meticulously manicured gardens and courtyards adorned with exquisite tilework, providing a cool and serene haven for leisure and social gatherings. The architectural brilliance of Chitanad houses is widely acclaimed, embodying historical significance, functional ingenuity, and captivating aesthetics, reflecting the region's cultural heritage and the enduring influence of colonial powers. Spatial planning. The basic floor plan of a Chitanad house consists of an outside veranda, which is commonly called as thinai in Hindu customs for guests, with a room for conducting business on one or both ends. An interior courtyard to be used in ceremonies with a raised seating area at one or both ends. A series of small and double rooms, which is evident in the plan, the opening of main courtyard, for storage, prayer, and sleeping. They later expanded vertically in two-storied structures and horizontally through the addition of numerous halls and courtyards that could accommodate guests at marriages and other ceremonies. The real hall served as the women's domain, where the women of the community reared children, engaged in food preservation, and went about other domestic activities. As you can see, I have also put a cross-sectional elevation of the plan, which clearly shows how the arrangements was kept. Thinai on both sides of the main entrance for informal gatherings, originally for male household members, later front thinai enclosed for more privacy. Enclosure aimed to reduce segregation between male and female family members. The flat roof surrounded by a balustrade was designed to capture gentle breeze while shielding interior from direct sunlight. The light-colored chunam lime plaster covering the building served as an effective heat radiator during the hot season. By orienting the building away from the sun and utilizing thick walls, the overall structure remained cool. The arrangement of various parts of the building around an open courtyard ensured proper ventilation. The double roof system maintained a comfortable temperature indoors, with the chhajjas serving as a barrier against the sun rays. The entrance or reception foyers of Chitanad houses were referred to as magapu. The magapus, adorned with intricate woodwork, sculptures, and stucco accents, elaborate elements showcase meticulous detailing, reflects exceptional craftsmanship in Chitanad architecture. Courtyards in Chitanad houses are central spaces for family gatherings, surrounded by rooms on all sides, providing natural ventilation and light. Antangadi tiles, renowned in Chitanad for exceptional artistry. They are handcrafted by skilled artisans using local clay. Through careful firing and glazing techniques, the tiles attain a flawless finish. With a vast selection of vibrant hues and captivating patterns, these tiles possess a unique luster that strikes an ideal balance between glossy and matte surfaces. These tiles are evident in the Chitanad houses. Chitanad houses showcases executive craftsmanship in carved doors and pillars. Grand structures like palaces, temples, and mansions highlight these masterful creations. Crafted from wood, stone, or granite, revered globally for exceptional beauty and artistry. Pillars meticulously designed with intricate detailing, emphasizing upper and lower sections. Chitanad houses are famous for a unique architectural style, particularly highlighted by pitched roofs. Pitched roofs have dual sloping surfaces and are commonly used in regions with significant rainfall or snowfall. In Chitanad, these roofs are traditionally made of clay tiles or hats, offering effective protection against heavy monsoon rains. Elaborately carved wooden beams or columns support the roofs, enhancing their ornate beauty. The steep slope facilitates swift drainage of rainwater, protecting the roof walls and interior spaces from potential damage. Pitched roofs are integral to Chitanad's architectural heritage, valued for their aesthetic appeal, practical functionality, and historical significance. Inside Chitanad houses, wooden columns are prominently used. Stone pillars are typically found in the courtyards. Granite pillars were later introduced in the outdoor thinai. The wooden columns are gracefully shaped, representing the distinctive elegance of Chitanad architecture. In the diagram below, it is evident the columns that were located in the Chitanad houses. Balustrades, parapets, and conics are integral elements that define the architectural identity of the region. Stucco conic adorn Chitanad houses, tracing the contours of walls. Balustrades and parapets crafted from Chitanad plaster add layers to the mansion's grandeur. These elements enhance the palatial aura of the mansions, containing various levels and pavilions. Crafted with delicate combinations of natural colors, These features create a visually captivating effect. Chitanath plaster, renowned for its velvety texture and long-lasting quality, has retained its charm throughout the ages. Crafted from a unique blend of seashell, limb, and eggs, it adds a crowning touch to wall finishing. The intricate process involves layering bricks with white limb mortars, creating a fusion of smoothness, strength, luminosity, and coolness. The region also excels in fresco painting on plaster surfaces, decorating doorways, window transform pieces, and conics with enhancing illustrations that blend artistic beauty with spiritual sensibilities. Sustainable and inclusive design is crucial for creating built environments that promote social cohesion, environmental stewardship, and cultural preservation. It involves integrating renewable energy sources, efficient waste management systems, and eco-friendly materials to minimize environmental impact. Inclusive design ensures equal access and participation for all, considering the needs of diverse individuals and marginalized communities. By incorporating local architectural styles, traditional craftsmanship, and cultural symbolism, designers elaborate cultural identity and strengthen community bonds. India's architectural tourism is influenced by socio-cultural factors such as cultural diversity, climate considerations, social practices, and adaptability. Vernacular design adaptations in India integrate cultural identity, environmental consciousness, and social cohesion harmoniously. These adaptations preserve diverse cultural heritage and embrace sustainable and inclusive design principles. Regional variations, climatic challenges, social and ritual practices, and adaptability over time are addressed in vernacular pluralistic design. India celebrates its cultural legacy and fosters a deep connection between people, history, and the built environment through these design principles. Indian vernacular architecture showcases pluralism reflecting the country's rich cultural heritage and diverse historical influences. Coexistence of styles like Mughal, Dravidian, Agra, Visara, and Indo-Saronic highlights cultural regional variations. Key features include adept use of local materials, symbolic expressions, symmetrical layouts, and intricate ornamentation. Architectural pluralism promotes tolerance, preserves traditional knowledge, and inspires creativity and innovation. European styles from the colonial era were seamlessly blended with Indian elements seen in Chetanad mansions in Tamil Nadu district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammad Faizan Azhar. Moving forward, the last presentation of this session is titled Analyzing the Vernacular Architectural Typology of Sindh and Balochistan, Dwellings and Their Vernacular Design by architects Ifra Asif and Sidra Khokhar. Ifra Asif is an architect, preservationist, scholar, and a graduate of University of Pennsylvania with a Master of Science in Historic Preservation. She has worked with the Aga Khan Trust for Culture and Documentation and Preservation of the world's largest mural wall in Lahore Fort. At UPenn, she worked at the Center for Architectural Conservation as a research fellow. Ifra Asif and Sidra Khokhar are both lecturers at the School of Art, Design and Architecture at National University of Sciences and Technology, Islamabad. Involved in architectural education, Ifra has introduced design projects in Architecture Studio with a focus on issues of climate crisis, disaster-resilient architecture, and energy-efficient designs. She also leads the Heritage and Restoration Studio at the school. While for Sidra Khokhar, her teaching and research have focused on the essential relation of informing designs through a study of architectural history of the region. Sidra is also an avid writer on the related issues. Both of them will be joining us online. You may now start your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Thank you for sharing your insightful research thus far pertaining to the theme of pluralism in architecture within the South Asian and broader geographical context. My name is Sidra Khokhar, and today I am joined by my colleague Ifra Asif, representing NUST at this conference. Our research revolves around the sub-theme of exchanges, indigenous wisdom, and its reflection in architecture, particularly in the region of Sindh and Balochistan in Pakistan. Not only have we selected this region for its rich vernacular heritage, but given the current climate crisis and the role of vernacular dwellings and their design thinking, alongside their execution and in disaster management in particular, we felt it was an important aspect that needed to be addressed in the pressing situation. So today we will be presenting to you our research work titled Analyzing the Vernacular Architecture Typology of Sindh and Balochistan Dwellings and Their Vernacular Design. Assalamu alaikum and as a brief introduction to our research, the overarching theme being explored, as mentioned earlier, is within the realm of prevalent vernacular architecture as a byproduct of the climatic conditions and available infrastructure and materials within the Sindh and Balochistan region. We will be looking at the consequent typology of domestic spaces that emerge and how they have intricate ties with the traditions of the region that have been in practice over time. Regarding the geographical location of the typologies of vernacular architecture found within the Balochistan and Sindh region, their respective climatic conditions have a lot to contribute to the architectonics and design strategies that have evolved over the years, and that is something that we've looked at within the research methodology section of our research. As Pakistan is extremely vulnerable to the effects of climate change and global warming, as seen in recent years, paired with the current prevalent climatic conditions of an unprecedented rise in temperatures, excessive rainfall, flash flooding, and drought spells, the hindrance when it comes to the category of established dwellings that are retrofitted to adapt to these changes needs to be addressed. And that is also a consequent research concern that we have explored within our research manuscript as well. All right, some research questions that were the basis of formulating our manuscript are as follows. Firstly, what are the indigenous construction techniques and design strategies that have been part of the vernacular architectural tradition of the region under speculation? Secondly, why is there a need to decode age-old oral traditions of the remote regions in Sindh and Balochistan that have been translated into the vernacular architectural construction methodologies? And consequently, how can this be done? Thirdly, why is there a need to formally document and analyze dwelling layouts that are a byproduct of the overall identity of the region with respect to their materiality? All right, coming towards the climatic context of the research, the vernacular architecture and its derivation from the cultural identity of the region under speculation, namely Sindh and Balochistan, is also closely related to its climate, with extremes in climate where average temperatures exceed 44 degrees centigrade, a critical understanding to comprehend and highlight the underlying influences of the vernacular oral traditions of the aforementioned regions is vital. To understand the methodologies behind the evolution of dwellings in Sindh and Balochistan, the creation of living conditions over time that are acceptable to its inhabitants is also important to study. Continuing the analysis of the physical context of the research setting in Balochistan and Sindh, these areas face harsh climatic conditions characterized by wavering summer temperatures of an average high of 44 to 45 degrees, as mentioned earlier. These high temperatures that are shown in figures A and B have resulted in unprecedented disasters in recent times that have proven to be fatal for the inhabitants of the area. As such, understanding the prevalent conditions of this region and evaluating them to create dwelling units based on oral traditions which are responsive to their regions, not only their climate but their socio-cultural climate, is also very imperative. Both regions being examined are known for their hot temperatures, their tribal lifestyle, and proximity to the western mountain ranges of Pakistan, which have a barren terrain. Continuing the analysis, with temperatures set to surge in the coming years due to the increase in global warming, the sun position in daylight in Sindh and Balochistan, as demonstrated in the figures C and D shown, correspondingly indicate that as direct sunlight is observed during the daytime for a longer period, for up to 9 hours on average, this not only intensifies the harsh and hot weather of the region, but also increases the need for the presence of locally informed, active and passive cooling techniques, as well as shading devices as a part of the built fabric of the rural settlements and dwelling units. Furthermore, the intense sunshine hours paired with the lack of cloud cover, shade, and little rainfall from both the monsoons and western depressions, the harsh climatic condition of this region is substantiated further. With temperature coming towards the research methodology that we have adapted for this research is that through a case study methodology, the research will analyze various dwelling archetypes and their construction materials found in the highlighted region, such as the chopper house, koti house, and shonro house. Analysis of relevant passive design strategies that are found in the identified vernacular case studies, such as verandas, courtyards, clustering of houses, ventilation, and jalis, will be seen to as well. Analyzing passive design strategies found in the aforementioned dwellings to understand their effectiveness as vernacular design strategies in combating the challenges of the harsh desert climate will also be speculated. Regarding the socio-cultural setup of both regions, one observes a predominantly tribal setting with a rich history of tradition. The cementing factor of the living pattern of the people for both Balochistan and Sindh are their religion and cultural traditions, which not only provide a base for their community, their social order, most importantly for the architectural style that has emerged as an iconic image of their built fabric and their spatial semantics of their vernacular dwelling spaces. Coming towards
religion and cultural traditions provide a base for the community, social order, and most importantly, the architecture style of the built environment and spatial semantics of the vernacular dwellings in rural Sindh and Balochistan. Decoding the traditional values which contribute to the creation of a familiar environment for the inhabitants of the region is derived via the fundamental rulings of the spatial semantics of their dwelling spaces. This includes the concept of parda, or segregation between the males and females, utilization of recreational activities as a means of knitting together the village community. Anthropometrics of the dwelling spaces is done so with respect to the size of their families, cattle, and utilization of living areas, which is based on their traditional foods and cooking methodologies. The chopper house is a basic house type commonly found in rural Sindh. It generally consists of 1 or 2 rooms called landi, with a courtyard and a veranda acting as a passive cooling strategy. The overall compact design of the house minimizes the total surface area exposed to the harsh sun, thereby ensuring thermal comfort within the house as well. Additionally, the non-habitable spaces of this house typology are placed towards the east-west orientation that receive maximum daylight. In bamboo chopper house, walls are constructed of bamboo and plastered with mud and husk, Wooden logs are used for the roof framing, filled with a layer of sar and kana and plastered with a layer of mud. The second subtype is mat and log chopper house, where walls are constructed using wooden framing, covered with matting and plastered with mud. A hip roof frame is constructed with matting laid over a wooden frame, which is then covered with sar and kana for protection against heat and rain. Koti house, constructed of mud bricks with a thatched roof, is a vernacular house typology of rural Balochistan. It generally consists of 2 rooms with a veranda in front serving as the living room. A courtyard extends beyond the veranda and serves as open space for the family under the shade of the trees. The courtyard also houses an informal kitchen and cattle pen. Apart from serving as the main design feature and dwelling space, the courtyard is also used here as a passive cooling strategy to reduce heat gain. Mud brick Koti house is constructed of sun-dried mud bricks and mud plaster. Girders and wooden planks are used to provide strength to the walls. Tiers are laid over the girders to provide framing for the roof. Mud bricks are laid on top and plastered with mud and straw to provide strength and protection from rain and heat. Mud Koti house is constructed of mud walls and a flat thatched roof. The walls are constructed using wooden framing filled with a mixture of mud and rice straw. Wooden logs are used to build a frame for the roof, on top of which wooden planks are laid out and plastered with a mixture of mud and rice straw. The interior layout of the house is also simplified to fit the basic square shape of the structure, keeping in mind the rudimentary nature of the building materials being used. Baked brick Koti house is constructed of baked bricks laid in cement using tiers, girders, and wooden logs as support and plastered with cement. The roof is built using a framework of tiers and girders over which a mixture of cement, sand, and brick powder is poured. The use of baked or fired bricks in dwellings may be an indication of relative prosperity. Shonro House is primarily a round structure with a conical thatched roof. It categorizes itself within the vernacular house typology of Thar Desert. The round structure of the house helps to deflect strong desert winds. It generally consists of 1 or 2 rooms, a courtyard encircled by a bush fence. The structure is built using a mud brick or wood foundation, mud brick walls covered with a layer of cotton plant sticks, dry grass, and mud plaster. A conical roof is constructed using a wooden frame. Wooden sticks, straw, hay, and grass are laid over the roof frame and tied with ropes. Extreme climatic conditions require efficient design solutions. The house typologies discussed with regards to the materials used in their construction may also be examined for their climatological performance. These typologies, however, have not been subjected to scientific analysis. The use of these construction techniques in these particular regions is based on vernacular knowledge and tradition. Most of the dwellings discussed use local building materials such as mud bricks, baked bricks, wood, clay, thatch, either sourced from the region or produced on site. These dwellings combine simple, vernacular, and passive design strategies to generate a relatively comfortable microclimate. The courtyard, shaded by native trees and vegetation, contributes to regulating microclimates of the dwellings and provide an outdoor living space for the family. The courtyard is also used by people to sleep during the night when the temperatures cool down. Adobe walls, when exposed to the sun, absorb the heat and slowly transmit the heat to the interior. Thermal mass of adobe and mud plaster keeps the interior cool during the day. Even though little scientific investigation and data exists of thermal comfort achieved using adobe and mud plaster in these dwellings, their continuous use in traditional dwellings may suggest that they may be effective in achieving thermal comfort. Relational ecology is established between the biotic and social cultural environments of the region via oral traditions as a form of research dissemination. The concept of dwelling in a rural setup with climatic considerations by its people is relevant to each building typology being explored in this research. Each one is defined by its materiality and societal construct.
Thank you, Ifra Asif and Sidra Khokar. Now, this brings us to the end of paper presentation. I will now invite Ms. Sadia Bano, Architect and Faculty at Architecture Department, to conduct the panel discussion.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you all for such thought and panelist of this session. Our first panelist is architect Khatija Jamal Shaban. Khatija is a consulting architect and project manager and has consulted for the Al Khan Development Network on their construction projects in the Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia. Her experience ranges from design projects to research on social aspects in architecture in Pakistan. Khatija did her bachelor's from NED University and her master's in architectural studies is from MIT, USA. She has also served on the board of many organizations, which include Al Khan Planning and Building Services, Al Khan Ruler Support Program. She has been the chairperson for the Focus Humanitarian Assistance for 6 years. Khatija presently serves on the board of accreditation of architectural schools for the Pakistan Council of Architects and Town Planners and is a council member of Institute of Architects, Pakistan. She has a special interest in architectural education and volunteers time for design and faculty training and linking the schools with various external resources. Thank you, Khatija, for being with us. Our second panelist is Syed Akil Bilgrami. He is a chairman of Najmi Bilgrami Collaborative Private Limited, a multiple award-winning firm based in Karachi. He was twice elected president of Institute of Architects, Pakistan, and during 1990 to 1992 served as chairman of the 21 Nation Architects Regional Council, Arcasia, of which he was also the advisor in 2014. He is the founder, past chairman of Board of Architectural Education, BAE IAP. Currently, he is member of boards of governors of National College of Arts, Lahore, and Indus Valley School of Art and Architecture, Karachi. He is one of the founders of Indus Valley School of Art and Architecture, where he was the executive director from 1997 to 2000 and taught for several years at adjunct faculty. In March 2022, the President of Pakistan also confirmed upon him the award of Sitara Imtiaz. Okay, our last panelist is Rafi Ahmed. Rafi Ahmed is a dedicated design professional with a master's degree in architecture from Washington University, St. Louis, and has worked in several design practices in USA and Pakistan. He is currently engaged at Design Group Practice in Karachi and is an adjunct faculty at Department of Interior Design at the Indus Valley School of Art and Architecture, where he has also taught in the architecture department previously. He espouses a multidisciplinary design approach and has participated in 3 group shows at IVS, 21 Cheers, 21 Lights, and Dice Content, revolving around upcycling found objects, while also co-curated a group show titled Drawing the Line in 2020. He is particularly interested in the confluence of creative writing and designing. Yes, sure. Okay. We have some very interesting papers in the session of exchanges, indigenous wisdom and its reflection in architecture. Two of the papers covering full-length detail in vernacular architecture responding to climatic needs, whereas the paper by Madhya Salam and Dr. Sunila intricately evaluate the hybrid farm skyline in Karachi, which showcases the wide array of building answering to the critical regionalism, to modernism, and to the inclination towards the postmodernism style. And the other paper, the paper by Professor Peter, analyzed rapid adaptation of international style by newly decolonized countries. Now, I would like Ms. Khatija Jamal to, share her panelist comments.
Thank you very much, Sadia. First, I'd like to congratulate the Department of Architecture at NED University for having this kind of an academic conference on architecture, which we miss in this environment a lot. And before even I start commenting on the presentations that we saw this mid-afternoon, I want to talk a bit about the overall term pluralism. We've seen many presentations since morning. I wasn't here for the entire morning session, but heard the panel discussion. And then what we see today. Naturally, I mean, it was quite obvious that every presentation did not really address that aspect of pluralism itself. But I think any product of architecture kind of hints at pluralism in any case. Because architecture, as it evolves, as it is created, and the product that comes out that everybody sees, uses, have multiple stakeholders. And then these stakeholders have different worldviews. And I say the word worldview in a very broad way right here. So the product, the way that particular product is used, firstly, how it is created. Now, if we look at it in a very strict term of architect and architectural design team, the contractors, the laborers at site, and then the users that actually the building is for. You may have a small unit of a house. We looked at a small unit of village houses. We looked at the hotels. And we looked at a house in Tamil Nadu. And of course, the whole documentation of Karachi. So what is it that actually, when we talk about pluralism in architecture, otherwise brings, is the set of values and principles. We may vary in various things, but it's not about even tolerating that I tolerate you, or it's about bringing, getting rich and celebrating everyone together. Similarly, if we look at it in the social context, and then in the architectural context, again, what are those values and principles which actually will bring everybody together, or the values that come together and the principles that come together to celebrate. So having said that, I feel that at least two of the papers were more kind of just documenting things as they were without real commentary. There were sound bites, but the whole commentary of the buildings that evolved in various decades in Karachi. Why was it so? If there were differences, why the differences were so? Given that the context was the same, and they were looking more at public buildings. So how did those public buildings evolve? Was it, when you talk about public buildings, there's a lot of input of bureaucracy and politics in it. So how do you look at that in the whole pluralistic development? The last paper that came about, the vernacular one, it was so simple, and how people address these things themselves. And more with disasters happening, you see a lot of professionals going in with their input. How does that really combine with that vernacular knowledge? Because people, whatever they are building is what is available. When we bring in any foreign material, I mean anything from outside that they are using, how will that work with them? Will it be available? And there are various types, various stages for disaster preparedness and then response. So how does all of that work? The whole economic livelihood of cattle. So I think those questions need to be addressed further when we look at such projects. But it was very simple and it was very well explained. I thoroughly enjoyed the jet hotels because it took you through so many different aspects and yet kind of explain that each in its own context had some meaning, whether it in every hotel. I mean, the hotel on the Nile in Cairo, in that context of actually being at the Nile, being his part of history, and then what it meant for that particular era, because obviously that was also explained in what each government was wanting for that particular regime to actually be for the outside world. And very beautifully, he talked about modernism and then an international style. And I think we actually struggle most of the time when we talk about modernism, but we don't look at it everything as an international style. And I think if I relate that to Sunila's and Nadiha's documentation, we talked about quiche architecture, how some of the buildings have just, put things together. So what is that as we move on with time, as technology takes in, and if we look at urban areas for that, how are we really gonna be true to the context, which means, and take in everything that is happening for the good in architecture, and also be appropriate, not physical context, but the social context as well. I think those are the questions we can explore further. I think I'll stop here, let others speak, and I'm sure there'll be more discussions.
Okay, thank you, Khatija, for your comments. Bilgrami Saab.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for having me here as a panelist. This is, again, as Khatija said, one of those rare occasions where you are given an opportunity to discuss architecture. Let me start with the first presentation, which Madiha and Sunila, Dr. Sunila, gave. First, a comment. Habib Fidali was mentioned and some of his buildings were mentioned. Remarkable architect. In fact, he was the one who introduced fair-faced concrete. And he did some remarkable work there in that. But this was his first building, the Shell House, which came up in 1978-79. Prior to that, for 14 years, Habib never did a public building. It was all his houses, which are rarely mentioned. So there's some remarkable houses that he had done before that, and even after that, some of the houses that he designed, very simple, very, straight lines. And so that is something that has to be really noted. Then the buildings of Karachi, architectural mosaic and the pluralistic identity. Karachi has been influenced tremendously by two factors, the architecture of Karachi, I feel. One is the Aga Khan Award for Architecture. And along with that, it's the Aga Khan University Hospital. Because Aga Khan Award for Architecture gave the local architects a totally different insight about regionalism, about indigenous traditions. And because of that, a whole lot of architects were influenced post 1980. The other was architectural education. At the Dawood College, for instance, with Professor Kausar Bashir Ahmed and Dr. Javed Haider, introduced the socially responsive architecture, the socially responsible architecture. In fact, socially responsive architecture is very similar, but nevertheless, because of this, I think practice of architecture diversified. There are a whole lot of architects who went into the social people like Parveen Rahman, for instance, who was one of the pioneers of that. And then there are many other architects who have followed her. So education was something that was, I think, important, where blindly following the modernistic traditions or blindly following the rest, the West, that was sort of discontinued, and people started thinking about what architecture is and what then the other paper, the hotels, this was remarkable documentation of the jet hotels. I thoroughly enjoyed. In fact, it sort of in 20 minutes gave a history of the development of hotels worldwide. I just wanted to mention one thing here, since hotels came up. You have the Serena Quetta, designed by Ramesh Khosla of Arco. When this hotel was designed, the local people were very, very unhappy. They're very unhappy about it because they said, "Arey, ये तो वही है जो हमारे घर जिसके बनते हैं." You know, if you've been to Quetta, if you've seen the hotel, the external plaster is like mud. It is mud, in fact, more or less like a mud finish. And they said, "Ye to hamare." This is just like our own houses. What is new in this new hotel people are talking about? And so the local population just couldn't digest a hotel with this finish. They expected something very sort of fancy and right. This is before the Tamil Nadu. Faizan is.
Yes, Faizan.
Achha. Now, I just wanted to question him. How did he get to Tamil Nadu? And what sort of is that a documentation that's been taken from somewhere? Because or has he visited the place? I mean, it was completely out of, to me, it was completely out of context. That you have a documentation done, frankly, he couldn't have done it himself. There's no question about that. Having not been there, and so there's very little one can talk about that because, sorry, Faizan, but this is something that you will have to answer eventually, these questions, because a lot of questions can be raised from what you've presented. The last paper, analyzing the vernacular architectural typology of Sindh and Balochistan, very well presented. It is something that we architects should actually learn from. This is a learning process. When you go and try and help them, their tradition, their architectural tradition or vernacular tradition, I think that should not be disturbed at all. They have to continue with that. You can only give some input, technical input that they are not, they don't have access to. That is all you can do. Because whatever they are doing, it suits their climate, it suits their lifestyle, and it should, be encouraged. It's just, as I said, that you add some technical knowledge to it to enhance their own capacity and capability. That's about. So, thank you for now.
Okay, thank you so much. Before hearing from Rafi Ahmed, let me take Madhya Salam with us. Madhya, are you there? Can you hear us? Because Madhya, please respond back to architect Khatija Jamal and Bilgrami Saab's comments.
Okay, I wanted to add that the scope of this paper was actually around Karachi's architectural mosaic and the pluralistic identity. And we covered almost 160 buildings in this research, and around 80 buildings were put in the book I mentioned earlier. So most of the part of the that is present in the book available. Whereas about the public buildings changing architecture and what we were commenting on this paper was around the pluralistic identity, which actually changed over the period of time. And we were focusing the chronological change and evolution of the city's development.
Okay. Thank you. Please, Rafi, comments.
If I can just
Yes.
if I can just start with Madhya Salam and Sunila's presentation. I just again more questions than anything else that I have. The use of the term public buildings. I was just wondering, if because a lot of the examples that you guys showed, they were more corporate buildings. So there were a lot of banks, there were some institutional buildings. And when you have corporations involved, obviously unke aspirations pe aa jate hain, their agendas, and there's like a whole array of aspirations that comes in when you are dealing with the corporate buildings, which are not necessarily in sync with the public. So I was just sort of questioning whether the use of public building, because there was a whole range of buildings that you guys showed as examples of. And if you're talking about pluralistic societies, and we're talking about the aspirations of the public, then I think one of the questions that at least arose in my mind was how representative are these buildings of the people that live in the city, because they're not really used by them. One of the other things that came up in the first presentation was the idea of kitsch. And some of the other words that came up in the other presentations were also, fusion and hybridity. So the question that I really have is, these are all sort of like, I guess in some ways alluding to the idea of, authenticity. When we look at buildings, specifically public buildings, we are looking at how representative they are of the public that they represent. And the way we sort of like, look at ideas of authenticity. Obviously there's a range. When you're looking at kitsch, there's a lot of stuff that is sort of like, added on. It's sort of like, like Khadija said, it's sort of like, put together. And it doesn't really sort of like, fuse into something that can be representative of the larger aspirations of society, since we're talking about pluralism. So that was just a comment or a question. One of the other things that came up in the second presentation was the idea of authorship. So, when these hotels were being built in, some of the cities which were post-colonial and some of them which were not. So, obviously, if you're looking at Turkey, as Suha pointed out, that, Turkey was never colonized. So a lot of the issues that they were dealing with are not similar to the issues that cities like Karachi or Mumbai were dealing with, as post-colonial cities. And, that was a time when, there were, newly independent cities, say in the 50s and the 60s. So, the aspirations that we had, especially after the colonial hangover sort of like, wore off, we wanted to sort of like, have a presence in the world. And, I guess modernity was like, one of the ways that we used to sort of like, impose that, to assume that. But again, the question of authorship, I just want to get back to that. A lot of the architects who say in India, for instance, again, it's probably easier to compare Indian cities to Pakistani cities. The hotels that were being built in India by Hilton and by Intercontinental were, they were like Indian architects, even though they were trained in the modernist style, perhaps, and perhaps in the West, but they were Indian architects. The architects that were here specifically for the Intercontinental Hotel were like foreign architects. So I think again, so the issue really is cultural appropriation, and that's one of the terms that did come up as well. Whether there is a difference in terms of who authors the building. And there was this like one quote that the gentleman Bruce Peter about the fact that perhaps it's better for foreign architects to be designing the interiors of these hotels because they can be more objective about. So I thought that was interesting. The third presentation I thought was very rosy. I mean, it just seemed like everything that's happening in India is fantastic. It's a great fusion of styles, and I'm not sure if that's necessarily true. I mean, if we have issues in Pakistan, India is huge in terms of the geographical spread, in terms of the languages, in terms of their the different cultures that are represented. As well as faiths. We know that there are instances of erasure that have been happening. They have a different sort of relationship to the Mughal heritage than we do. And, that is because of faith, because, especially with the current government in India, there are issues of erasure of the Mughal heritage, probably similar to some of the issues that we have with regards to the British heritage. And those are some of the issues that came up in the earlier discussions. How much of the layers of different heritage that we have, how much of those layers do we own? Do we, stake our ownership? Do we associate our ownership with? And how many of those layers are we a little ambivalent of? So we're not sure if we want to sort of adopt them or not. So just that, and the last presentation again was I thought was interesting, but again, the question is, when we talk about sort of, and again, the question that I had was, the presenters talked about oral traditions. So I was actually looking for some sort of a connection between, the oral tradition in terms of, like the things that we hear. And, our local cultures have a very strong aspect of the oral tradition, especially with things like Dastan Goy, those kinds of traditions and, how they sort of get represented in the built and the physical. So I kind of like, missed that connection between the oral and the oral traditions and the physical tradition. And the other thing that Akil Saab also mentioned was that when we're talking about sort of like the vernacular and, it's very important to sort of go there and to sort of like, experience it and to be more hands-on. And I'm not sure if I sort of like, saw evidence of that hands-on connection, of that tactility with the materials, with the soil, with the construction methodologies in the presentations. But, I thought overall they were, again, I'm trying to sort of like, build connections between the 4 presentations. But I'm sure the audience can sort of like, pipe in and sort of like, help us make connections between and, with pluralism as the overall theme of the conference. Thank you.
Okay. Let me open the floor for question and answers. Yes, Ravina.
I'd like to say a few words before, if that is all right.
Yes, please, answer.
You see, architecture is also greatly influenced by government policies. And this is something that is evident in India and more so in Sri Lanka. Because in India, imports were banned very early on. This was Jawaharlal Nehru's vision of India as a self-contained, self-sufficient country. And they banned imports. And because of that, the building material industry got a boost. And local materials were not only used but encouraged. In Sri Lanka, it was more drastic because it was done with a stroke of a pen and nothing was imported. Nothing, absolutely nothing is imported. And because of that, the architects had to devise their own method of building their own materials. And you see the result. They have some remarkable architecture in Sri Lanka today because it is all indigenous. Even today, there are no imports for building materials. They're all local indigenous materials that are being used. So that is, I think, a very important factor, very important influence on.
Yes, truly said. I guess the role of government in Pakistan transformed from the main lead to the regular just facilitator. So that minimum role, they are almost not playing the role of the lead. So this is a major issue, and this is reflected in all sectors of development. Like in manufacturing, we can see that we are just importing things, no? So this is something very serious about our administration. Acha, any Ravina, your question?
Okay, I have one question and one comment / a question which stems from what Rafi said and can be answered by any of the panelists, or Rafi can take it up, or the speakers as well. So the first question is from Dr. Bruce, is that he showed modern buildings and the cultural appropriation of them. But there's also this catch with the cultural appropriation, because the building in Cairo that I saw and the hieroglyphic artwork that was there, so that was understood as cultural appropriation, but somehow that is also like how do we differentiate between, or do we need to differentiate between anachronistic pastiche and cultural appropriation? Because there's a very thin line, and we have been flirting with that, especially when it comes to modern buildings and their appropriation in South Asian context, and it becomes slightly difficult. So that's one part. The other is we need to unpack the myth of the oral tradition by saying that I'm not denying that there is no oral tradition, or there is no oral tradition existing in South Asia, but I think it's high time we stop hiding behind the idea of oral tradition, because through my research, most of the things that have come to fore is that we don't know Sanskrit, we don't know Persian, we don't know Arabic. So we were talking about loss of language in on the first day as well, and these erasures and losses. And a lot of our written tradition is not transferred to us in the language that we understand as academic. I'm pretty sure that Urdu tradition is also sooner than later going to become an oral tradition, although it has a copious literature available. But because we are detached from it, this is going to become an idea of oral tradition. So South Asians, and this is also colonial mentality, that is something coming in as well. So decolonization or post-colonial narrative also need to start addressing the fact that we are not only an oral tradition. If we talk about traditions, heritages, histories, there's a lot that is written. At Makli, there is epigraphical record that nobody bothers to, that actually Kalimullah Lashari has now bothered to publish upon. There's a very big book. So that is a writing tradition. If it is not on books, it's on buildings. Art is a written tradition as well. So what is oral tradition, and why there is oral tradition, why there is this dichotomy, and when are we going to step up and say, yes, we both actually? Because we can't hide our incompetence behind the idea of oral, or then we move forward. So these are the two things. So I'll stop. Those are comments.
Well, I think that's a very interesting set of questions. If I can answer the first one first, I trust you can all hear me. The initial question about cultural appropriation, I would first of all say, perhaps something I didn't emphasize enough in the paper within the time frame, because it was very heavily cut down, is that these hotels, whether they were in the United States, in post-colonial nations, or in countries that had never been colonized, were commissioned by, designed by, and occupied by elites. And these elites were cosmopolitan, and they had probably more in common with each other than they did with the indigenous populations in any of the countries involved, including the United States of America. I mean, the people like Conrad Hilton, the architects of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, they were well-traveled, highly educated, sophisticated people, and a million miles away from the average American living in the Midwest. And so the kind of taste that was being represented in these hotels was an international and quite elite taste. The issue of cultural appropriation, of course, arises from this because one's already dealing one way or another with people who have got a lot of power and patronage relative to the indigenous populations. And I think it's absolutely right to observe that with hindsight, looking back, one can see an intriguing range of solutions. On the one hand, there are ones that to our eyes, or at least to my eyes today, perhaps look to have been rather tasteful. For example, the beautiful tile work in the Istanbul Hilton, which was authentic, locally made, and fits very well with the design of a modern building as much as it would a traditional or vernacular one. Then there are other aspects of the design which we would view very much through the filter of Edward Said and others as having been absolutely appropriating and making kitsch the local culture. And some of David T. Williams' interiors in Hilton hotels are very much in that kind of Orientalist framing. So there's a range of things happening. I think in conclusion, it's worth pointing out that although notions of cultural appropriation had been evident in Marxist cultural theory for many decades, since, say, the Frankfurt School in the 1930s, and people like Theodor Adorno writing about the culture industry, in terms of coming into the mainstream of debates about architecture and design, it's really been since the 1980s, and especially in the current century, that the term cultural appropriation has come to be very frequently used. And that's in a context of globalization when, with the spread of imagery and cultural ideas across borders, pretty much almost anything, one way or another, could be framed as being cultural appropriation. It could also be framed sometimes as being homage, or, it could be put in or simply human curiosity about other cultures. I think that what's interesting about hotels is that they incorporate all of the possibilities, from the very positive to the very negative, from the very tasteful and respectful to the kitsch and, frankly, stealing of other cultures.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I think we just need to wind it up. Before winding up this session, I have a question to architect Khatija. Khatija, knowing your interest and outreach in various architectural schools in Pakistan, do you think that rich knowledge and practice of traditional knowledge system of local construction is part of architectural pedagogy here in Pakistan? And what type of implications and impact it can bring about in practice if it is inculcated?
Sadia, well, you're in the academic space and you know that it doesn't exist in the formal curriculum. Of course, it is some of the schools make an endeavor to familiarize their students with this kind of traditional knowledge or vernacular architecture, take them to the field for all of this. But in terms of a formal teaching, it does not exist. And if you ask me, yes, personally, I think that kind of teaching material should first be created so that it can be incorporated in the curriculum. We do not have that kind of teaching material. We cannot just keep it as informal as it has always been. So if academic institutions who have these kind of research cells and of the work that have been done, if they can create that kind of knowledge base, which can then be taken up as part of curriculum, then I think, not then, but I think it is very necessary, as also to understand our own architecture here, which we were listening to. And I think I have answered your question, but I would also like to say that being an academic conference in an academic institution, we should be very careful of the terms that we use. Throughout these presentations today, I heard the word identity many times, very loosely used. So you can't cover just identity in every single sentence or every third sentence, or you define it, because you can have your own definition for it for your particular presentation. I've just taken one thing, but I feel that otherwise in any other conference I would let it go, but when it's academic, the terms that you use, because it's all researched. So we need to be very careful as to how it is. I, however, would like to bring up that oral tradition thing. It was a very, very, very important question. We can't let it go. I understand the time constraint, but I think it's open to a lot of debate right now. We may be hiding behind it, but oral tradition is very rich. And I understand that when from various languages, from Sanskrit to other, and then there are so many other regional languages or community languages, which could be like, Gujarati and other things. But so maybe that kind of research has to be taken up, not by architects, by others, to really see what is so authentic and what is not. Whether that transference from, when you talk about oral tradition in architecture, even that transferring, how does it happen and how does it get diluted like everything else? So completely negating it is not a good idea, I think. Yeah, but how to interpret it on a basis of your own assumptions or principles that one sets up, and then takes it up into your own research in architecture. But it's a huge debate. I think you need a full session for that, seriously. Yes.
Tradition. I'm just saying that we are also an oral tradition that coexists with the written tradition.
Absolutely.
We have a very strong written tradition as well. And that is, it's a disproportionate debate every time that when we talk about oral, we are an oral tradition, Whenever I would even try to converse with somebody, they would hide behind the fact, and it's very generic, but we are an oral tradition. So document it, make it into a written tradition.
Every tradition is documented.
It is documented in most places, and it is being documented now. A lot of people are doing that. That's a good thing. Secondly, I forgot what I was trying to say, that every tradition actually starts as an oral tradition and then got, that's my understanding. I might be wrong. I have my reservations with the term authentic as well as what is authentic. It's a very heavily laden theoretical
As I said, every word should be measured with you.
So I have a very uncomfortable relationship with the idea of authentic, but I just want to again reassert, and I hope that I'm sounding assertive, is that we're not an oral tradition only. We need to start looking at a written tradition as well.
But is that what the paper implied?
No, it's not the paper that implied. It's Rafi that Rafi's mentioned it, and I sort of got triggered by it. Yeah. I know major discussion was not around it, but I've heard it so many times. So I said, why not bring it to the fore? Yeah. We both. Yeah. We need to cherish both. We need to embrace both. We need to celebrate both. And that is pluralism.
Right. If I can just sort of put in one more thought. I mean, I think my reaction to the idea of oral tradition was, the difficulty of translating something which is heard and which is oral into something physical. And I thought that was a challenge which really wasn't sort of taken far enough in the presentation, in the last presentation. But the other issue with oral traditions is I think it sort of segues with the idea of erasure. Whether it is because it's an oral tradition, it can tend to get sort of erased if you don't document it, like you say. Right. And the other issue is some of the oral traditions that we have, we don't own up to them enough. Specifically with regards to, the more contested traditions, like say the Ganga Jamni tradition. So some of those will probably, they're getting erased because of our lack of empathy with them. And some of them are probably getting erased because, they are old traditions and, lack of interest, not like active empathy, but sort of disuse. So, I mean, I think the issues of cultural appropriation, of erasure and of oral traditions, I mean, there are a lot of sort of common areas between them that need to be explored further. This was just a start. Yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's just wind up this session. I would like to request Dr. Sona Agarwal for a souvenir distribution. Ma'am, can you please come forward for a souvenir distribution? Okay. Mr. Faizan Azhar. Faizan. Okay. नीचे चलो साथ में। Okay, I will. Okay. जो पैनलिस्ट को देंगे ना तो मैं उसको के साथ दूंगा। I would like to request our registrar, Kazunfar Saab, to please join us for this souvenir distribution ceremony. Thank you, sir. Now, Khatija, please take your souvenir. Bilgirami Saab, our esteemed panelist. No, it's okay. She's leaving. Acha. Okay. Architect Rafi Ahmed. Are we doing good? Good photo, good Rara. Okay. People of this panel. Okay, okay. Off again. No, on it. Okay, now it's time for the group photo. Oh, Sona चले गए. Okay, let's gather for the group photo of this session. Okay. And the lunch is served. First of all, we'll take the photo, group photo. Please stay here. All the panelists are requested to join us. Faculty members.
The sweet one, yes.
I am sorry, but I think we have to wrap up our lunch and discussions, and we should start the third technical session. So it's 5 minutes. All the remaining guests are requested to please be seated. We still have some very interesting papers.
The audience is requested to be seated as we are resuming in a while the third session for the day. Start करें?
Carla, are you with us? Car. So Carla की है ना बस by the way.
Yes.
अरे
पूछ लेंगे राइट है ना
हाँ
क्या है अलाउ पैनलिस्ट टू
शेयर द वीडियो ना
है ना
हाँ हाँ अलाउ तो पहले से स्टार्ट कर वीडियो
तो इसको लगाओ उस पर ये
बस
शुरू
ठीक है
करेंगे
ये तो बोले ना
ठीक है हेलो राबेला चलो बस ठीक है शुरू करके लगा नहीं तो खुद भेजे करेंगे ना पीछे
खुद करेंगे बस उनको रेडी करना था कराने को सुना बहुत परेशान अरे भाई कैमरे में आ रही है उनको बताना है उनको कैमरे में लगा है उनका बता देता आवाज तो नहीं आ रही
My name is Tayyaba Shahid.
And I am Maria Akil, and we are the hosts for this session. The title for the session of the day is Continuities and Discontinuities in Architecture of the Past. We have 4 paper presentations in this session, of which 2 are online and 2 will be presented at the venue. The first paper presentation is titled Settlement and Landscape Mutation Between Hindu Kush and the Himalayas, an approach to the social dynamics in the Swat Valley, and will be presented by Carla Biagioli online. Ms. Carla is an architect, an art historian, and PhD researcher. She is a professional architect and a specialist for documentation and protection of architectural heritage, whose areas of research are the Swat Valley in northern Pakistan and the Himalayan areas. She graduated in the Territorial Villa Architecture Department. Ms. Biagioli is currently enrolled in a doctoral research program at the Center of Research of Asian and Oriental Civilizations, Tibet team under the supervision of Charles Ramble, Lorraine Brunet, and Luca Olivieri, director of the Italian Archaeological Mission in Pakistan. Ms. Carla, you may start your presentation.
Carla, you can share your screen.
Sorry, but I sent a video. She should start it. Okay, thank you.
अरे नहीं कर रही वो ओके प्लीज वेट
बैकड्रॉप लगा
हाँ बैकड्रॉप लगा वीडियो नहीं है इनकी पीपीटी है
हाँ तो लगा तो पीपीटी लगा दो वो एक्सप्लेन करेंगे पूछ नहीं सारा से कि वीडियो आवाज वाली तो नहीं होता
नहीं कुछ नहीं है आवाज
मतलब स्ट्रक्चर तो करो अभी तुम कुछ ऑलरेडी शेयर किया है
नहीं यही शेयर किया हुआ है ना मैंने
क्या शेयर किया
ये प्रेजेंटेशन अब लाओ स्क्रीन ले आओ
नहीं इसमें पहले पहले गया था फिर इसमें बता रहे
ले तो आए हैं
आ गई है
शेयर हो गई है शेयर उड़ा अब लगाओ मेरी
ये भाई क्या ये दिखाएगा सब कुछ दिखाएगा
अरे 1 मिनट ना
ये भी दिखाओ
शेयर ही कीजिए मैडम
तो भाई जब ये तो करो कुछ पता तो चलो
1 मिनट ना ये आ तो जाए कर्सर ही नहीं आ रहा मेरा हाथ में भाई ये
ओके स्ट्रक्चर करो कोई बात नहीं स्ट्रक्चर करो ठीक है अच्छा आप पहले स्क्रीन पहले देखो वहाँ क्या क्या चल रहा है पहले वो खुली हुई है
वो अब इसको शेयर करो वो
हाँ अब है
अब इसको फुल स्क्रीन करो हाँ
The Swat Valley, located in the northern part of Pakistan in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region, is an ancient occupation area at
Okay,
the
Carla, can you
foothills
see
of
the
the Indus
presentation?
mountain range.
Yes, exactly.
Its territory is a geographical entity of about 2,000 square kilometers, morphologically largely constituted by river valleys. The geographical and climatic characteristics of the Swat Valley are very singular and can be compared to other valleys of the Himalayan foothills, such as Kashmir and Almora in Kumaon, India. This river valley, located at a low or medium mountain altitude between 900 and 2,500 meters above sea level, presents an alpine-type landscape and a broad, flat watershed enclosed by mountains, which gives them the characteristics of a mountain plain rather than a torrential valley. Rich in natural resources, water and wood from the forests, these regions have benefited since the past from a prosperous and flourishing agricultural situation that allowed them to emerge economically. Compared to other high-altitude valleys in South Asia, where climatic and environmental conditions have been much harder, Swat, Kashmir and Kumaon shared since ancient times this very favorable geographical and environmental situation that has made these valleys privileged eco-areas for human settlement, agricultural development and breeding activities. It is in these lower valleys, therefore, that the majority of the villages are concentrated, surrounded by a very livable landscape and a rather hospitable climate. According to Luca Olivieri, director of the Italian Archaeological Mission in Pakistan, Swat, Kashmir and Kumaon have in common the fact that they are among the rare regions along the Hindu-Kush and Himalayan foothills that have been able to develop a mixed agricultural system or double cropping that allowed in the past a regular and economically very profitable surplus of food resources twice a year. The most common cereal grown was rice in the summer period, alternated with wheat in winter time, as part of an ancient polyculture mixed farming model. Besides, pastoral activities were developed in the higher mountains. At the confluence of these four historical valleys, Kandak, Kota, Najigram and Karakar on the left bank of the river Swat and in the southern area of Barikot town, we can find most of the ancient Buddhist sites. The presence of the river Swat, which in the past presented a much wider basin than today, with a much larger riverbed, made the position of the ancient Barikot a very privileged one. The archaeological site of Barikot Wandai, the ancient city of Basira in the today town of Barikot, and the archaeological site of Amlukdara in the Karakar Valley are situated in this fertile land at the confluence of rivers and continuously occupied from the Bronze to the Iron Age. Cyril Orelstein was one of the first Westerners to travel through the Swat region at the end of the 19th century. Seeking the route followed by Alexander the Great, he could attest of the great fertility of these valleys and the presence of the terraces built near the villages where the cultivation of rice alternated with wheat was already practiced. The agricultural wealth of these valleys has also been attested by the existence of a wine production belt which was part of an ancient economy developed along the terraces of the Himalayan foothills, but now completely lost. The archaeological remains of wine presses used until 18th-19th centuries are still visible in the Swat landscape. Stable isotope analysis has been realized to better understand the ancient agrarian landscape of Swat by the Max Planck Institute of Vienna under a project directed by Robert Spengler. The analysis presents us with direct evidence of crop growing conditions. Crop delta 13C values primarily reflect evapotranspiration and therefore the water status of the crop during its growth period. The delta 15N values mostly reflect the delta 15N of the soil, which in turn is strongly influenced by the land use history, such as the frequency and amount of manuring. Grains of local landrace of rice cultivated under distinct growing regimes were collected from different ecological zones in South Asia, labeled here as dry Himalayan, irrigated Deccan, Eastern and deep-water Assam. These were experimentally charred and then underwent analysis in a mass spectrometer to obtain the delta 13C and delta 15N values of the grains. Broadly, the delta 13C values were found to increase with increasing crop water status. The dry upland variety had the lowest values, while the deep water varieties had the highest values. The delta 15N values most closely follow the water status of the crop during cultivation. Using the modern grain isotope values as a reference point, we are able to understand the watering status of the archaeological crops. Here you can find the delta 13C and delta 15N data from rice samples from the site of Barikot in the Swat Valley. The data from the oldest levels, 1190 to 770 before Christ, are representative of the key early urbanization phase of this region and are congruent with the irrigated rice agriculture, indicating that the water resources of the valley were utilized for farming. Towards the end of the first urbanization period, 640 before Christ, and before their establishment, coinciding with the Achaemenid acculturation phase, 450 before Christ, there was a period of social and political disruption. The data from this period are highly variable, far greater than the previous periods, pointing to the utilization of a variety of watering strategies. Once urbanization is reestablished, the samples from the 4th century before Christ levels indicates a return to irrigated rice agriculture, and the delta 15N indicates application of manure as well. The stable isotope data from wheat, pea, and lentil from Barikot and the older Neolithic sites of Kazimbak and Yunteng in the Kashmir Valley add further nuance to our understanding of agricultural life in this region. In the Neolithic sites, the data demonstrate minimal manuring and high water status of the crops grown by some of the earliest farmers in the region, as they experimented with low input cultivation in a fertile environment. In Barikot, from 1200 before Christ onwards, legume isotope data points to the high watering status of these crops and confirms that this site in Swat Valley saw a stable and reliable access to water or irrigation resources. Today's economy is based for 80% of the population on agriculture and livestock exploitation. With the exception of the inhabitants of the few urban centers, the population are essentially agropastoralists. There is an intensive agricultural activity in the lowlands, a terrace cultivation in the middle altitude, and a mass pastoral activity combined with a subsistence agriculture in the higher altitudes. Besides geography and climate as main constraints, it is interesting to examine how farmers and shepherds have organized a knowledge from their empirical experience and how they have integrated the particularities of their environment. We make reference to Agraval's research, to its traditional knowledge system. According to him, each system, traditional or modern, has its own logic, and the knowledge of the communities is the result of a long-term experience where time has been the only valid criteria showing people that the system, even if not considered scientific, has worked and has allowed them to face a situation in a satisfactory way. In this valley, thanks to river and to an efficient use of the land, a millennia-old agrarian and hydraulic civilization associated with polyculture has been made possible. It is an ecological heritage from ancient communities living in this environment, one of the oldest in the world, with almost 5,000 years of experience. We still find today a precious biodiversity, a seed variety inherited from the ancient past that remains advantageous in terms of agronomic qualities. We find here, as in Kumaon, probably in Kashmir, this ability to create a very specific agricultural space, a unique habitat represented by these built terraces. Barikot and Amluk Dara valleys can be considered ecological zones, an example of this correct use of the land that comes from a successful, long-lasting agrarian and urban history. Terraced fields remain the best traditional water and soil conservation technique that allow to double the production while promoting water infiltration and reducing soil loss. This practice in the present day is found at the bottom of the valley where the fields can receive water directly from the nearby river, or is also practiced along the mountain slopes, getting water from a simple system of pipes dug into the earth. Additionally, the higher altitudes used as summer pastures provide wood and stone for the houses of the inhabitants of the lower plains. Thanks to these farmers and shepherds' dynamic cooperation, since immemorial time, villages could survive and overcome most of their difficulties. Nowadays, this traditional agriculture is undergoing transformation. It has to cope with an agricultural world dominated by mechanization and the use of chemical fertilizer and the impoverishment of the soils. The most remote villages, which used to live on the traditional solidarity and exchange system as a necessity for their survival, has been gradually emptied of their inhabitants who choose to migrate for a long-term period to the more comfortable cities. Population density in the cities is getting higher while the demand for water and supplies is increasing, putting pressures on the resources of the mountains of the rural areas. The area dedicated to agricultural crops has indeed decreased, and family plots are gradually abandoned. A wave of rapid urbanization, especially in the plains, is a phenomenon that is present in Swat, but fully visible in its consequence in Indian Kumaon, ghost villages phenomena. But at the same time, we are witnessing the emergence of a tourism activity. Some inhabitants are in fact trying to take back the destiny of their villages, to preserve the old houses, giving them a second youth by creating tourist inns in a way to contrast the luxury hotels phenomena that have developed in the main cities. Finally, the future of the agricultural terrace system and its mountain rise culture in the middle altitudes will rest largely on the choices that its inhabitants will make. Many people, aware of the treasure that they have inherited, want to preserve these generous terraces more respectful of their environment. In an agricultural world taken over by mechanization and synthetic fertilizers, these farmers remain a model that can acquire its value as an example of a more sustainable culture, even able to face global warming. The Gujar and Pashtun houses are built on the mountain slopes and directly on the terraces. The pattern consists of houses built close to the agricultural land and thus facilitating the irrigation of the cultivated fields. In Kumaon too, the houses are aligned along the terraces. Walking along these terraces is very common, and one has the impression of descending into the houses as if they were half buried. According to Valerio Sestini, architect and professor of the University of Florence, this type of housing is typical of valleys subject to the monsoon rains and is no longer generally recognizable in the dry areas of the high altitude, where the houses are rather grouped to form a compact fabric with larger cultivated houses separated from the villages by irrigation channels. The houses in these moderate monsoon areas, on the other hand, are built directly on the restricted agricultural soil of the terrace and are characterized by symmetrical plan and simple volumetry. The courtyard extends rectangularly in front of the house. This kind of organization and management of space brings natural resources, water, wood, and fields closer to the house. The Katkuni Building technique found generally in the Western Himalaya is also present in the Swat Valley from 1,500 meters altitude, while its hill-dwelling variant called Kacha is built with drying stone walls covered with plaster, and it is found in the lower altitudes. The Kuni construction is structurally different from conventional building methods. Instead of using vertical columns, it is built on horizontal beams, alternative wood beams, and stone layers. The weight of the tightly packed stones provides stability to the structure, while the wooden beams provide flexibility. In an earthquake, the structure may shake, but is less likely to collapse. Domenico Faccenna had collected photographs, field notes, and photos of military and civilian architecture, including forts and bridges in the Swat Valley. He has studied this mixed structure, which combined dry stone and wooden beams in horizontal sequences. A complementary study to be considered is the analysis of the distribution of the space inside the houses in order to better understand how social rules are continuously constituted and renegotiated within the house. In Swat, we found boundaries and limits inscribed in the division of the rooms of the house, and we find the brothers' dominant culture that determined the organization and the hierarchy of the internal spaces. The typological difference between Gujar and Pashtun houses will also be addressed in our research, thanks to the new data collected during our recent field mission in 2022. Moreover, in order to go beyond any approach that considers the indigenous traditional techniques as more backward and inefficient ones, the pre-industrial construction techniques, as well as the colors, sounds of habitats, are considered as new objects for anthropological research. In order to represent the interior bright colors of these rural mountain houses, a photogrammetry tool was used to reconstruct an exact 3D copy of the reality, available even from a distance. Nowadays, with a less invasive smartphone, we can easily calculate a three-dimensional model, and it's what we use this method to capture the intimacy of families and their daily life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Carla, for your presentation. Next, we have a paper titled Retracing the Historiography of Colonial Architecture of Karachi by Saqib Ahmed, Adjunct Faculty, Visual Studies Department, University of Karachi. Saqib Ahmed has a master's in heritage studies and did a minor in art and architecture history and archaeology. He's a PhD scholar in history in social sciences at the Karachi University. His MPhil thesis was titled Historiography of Secular Monuments of Karachi, a relook into the historicity of colonial legacy. Over the past decade, he has served as a full-time faculty member at the Liberal Arts program at Indus Valley School of Art and Architecture and adjunct faculty at IBA and University of Karachi. Mr. Ahmed's research interests explore the rich tapestry of South Asian culture and history, looking into both tangible and intangible aspects. Please join us for the presentation.
Assalamu alaikum and adab. First of all, it's quite enlightening to be here, especially in front of Arif Hassan Saab and Dr. Numan. I think I am just feeling out of this world right now because they have been my inspiration as a student. I have grown up, reading their articles. So for me to be here is a very big thing. So quickly start with my paper. As you can see, the title, Historiography of the Colonial Architecture in Karachi. So this is what my abstract is, basically. So this paper examines the historiography of the colonial architecture in Karachi through primary sources such as gazetteers, memoirs, travelogue, and how this pluralistic approach of engaging with different sources have been perceived and presented over time. It scrutinized how these colonial archives tells us about the way in which diverse groups have engaged and maintained their relationship with these structures in the past, socially, politically, culturally, and how they have been used in site of protest and commemoration, incorporating local and colonial narrative. For this purpose, for the methodological part, I have taken 3 case studies, and the first is the prayer hall, the second is the Empress Market, and the third one is the Khalidina Hall. The paper argues that a pluralistic approach to historiography of the colonial architecture can help challenge the relationship between history and memory, because we have been hearing this word for quite a long time, memory, commemoration. So this is what I've tried to be focused on. And the other part is because, when we looked at all of these structures which we have in the past many years, so, there are these narratives that are being embedded in them, narratives or stories. If you just you have been hearing the word history for quite a long time. अगर आप history में से HI हटा दे तो क्या बनता है? Story. So basically, this is what my job is, to decipher the stories that have been embedded in these structures. And of course, for the source part, of course, for the literature part, I have been looking at all these gazettes called, I think most of the architects might be familiar with Alexander of Bailey, Karachi Past, Present, and the Future, E.H. Atkins, Gazetteers of the Province of Sindh, and the third one is my favorite, The Tourist Guide to All the Principal Stations of the Railway of Northern India, and last but not the least, The Historical Trials of the Ali Brothers. So yeah, in the contemporary time, the field of history have evolved from being based on potentially biased manuscripts to multidisciplinary social sciences. Rather than simply accepting historical narrative, modern historians employ the source method to critically assess the credibility of a historical account, drawing from official records, art, eyewitness testimonies, and other technical verified sources. So for us, because I am a historian myself, the source method has always been the first and the foremost thing. The primary source, I think when we talked about methodologies, the first thing that we always talked about, iska primary source kya hai? So this is what I have been trying to do that. Researchers or us over here are no longer used as oracles, and history is not just a collection of dates. It's all been a traditional way of saying that history is all about past, it's all about dates. It's a dynamic profession nowadays, especially in the multidisciplinary approach. So you can't just, being an architect, you can't just say, "Ji, main sirf structure pad raha hu." At the end of the day, you will stumble upon history, you will stumble upon anthropology, you will stumble upon many other things, जिसमें आपको फील्ड को multidisciplinary जो है उसे बनाना जरूरी पड़ेगा. So what are the key objectives? The first objective is to analyze the facts and figures. The third one is to effectively communicate those facts and figures to you guys or to the specialized audience. And the third one is clearly understand why history is an important aspect, why it serves as a core for architects and for us social scientists. Pluralism is a critical lens because the pluralism over here is all about the set of diversities branching out. Say, so this is what I will try to look at the rich tapestry. To understand the historiographical of colonial architecture in Karachi, an exclusive approach that will acknowledge multiple narratives reflecting the city's multicultural history is essential. By examining these architectural relics, I have used the word relic because they have been here for quite a long time. These are not just structures for me. There are a lot of people who are making faces over here. But yeah. Okay, Ravila. But being a historian, I always thought them as a relic. Historian can unravel the intricate interplay between the colonial power dynamics, local identities, and the collective memories of the city. So basically, growing up in Karachi between rich and captivating colonial monuments like Prayer Hall fueled a fascination for exploring the diverse culture and expression of the past in me. These architectural landmarks for me act as a living books. So whenever I used to look at Prayer Hall or Khalidina Hall, I was always fascinated. It takes you deep back into a time. So it brings back all those memories and all those narratives, all the stories that, of course, they can't tell us. Are still there. मतलब काश ये मुझे कभी बार सोचता था काश ये बिल्डिंगें बोल पाते हैं या काश ये structures बोल पाते तो there are so much layers inside them, layers of different stories that are popping out, and of course we just passed upon them by even looking at them or realizing what are those different stories at the end. So of course I will be deciphering it all of that. So yes, from the sources part, so this is some of the people. So from Alexander Evelyn, from Sir James Outram and Douglas Fitzgerald, who was a British diplomat and explorer. So in key sources I have tried to decipher and looked at. So the first one that is the most important one is Sir James Outram, The Conquest of Sin, a commentary. So when I was looking at the historiography and the concept of the collective memory, the source method, this I've just mentioned, was a very crucial part over there. So I've just highlighted some of it. So when I stumbled upon on page number 53, the commentary which was given by Sir James Outram was this, okay, how they effectively, because it was about the conquest of sin, how it all would happen, what were the different effective ways of communicating. So how was the forces being diverted and how, things were being connected. The most important part is the line which says Karachi to Kabul. So because that was a time when the Anglo-Afghan war was happening, and the British was quite, into the Anglo-Afghan war. So this is what the first commentary that pops up from this 18th century source. Sorry, 1846 की जो gazette है, तो वहां से हमें ये निकल कर आता है. Look at the last part; it is quite interesting as well because you can easily see. They also talk about the hostile builders. So they might have given them a very tough time. And they talk about how hostile they were, and it is quite difficult for us to reach them, and they have been giving us a tough time. And even though the source did goes on, so another important part that comes is to strengthen our military position by obtaining the territorial possession of Karachi. Look at the spelling; they have spelled Karachi. Sakhar and Bakar. Bakar is a small island. जो वो Sakhar के पास है. The sites of our two camps totally and beyond able to aggregate the river tolls, thereby unfitting commerce and remaining a prolific source of misunderstanding between the amirs. Of course, these are the locals. I think they are the Talpurs of who they have been mentioned over there, the amirs of Talpurs. And ourselves, and to proceed, the steamer contingents of the Indus flotilla and ample supply of fuel, which was restricted then existing, was inadequate and likely soon to be exhausted with the principal objects sought to be obtained in the new treaty. So again, a very important finding, a very eye-opening narrative that the Britishers talks about. After that, the another important one, this is a tourist guide. So unlike the first one, which was a book based on called the Book of Conquest, this is a tourist guide to all the principal stations of North and Central India, including Calcutta, Peshawar, Bombay, and of course it was written in 1899. So this is the one. It was quite difficult to get access to these archive sources. For that, I have to go to Sindhiology department in Jamshoro, which has been the hub of all these archives. And this other place over here in Karachi was the Sindh archives. So yeah, this was the other one. Actually, look at the description. This is something, it was quite eye-opening for me. Look at the way they have described Karachi. Is the capital of the province of Sindh and the headquarters of the Chiefs Commission. Its population is around 60,000. From its position on the sea coast, its harbor accommodates its immunity from the monsoon storm and its advantages as the southern terminus of a railway system extending into Punjab and to the frontier of Afghanistan and Balochistan. It is next to Bombay. Of course, both of them lies on the same coastal areas, and they have been considered as the twin cities during the colonial era, or sisters or brothers. 40 years ago, Karachi was unknown as a seaport. Only vessel of the smallest drafts were able to enter the harbor is rough weather or at low water. Large vessel was obliged to anchor 2 or 3 miles off and transfer their carriages and passengers to small boats. Now, these vessels drawing 24 feet of waters are easily accommodated in the harbor, which since the beginning of the Afghan war has been visited by Her Majesty's troops. All this has been owing to the improvement effected by Sir Charles Napier, the first commissioner of the province. In the first place, the harbor was deepened by the construction of the Napier Mole, between which the low peninsula ending at Manora Point. Because Karachi had been a seaport, a metropolis that makes the reason why it is the biggest metropolis it is because of its importance as a seaport. So that importance or that significance has been mentioned by the Britishers themselves in these archives. And they did mention Manora and Kimari and how Manora and Kimari were the important points. Look at the second paragraph. They also mentioned the lighthouse. The lighthouse on Manora Point is 150 high and its light is visible from 20 miles. There is a fort on Manora Point with a battery of 12-ton guns. I don't know if I haven't seen that Manora fort. I think I don't know if it's still there or if it's parts of it might be there, but yes, it does. Okay. So yeah. So okay, I'm excited. Come on. Okay. Yes, yes. So another important part was the mention of different monuments that had been there from Fair Hall to St. Patrick's Cathedral, from St. Patrick Cathedral to another important thing is Magar Peer, now also known as Mango Peer. The highlighted parts is the very important part. About 7 miles from Karachi is Magar Peer, a place of containing hot spring and celebrated in the neighborhood for its large tank of swamps in which the alligators live. There is a mosque on the spot supposed to be 500 years old. There is a good traveler bungalows, yeah, kind of a sarai khana, जिसे आप उर्दू में कहते हैं, has also been mentioned over here. And after this comes E.H. Atkins' source, which was written in 1907. This was fascinating for me because it tells about कि जब Karachi had become a significant seaport, how different exports were being given, especially the prawns. Look at the part. Fresh prawns are not so often on the table of the Europeans in Karachi. And by capturing them, they used to export these French prawns to, out there in Europe as well. So it also talks about the export. Look at the complete chart that tells us about how the fishes and other things were being exported at that time. It gives us a brief and a complete timeline from 1855 all the way towards 1905. After this is of course, pluralism की बात, religion की बात ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? Because we always thought that Karachi has always been a singular city. No, it was never like that. There were diverse people, there were diverse religion that had been living over here. So some of this small chart also mentions these diverse sects from Jains to Zoroastrians, from Zoroastrians to the Jews. If you look at it, it talks about Tharparkar and the Kutch from where the Jain came. So even though the Jain has been an ancient religion, started by Mahavira, and it was way before Buddhism when Siddhartha Gautama did that. But yes, they did mention, and some of the remnants are also there in Tharparkar region. Jain temples में जो endowment fund जो है and देखते हैं. Okay, Akhund Sahib is the one who look at that. उसके अलावा you can see the Zoroastrian का भी यहाँ पर mention है from the fire temple और Diyar-e-Mahal and the Bani Israel community जिनकी तादाद यहाँ पर तकरीबन 428 के करीब बताई गई है. So I think this is something that needs to be explored as well. Did Karachi has always been a city for the Muslims, or was it there for other religion? Of course, let's quickly look at the first of my monument. To trace the historiography of Prayer Hall, the first and the most sources that I saw was A.W. Hughes, the province of Sindh. Over here, did mention the Fair Hall, the fine municipality building called the Fair Hall, erected in the honor of Sir Bartle Fair, a popular commissioner of the province of Sindh from 1851 to 1859, stands on a very slightly elevated about 650 yards in the southeasterly direction from Trinity Church. The building was commenced in 1863 and was opened through in somewhat unfinished state by then Commissioner Sir Mansfield in October 1865, to which the sum of 17,03,912 rupees had been expended. So the reason why it is important to look at these sources is the provenance. The provenance is the most important part. Being an architect or being a historian, it's very important to look at the provenance. Jo jaisa tha, wo kaisa tha. If somehow it has been moved, or I think architects जो हैं वो word displaced का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, if somehow it has been displaced, सही है. So these sources always tells you about why and how the provenance worked. उसकी लागत क्या आई, उसमें एक्चुअल मटेरियल का इस्तेमाल हुए एंड देन जब हम कंजर्वेशनिस्ट या जब हम उसे रीस्टोर कर रहे होते हैं तो ऑल ऑफ दी सोर्सेज नीड्स टू बी लुक अपॉन आल्सो कि आर वी रीस्टोरिंग इट और आर वी चेंजिंग दैट, क्योंकि रिस्टोरेशन के नाम पे एवरीबडी नोज हब कराची के अंदर जो है वो क्या क्या हो रहा है या ओके ओके थैंक यू मैम. After that, there is a complete description, especially of the two largest of these occupied by the Karachi Library and Museums, removed in 1870 from its former quarter to the staff lines. These library and museum were established in 1851, and the former contained at the present time between 6,000 to 7,000 books. The joining institution is liberally supported from the local funds of the three Sindh collectors and by early grant for Karachi municipality. These sums were further increased by monthly payment from subscribers to the library for the use of the books and magazine. The aggregate amount received from these sources was in 1873 to 1874 was about 5,904 rupees, while the total expense during the same year was 4,973 rupees. The management of the library and the museum is interested to join the committee of 6 persons on half selected by the subscribers. And yes, the description goes on with that. After that comes the Empress Market, and for that, Alexander Elveli is our primer. इनकी किताब का जो पेज नंबर 143 है, it's somehow starts like a travel log. सही है, या जिसको आज इस दौर में हम वीलॉग के तरीके से आप समझ सकते हैं. So he left Banda Road at the tramway depot and as already stated, it continued until it enters the parade ground with the quarter guards and native infantry lines. But there are several tunnels on right hand which led through the civil lines to a new Empress Market and then across southern through lines of the Bangalore to the Fair Town and the cantonment stations. So John Wood, in his answer to question put to him in the House of the Commons recently stated that all the bazaars in the cantonment other than the regimental bazaars of which the chief customers are civil population are called the cantonment bazaar, and that the chief of these would be called Sadr Bazaar. The definition is not inaccurate, but it stopped halfway. Sadr is an Arabic word which through certain transformation had come to become chief or supreme, and thus we get the Sadr Diwan-e-Adalat or Chief Civil Code of India. But long before the cantonments were known, there was Sadr Bazaar throughout India, meaning to say the chief and permanent markets. And so John's definition would hardly be satisfactory to the ladies of the military branches of the society in Karachi. These requirements would scarcely be met in regimental bazaars, and they naturally resort as the sisters of the civil bazaar. And of course, it later goes on to the description of the bazaar itself. But then comes a description of the southern market, which this gives us, और उसमें सबसे बड़ा जो mention है, it's of the Empress Market. You can see it in the 3rd paragraph. Actually, the most important part that I wanted to highlight is the article do mention about a contemporary market which was in Bombay called the Crawford Market. So it was quite contemporary. यानी कि जैसे हमारे यहाँ Empress Market है, इसी का ही जो एक contemporary था वो Bombay में था, called the Crawford Market. Because I just got a note of 5 minutes, I just quickly work on. This is a very interesting part I just wanted to mention. I have heard it from a lot of people. This was a place जहाँ पे the mutiny, the sepoy rebellions जो थे, उनको जो है वो hang किया गया था. तो इसका line जो है वो कुछ यहाँ से निकल कर आती है. If you look at the last paragraph, yes, they were. Look at the last paragraph highlighted that they were hanged and blown in the light of the barrack where the Empress Market now stands, even though the narrative is complete there, how alarming the situation was at the time of the mutineers in Karachi and how it was dangerous as well, especially to go near Parsi colonies or how the houses Parsis. So this was also very important because I have been reading this narrative कि जी Empress Market वो जगह थी जहाँ पर इन sepoys को या जो है rebellions को जो है वो hang किया गया था. But then I just, being a historian, I just wanted to look at the source. कि basically the source कहाँ से रही है. After that comes the Khalidina Hall, and for that, this primary source is the historical trials of the Ali brothers. Is very important. Usme, we can easily see the picture that I've just scanned. Shankar Acharya, Maulana Muhammad Ali Johar, and Maulana Shaukat Ali Johar on the left, and Dr. Kichwal has been sitting in the middle. So this is how the narrative starts. This is the proceeding of the opening session that start with the Ali brothers. The historical trial of Maulana Muhammad Ali Shaukat Ali and Sri Angacharya Maulana Hussain and Maulana P. Ghulam Mujadid and Maulana Nisar Ahmad in the session court commenced on 24th of October 1921 at the Khalidina Hall at 11:30 a.m. The police and the military arrangement was similar to them at the time of the trial and the court sessions. So yes, it did gives us a description of how the trial commenced at that time and how the compound wall of Khalidina adjoining the Bandar was fenced by barbed wire. There was provided ample armed forces and Indian military and occupied back portion of the whole compound. Some tents, game and refreshment for the soldiers were provided. There were several police officials at the gate and in the verandas of the hall. And the verandas behind the raised platform at the back of the hall was small curtain chambers for the judges. So this is what it used to look like. It was barbed wire, even though the picture had not been that clear, but the source did mention how it was wired at that time. And this is the eastern and the western facing. And the trial was being visited by many leaders, including, look at the last line, by Sarojini Naidu as well. Sarojini Naidu, who was known as the Nightingale of India at that time, she was an important part of the Indian National Congress, and Mrs. Sarojini Naidu also visited this trial of Maulana Muhammad Ali Johar. And yeah, the description goes on to how different motors and tickets were being sold. There was a ticket booth that was also being established. And the audience stood up to honor and greet them. Assume the return of the greeting with graceful and the trial got started at 11:30. So coming to the concluding remark, historical writing inevitably influenced by the present and interchangeable study of historiography serves to validate the past and the contemporary context. These sources not only deepen our understanding of Karachi historiography, but also represent enigmatic colonial past for the future researchers to explore. By using primary sources, this study unravels the intricacy of historiography memory, emphasizing their interconnectedness. These sources cover a wide range of subject approach, including commemoration, memorialization, oral history, collective memory, and the colonial architecture of Karachi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Saqib, for an interesting presentation. The next paper for this session is titled Uncovering Architecture, the Creation of a British Visual Language in Sindh by Amal Hashim. Ms. Amal Hashim is a graduate student at the University of Tours Polytechnique, France. Amal is a researcher on the tangible and the intangible heritage of South Asia and the influence it has on the lived realities of people. In the modern world, she is currently the research coordinator at the Endowment Fund Trust for the Preservation of the Heritage of Sindh. Amal Hashim, you may share your screen.
Hello. Amal, would you please share your presentation?
Yes, I'm just trying. Good afternoon. Are you able to see the screen, the presentation?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, great. Hello, my presentation is on Karachi's British colonial architecture and how the British wanted to create a new and different visual language in Sindh, different from the region's Talpur and Persianate and local architecture. The usual narrative that we know of Karachi is that it was a small village when the British conquered it in 1843. However, and this image brings about a picture of a few people in small houses engaging in fishing activities that they would use for their subsistence rather than engaging in trade activities. However, through news sources, we now know that there were 14,000, at least 14,000 people living within the fort walls at the time of the British conquest. And then you have more people living in the what are called the suburbs, but it was just outside the fort walls, and as well as in the settlement of Deari, which was older than the fort itself, which was established in 1729. As such, this city had a social, political, economic infrastructure before 1843, which is well documented and also very, very important to the point that I'm going to make today. This is because when you look at Karachi, you see that as a trading community, it would have a tax center, it would have a business center, sort of like the Chamber of Commerce that we have today. It would have infrastructure. There is evidence of a well-functioning society with social, economic, and political infrastructure. I mean, the city was well protected by the fort wall, which the Talpurs were unable to breach even in 1797, which was the third attempt, after which Karachi finally surrendered. However, aside from this, even British geographers and soldiers and writers have documented several buildings and various religious and non-religious buildings and monuments and infrastructure within the city before they conquered it. So you have a chabutra, which is the modern custom house, and you have a sabzi mandi, which was later reimagined by the British. Then you have cemeteries for the Muslims, Hindus, as well as Jews living within Karachi. And of course, the places of worship inside and outside the fort. So you have Arambagh and you have Abdullah Shah Ghazi's Mazar, but you also have temples for the Hindus, and some of which were on Menorah, actually, the fort on Menorah. The one thing to note here, however, is that only the chabutra and sites of importance, religious importance, were built in Gizri stone that was quarried nearby prior to the British coming in to Karachi. There was a certain philosophy behind it, maybe there was simplicity, but also timber and mangrove wood was most commonly found, so they would use those materials to build the city. Even the Havelis of the richest people and the richest merchants within the city, they would build their homes with wood and mud, since these were most easily available, rather than importing stone from Jaipur, as the British did later, and I will explain that later. Another thing to note is that the motifs that adorn these buildings were vegetal and animal motifs, which were most commonly found. These buildings were made by artisans from Rajasthan and Gujarat, and these two regions, as well as the Persianate world, influenced the type of architecture and the style that was found most commonly in pre-British Karachi. So this is pre-British conquest Karachi, by the way. We can argue that there were Mughal Empire influences, but not too much. Karachi was very distant to the Mughal Empire. So you have although you have the Jami Mosque in Thatta, it is one of the very rare influences and manifestations of Mughal architecture or Mughal influenced architecture in Sindh. The most common ones were Kalhora and Talpur influences, or you have, as I mentioned earlier, Persianate or Rajasthan and Gujarat influences. When we talk about Britain's colonizing mission and the British Raj in particular, we have to look at how the British slowly encroached upon the population, and then when they finally took over in 1843. 1839 was obviously was of course the when they took over the Manora Fort, but in 1843 with the Battle of Miani, the British formally annexed Sindh and added it to the British Raj. The first thing that the British decided to do was to open the fort city by breaking the gates at Kharadar and Mitadar, which is shown here in this map. So you have the wall city over here, Mitadar and Kharadar, and they broke the gates, both the gates, to open up the city, to give them a strategic advantage. They could then enter the city easily. The fort would no longer be protected anymore. They then broke down the walls as well, surrounding the city. They chose not to live within the city, by the way. Their stations and their garrisons were always outside of the city. I will explain this later in the next slide. But there was a deeper intent to breaking the city, the walls of the city and the gates. We all know of Britain's colonizing mission and the civilizing mission. As with anywhere else in the colonized world, the idea that the native population was barbaric and or uncivilized largely ruled colonial policies. Local traditions and knowledge were disregarded in favor of a more European aesthetic with human depictions in stone. We don't have too many human depictions earlier. We do have, of course, murals and frescoes, and you have wall paintings that depict our folk stories, yes, but not in particular monuments, as I will show later, for example, the Merryweather Tower. But the British did away with that. They decided to bring in a distinctly European aesthetic. Then the British reacted to ruling an alien population the same way most past empires had when conquering distant lands. They attempted to erase the memory of a traditional difference from their own. The indigenous tradition was so alien to them that while some could appreciate the beauty and the aesthetic, most decided that it was too different from them and too barbaric. They needed the Christian principles to base the architecture in. So they wanted to highlight their own superiority as well. And various examples of this will be shown, later on in the presentation. Another thing to note is that although Sindh was the last one to be incorporated, Sindh was one of the last regions to be incorporated into the British Raj. Policies across the British Raj remained largely the same. So when 1886, Lockwood Kipling reported that not a single native draftsman graduating from the Mayo School of Art in Lahore had been taught the region's, the subcontinent's rich architectural traditions. He's really talking about how this was to maintain a state of affairs and to keep British dominance throughout the subcontinent. Evidence of this will be shown later in the presentation. But interesting to note here is that this was done both by, so buildings built later on, both by British and native patrons, they both reflected European aesthetics. And the dominant perspective, colonial perspective, unfortunately, by this time, 1886, had come to believe that the Indian subcontinent and its people had nothing to offer, nothing for the European man to learn. And this is very important, the European man. There was nothing that they could possibly gain from interacting with local knowledge. This is the main point of the presentation. There is a certain built form that comes with as language. So you have and various historians and scholars have talked about this. In particular, Arif Hasan Saab, Kamim Mumtaz Saab. We have to accept that architecture has a political motivation. And the choice of architecture and the ideology behind it has certain political motivations that that cannot be divorced from the context in which they're being created. So my first question right now would be, why is Islamic architecture called Islamic? What makes it Islamic? Why don't we talk about Christian architecture? Why do we say it's Gothic or Renaissance? Why do we, there's a certain political ideology behind this by calling it Islamic versus calling something Gothic or Renaissance or revivalist. Why are labels given to any architectural movement? Why are religious and social and cultural movements thought to influence the built form and environment? We began studying architecture as a discipline quite recently. Earlier, we you had guilds that would teach the trade. There was no school that you would go to. You would learn the craft and you would learn the trade on the job, and that would be your training. You would become a master if you succeeded. But since we started studying it as a discipline, we want to group and categorize different architectural styles and influences according to the ideologies that they are based on. Ideologies, in turn, communicate the thoughts, ideas, and processes of their founders and followers. Therefore, I will say, and I will maintain, that architecture is not merely about a preferred aesthetic. It is much more than that. It is a political, social, and economic choice. We see this now not only in Karachi, but in so many cities of the developing world. For example, Hassan Fateh's New Goina project sought to highlight a certain culture and people and ideology. He was trying to emphasize that architecture cannot ignore the poor. Architecture cannot be just skyscrapers and tall buildings and glass and steel. It has to include every class. And that's a political statement he was making. However, as mentioned earlier, this isn't just the British who had had to deal with the prospect of ruling an alien population or trying to understand what visual language they want to create or what message they want to send forward with their choice of architecture. Empires in the past have had to quell rebellions by peoples they had conquered. While some chose to do this by force, there were others, such as the Ottoman Empire, that employed more subtle ways of acquiring legitimacy and acceptance among the new population. One of these ways was through the built form that they patronized and encouraged. A well-documented form of demonstrating one's physical might and cultural superiority was the use of spolia, when building new monuments, places, palaces, and religious and profane structures. Successive Muslim empires, for example, in the Middle East and Central Asia over the last 1400 years, used spolia as a means to demonstrate conquest, destruction, and construction in the name of Islam. And we have done this repeatedly. We've done this in the Indian subcontinent, particularly. We have the very famous example of the Ram Temple and the Babri Mosque in India, which was the site of controversy. So you have a certain ideology behind this. You want to show your might in using the materials of the vanquished empire. But it's not just the Muslim world that did this. Roman and the Byzantine and the Roman empires have also done this in the lands that they conquered. Coming to specifically the case of the colonizer all over the world during the age of empire, what was the message that they were trying to impart through the built world? In Africa, for instance, scholars claim that colonial buildings in Kenya spoke to Africans about the superiority of the Europeans and the latter's expectations from the former. Closer to home, in Sindh, they used by importing the Jaipur stone and using Gizri stone in their buildings, and creating grander and more monumental buildings. They were moving away from a more humble sort of ideology that the locals had expressed continuously. For Umberto Eco, for example, he says, we commonly do experience architecture as communication, even while recognizing its functionality. Why did the British destroy the Chabutra in Karachi and build the custom house instead? We know that, I mentioned earlier that they destroyed the gates and the fort walls. They also destroyed the Chabutra, which was the tax house of the Hindu and Muslim merchants in Karachi. The Chabutra acted as a customs house. What was a customs house for the British? It was the main center for goods to be processed for taxation purposes, and all goods entering or leaving the Karachi port had to pass through the Chabutra. According to historical records, the Chabutra building consisted of a large hall raised on 5 impressive arches. And this would have been, because it was such an important building, it would have been in stone. However, when the British officers saw the Chabutra, they saw in it evidence of a previous, well-functioning economic, political, and social order, but one that was very distinct from the British way of commerce and politics. It also told them that the people that they had conquered weren't barbaric or uncivilized. They had a well-functioning economy and a well-functioning society. Therefore, this act of plunder and loot could not be justified. What was known to them, familiar to them, thought superior by them, was the custom house and the infrastructure it implied, both tangible and intangible. As a result, they decided to destroy the Chabutra and create the custom house instead. Another way of another example of this is the impact on the local psyche when the British Army created the Sadr Bazaar soon after blasting through the Menorah fort, which was similar to the way garrisons were initially established in Africa before colonial powers divided up the entire continent. The similarity is so strong that Demisi says that architecture was mobilized to create a cultural environment to express the grandeur of the empire, to police social and racial borders, and to preserve the identity of the European settler population. In Karachi, an example of this is the creation of Sadr Quarter as distinct from the Karachi fort. Thus, homes and buildings within the previous Karachi fort were visually distinct from the built environment of Sadr, which focused on large-scale use of Gizri stone. The new Sadr quarter was largely Gizri stone rather than timber and mangrove wood and mud. The demography also was very different. It was inhabited primarily by the Europeans, Goans, and Parsis, while the old city retained its Hindu and Muslim residents. This creation of a European city, fully furnished with a commercial area where European ladies could shop in a not too unfamiliar environment, was another mark of the colonial city. The Karachi fort had one main road connecting Kharadar to Meethadar. Everything else was narrow lanes and connected to each other organically. However, the garrisons that were built in the southern quarter were laid out on a grid pattern by the British. They needed a linear and ordered town that they could understand, that they could rule over. And hence the southern quarter, they felt comfortable in it simply because they knew where they stood. In the Karachi fort, they could not understand where they were. They could not place themselves. I would now like to take you through some examples of southern quarter or colonial. Actually, I would say colonial southern, and some of these buildings actually might seem very familiar to a lot of you. My previous colleague actually mentioned Khalak Bina Hall and spoke about it. I have not studied it in too much detail. I'm just using it as a case study, but I would like to take you through it. They've been chosen, these buildings and monuments have been chosen for a visual representation of the progression that I discussed earlier, but that I will also detail later. It goes from a European to a hybrid architectural style with representation of local and indigenous elements. We go from a purely European aesthetic to one that includes finally local influences in architecture. The first one is the St. Joseph School. It was started in 1862 by the Belgian Sisters of the Cross. It was part of the proselytizing mission of European missionaries. Many natives, however, were eager to send their children there because they thought it would be a better education than that of the traditional schools, despite the difference in education systems. Already a sense of racial superiority of the Europeans was settling in within the native mind. They knew that to progress, they had to distance themselves from what was tradition for them. Then you have Frere Hall. Now, both Frere Hall and St. Joseph's Convent, they're similar. They're built in limestone. In the case of Frere Hall, you have the Venetian Gothic style, and the stone was imported from the nearby region of Jangshahi. However, if you see the roof here, sloping and conical, and here you have the same sloping roof, they're practical elements in use, particularly in colder regions in the world, where it's where you don't want the rain to collect in one place, and you have to have this kind of this element. In the warmer, more temperate weather of Karachi, however, this element was just not very new. It was also severely out of place. Karachi doesn't have that much rain. The sloping roof is an element that is not suited for this climate. Aesthetically, it looks nice. Practically, maybe not. Then you have the Meriwether Memorial Tower. It's known as Tower to Karachiites now. Everyone's almost forgotten that it's Meriwether Tower. It was constructed, it was finished in 1892. And this is a time when small pockets of resistance to European architectural traditions were popping up in select regions across the Indian subcontinent, not necessarily in Sindh, however. Meriwether Tower is possibly the most distinct architectural structure still existing in Karachi. The figural human representation in a building.
Hello,
Sorry?
Amal, can you hear me? You are requested to conclude your presentation in next 3, please. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. It's different it's the first of its kind for any religious or ethnic community in Sindh, much less in Karachi. The tower is built in the English medieval style and also showcases the Star of David as part of its decoration. No other structure in Karachi could have possibly evoked more real memories of England than James Strachan's Meriwether Memorial Tower. Now here we have an example. This one and Khalid-Dina Hall. We have two examples of buildings sponsored by natives, but who elected to use a distinctly European style. The Daryaram Jetamal Sindh College, completed in 1893, was designed by the same architect who designed Meriwether Tower, James Strachan. However, as these pictures show, stylistic elements used and inspiration for the college is very different from the tower. Strachan used Italian architectural style for the building, and it's very close to the main Khalid-Dina Hall. But both over here, as you can see, this one and this one have been built in the Italian design, the Palladian architectural style, and strive to invoke a sense of grandeur. The natives by this time had also accepted, as I mentioned earlier, that native architecture was never going to be equal to European architectural traditions. Then you have the Khalid-Dina Hall as well. Why should local patrons of a library use a European architectural style rather than Indo-Saracenic or Indo-Persian? This Khalid-Dina Hall was located in an area that was inhabited mostly by natives, and it was built by local Muslim philanthropists. It was for the use of natives, but the architectural style is not indigenous to the region. It's iconic portico, high podium. It was chosen specifically to immediately impose a sense of grandeur on behalf of the audience. One of the last ones is the Bristol Hotel. It was part of a quartet of railway hotels built in Karachi in the early 20th century. It was initially built for a Parsi, but then as a home for a Parsi, but it was converted into a hotel in very soon after. It's the first 3-story building that we have in Karachi, and you have now you're beginning to see the effects of overpopulation in the city. The last one, and this is the only example of the hybrid style that I will be displaying, the Karachi Municipal Corporation. It was only until 1930 that these hybrid buildings began to appear in Karachi. The first of these was the Karachi Municipal Corporation office building, completed in 1931. It deliberately employs the architect was very careful to employ Oriental and or Islamic architectural styles and merge them with European Renaissance styles. You have the number of domes, arched forms in the cupolas, but also the U-shaped building plan is quite distinctly inspired from that of the Queen's College in London. The clock tower pictured above takes up center space and can be seen from a distance. Unlike the Meriwether Tower, however, The inscription on this building is quite distinct and can be seen properly. The main entrance to the building under the clock tower is flanked by Saracenic domes, which is a distinctly Islamic feature. I would like to conclude my presentation by arguing that in the 21st century, as we talk about post-colonialism, as we talk about wanting to deconstruct notions of imperialism and colonial sites of power, we have to also look at colonial articulation through language, histories, literature, geography, as well as the built form. The way our cities were organized and what was used to organize them. What were the pertinent questions being answered when the British decided to break the walls and gates of the Karachi fort in 1843? In the colonial city, buildings and monuments were not innocent of politics. They acted as sites of power and domination in favor of the colonizer. They were intended to hold up a standard of European art and intimate to the beholder European values, culture, justice, and law, among others. However, these would only apply to the Europeans. It was a different case for the colonized. Southern quarters' wide roads, grandiose buildings, tall church towers and spires all pointed to a new era, a new ruler, a new language. In pre-partition Karachi, the churches and town halls with their tall spires and clock towers unequivocally declared the supremacy of the alien culture. Not only the native elite, but also students trained in schools based on the Western model were unable to connect with or understand the long-standing arts and architecture tradition of the subcontinent of which they were a product. Thus, despite the discontinuation of European styles of architecture, colonization in the Indian subcontinent had been successful in severing generations from their history. But soon after, and we're not creating monuments and buildings in that style anymore. These architectural styles were largely discontinued. It could be due to lack of financial resources or because the principal architects for such projects were largely European or British. This points to an architectural language having been imposed on a people and space that could not connect to it. The lack of native creative expression in the monuments around them eventually led to their disappearance from future structures. We don't build in these styles anymore, as I said earlier. This points to a project that was steeped in racism and inequality. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Amal, for such an insightful presentation. Our last paper presentation for the session is titled Architectural Neutrality and Communal Plurality, Analyzing Architecture of Grange Pavilion by Dr. Abid Mahmood and Dr. Rabela Junejo. Dr. Rabela is an architectural historian and assistant professor at Department of Architecture in NED. Dr. Abid Mahmood is a senior lecturer at the School of Geography and Planning, Cardiff University, UK. His broad expertise is in social innovation for sustainable development and environmental governance. His research focuses on various aspects of built environment related to climate change, renewable energy transitions, disaster resilience, and the social cohesion for local and regional development, planning, policy, and practice. I would like you guys to come on stage.
And I'm also sleepy. That's where we're going to sit as well. I promise we're not going to take too much time. I'm going to just read out things and just actually just want to make one disclaimer is that this is not a paper. It's more of a working paper that we sort of collaborated on and conceived, and it's still in the process. So the larger theoretical premise of it is also ambiguous at this time, but we're flirting with the idea of semiotics and placemaking in this. So I'm gonna can you start the first? Okay. I will okay, thank you, Abid Saab. Okay, so architectural neutrality and plurality, analyzing the architecture of Grange Pavilion. Looking at Grange Pavilion at Cardiff Town, at Grange Town, Cardiff, UK, a RIBA award-winning building, 2022, that replaced the Bowles Club, an architecturally unremarkable derelict space inspiring vandalism. One wonder as to how neutral architecture of the new building appears. I'll show the Grange Pavilion a little later in the presentation. I'm so sorry. Designed for the community engagement of ever diversifying community of this. Just stay back. Acha, nahi wo, okay, sorry. Anyways, okay, fine. The building, Grange Pavilion, is devoid of any particular racial or ethno-religious aesthetic markers. Architecturally, for example, it does not have a pronounced Victorian architectural nomenclature, pandering to. Yeah, this is Grange Pavilion. Okay, thank you, Abid Saab. Where was I? Pandering to architectural history of Grange Town, this does not mean that the building has no architectural value or merit. Only that it appears to not subscribe to any community in particular by being open in its plan and neutral in its appearance. It is also sensitive to visual environment of the neighborhood that it draws cues from, making it comfortable and welcoming. Why was the pavilion attempted as such? These are the questions that we are grappling with or asking through this research initiation. Does communal plurality and diversity inspire architectural neurality over kitsch? I don't have anything against kitsch. I think it is a wonderful place or space or idea to investigate, but for the sake of the paper over kitsch, is this a comparatively better approach or one of the ways to address inclusivity and plurality in architecture? Can communal plurality be read as an extension of architectural plurality, since it is the people who make the building or make the place, as was reiterated in the conference as well? And lastly, does architecture need to be assertive or direct in its semiotic readings to be understood as plural, as is the case with Superkylin Park in Denmark, designed by BIG or Bjarke Ingels Group from USA and Copenhagen, winning the Arakan Award in 2016, a hyperpop and or the hyperpop kitsch that Piazza d'Italia in New Orleans is, designed by postmodern architect Charles Moore. I don't have a picture of that over here, but it's a fairly classicized representation of a certain community in a very urban New York setting. Or it can be a Grange Pavilion, plural in its essence and neutral in its appearance. This paper or this research will not and does not discredit any approach, but uses the above mentioned spaces to generate a comparison and present the selected pavilion as one of the approaches. It also advocates community engagement in public projects. This paper theoretically attempts to connect semiotics and with the study of placemaking or the placemaking approach. Okay, so we will be comparatively analyzing when we detail the paper out, comparatively analyzing the Superkylin Park that is in Denmark and Grange Pavilion with each other. Both buildings are RIBA award-winning. Both buildings are award-winning buildings. One won the REBA award, as I said earlier, in 2022, and the other one won the prestigious Aga Khan Award in 2016. When I was reading through the literature and how the architects reached the design decisions, that was also there was a lot that sort of overlap between the two projects. That means it's fairly complementary of each other. Okay, so these public spaces have been designed in Eurocentric landscape that has a very strong existing architectural vocabulary. However, the projects that we're going to talk about attempt to make the buildings by adding markers of affinity sensitive to migrant communities. The projects resonate deeply with each other as they cater a plural set of community and attempt to be inclusive on racial, ethnic, gender, and religious lines, but their approaches to do so are appear fairly opposite in representation, at least. If we consider the case of, can we go back? Bahut zyada aage ho gaya, I'm sorry. Okay, so if we consider the case of Superklein Park in Copenhagen, spreading over 30,000 meters square, having color-coded spaces with respect to activities. For example, the red square at the bottom is where was I? Is for the sports activities. The green part is the children playground, and the black part is the market area. Designed by promising and prolific architectural firm based in Copenhagen, Denmark, New York, USA. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, what the architect says about the size. So I'm quoting from the website of Aga Khan, AKDN. What Superklein Park is that it's a public space promoting integration across lines of ethnicity, religion, and culture, a meeting place for residents of Denmark's most ethnically diverse neighborhood and an attraction for the rest of the city. This project was approached as a giant exhibition of global urban best practice. In the spring of 2006, and these are words of the architect, in the spring of 2006, the street outside the architect's Copenhagen office erupted in vandalism and violence. Having just gone through the design of a Danish mosque in downtown Copenhagen, VIG chose to focus on those initiatives and activities in urban spaces that work as promoters of integration across ethnicity, religion, culture, and language. Taking their point of departure as Superklein's location in the heart of outer Norebro district, the architects decided that they would approach the project as an exercise in extreme public participation. This is something else that resonates with the Grange Pavilion, public participation. Rather than a public outreach process geared towards the lowest common denominator or a politically correct post-rationalization of preconceived ideas navigated around any potential public resistance, VIG proposed public participation as the driving force of the design. An extensive public consultation process garnered suggestions for objects representing the over 60 nationalities present locally to be placed in the area. The 750 meters long scheme comprised 3 main zones: the red square for sports, a green park as a grassy children playground, and a black market as a, not the actual black market, but a black color market as a food market and a picnic area. So the multi-ethnic paraphernalia is scattered around. Can we go forward? So this is a zoom up of the red area, and can we go out? So, okay. Yeah, so the multi-ethnic paraphernalia is scattered all around the park in the red and the black zones while walking and the red and the black zones. While walking along this ensemble, one stumbles upon an Armenian canopy or next a Kazakh bus stop or the Moroccan fountain, or at the back, so the German and Romanian stools as well in the public space, or the black octopus from Japan. This sounds like a lot and a probable kitsch in the making, but what actually works in favor of the Super Klein Park is the large linear stretch of it. So they are scattered and spread all across it. So it doesn't come into your face, and it's in the open public space. And you can actually negotiate with each and every marker separately as well, and probably collectively as well. So one can argue that the openness of the location and its very linearity supports and absorbs all these semiotic markers from everywhere, and draws an affinity and a sense of belonging for everyone. Coming to Grange Pavilion architecture in Cardiff, UK. Its size is relatively smaller, of course, in comparison. Before anybody points it out, bahut bada hai, bahut chota hai. We understand that the size is relatively small, since it's a pavilion within a large garden. But what resonates loudly between the two projects is its community involvement in design. And this was one of the reasons the projects got the respective awards and for their inclusive design approaches. BIG used the physical representation of diversity, as was shown through some of the examples over here. It's a big park. Physical representation of diversity in the form of installation, urban utility elements, swings, and landscape design elements. Grange Pavilion adopts a visual neutrality, barring just one affinity marker, the sloping roof that you see over here, as it sits within the locality and connects the community with the neighborhood. I'm going to stop here and let my like Dr. Abid sort of continue with his idea, with the idea of placemaking and the communal inclusivity. That's the second part of this presentation as yet. It's not a paper.
Yeah, thank you, Ravela. And I think it's quite fitting that we have this presentation at the end, and it all came out of our discussion, trying to identify, trying to define plurality. And suddenly, I sent these photos of Grange Pavilion, where been part of the team who worked from Cardiff University for this thing. And then she came up with a very interesting observation, which I had been completely missing for the last many years, because, of course, I'm not an architect. So she said that there's some sense of neutrality in this thing, which I never realized. I've been part of this. We have been doing functions there, activities, meetings, all those things, but I never realized how conveniently neutral it is to do any kind of activity, to engage in any kind of activity in this place, outside this place, and how this place is being used. So it stirred kind of a discussion, maybe at the end of this conference, towards the very end, we can also kind of raise a question about the whole idea of plurality. Once we have been wondering how to define plurality, maybe we should be looking at neutrality, plurality, dialectics, or maybe dilemmas. What's going on between the two? What's the role of architecture? Can architecture be neutral? Does it have to be plural? How about the diversity? So we've been looking some historical context, colonial, non-colonial, very indigenous. So one of the ideas, one of the very interesting notions which I am very keen about is placemaking, the idea of placemaking. And this is in one of those definitions. Of course, I'm a social scientist, and I'm never satisfied with a single definition. I always think there's always two definitions of anything. So we are not in physics. We don't have any Einstein's theory of relativity, which is just like a universal principle.
So one of those definitions is placemaking is a participatory process for shaping public space that harnesses the ideas and assets of the people who use it. And I like this figure, which I'm sure no one can read, no one can understand what's it, but just look at the colors. So it's colorful. That's the nicest thing about it. But it has got so many things, but it is missing some of the very key things. And because you can't see it, so I will tell you what's missing. So there's this whole project of placemaking. What makes a place great? So we've been talking about buildings. We've been talking about colonial architecture. We've been talking about cities. The place can be anything, literally. So there's a whole discussion how to define space, how to define place. There's a lot of literature. You can do Google search. Place can be an expense. Space can be an expense. Place can be part of space, or place could be literally anything. So how to transform places? That might be something which architects are often faced with. So what is my objective if I'm trying to build something, I'm trying to contribute, to design something? What's the objective besides addressing the community needs, fulfilling some demands, engaging, so a bit of democracy, democratic participation, asking people to come over and tell me what do they like, and in the end I can make whatever I like. Whatever my investors are asking me to do. So who has the power? Who is playing the key role in transforming places? So for me, architecture, planning, I'm in much more in planning. So I may completely confuse architecture and planning. So one of these, the ideas of the Grangetown was that Cardiff University had, and this all came out of our last year's collaboration on British Council funded project, a very small project on identifying invisible diversity. So this was a disused place in a relatively mixed neighborhood in Cardiff, not huge scale. And we met there in this place for the first time, and we asked people that we are from Cardiff University and we want to do something. So what you want us to do? So the project was led by the Welsh School of Architecture, which is part of Cardiff University. So of course, when the people who knew what was the expertise, this was the first thing they asked for. They said that this used to be in some olden days, very nice place to interact, but we don't meet here very often. We have meetings, people come here and go, but the community who's surrounding it, they have never been to this place. So maybe do something, if you could do something about it, it would be useful for us. I don't understand any of this thing because I've just put some colorful photos, and I found some random drawings which I couldn't really understand. And one of the reasons you won't be able to see it anyway. One of the things which I can't really even tell you. So there's a primary school if it's north-south. So in the south of this park, this kind of an L-shaped park. No, it's kind of a rectangular park. There's a primary school next to it. And the children in that primary school, they have never been to that park. They never been there, and for various reasons. So the idea was to make this park accessible for people. So there is some kind of green space, how to make it accessible. The School of Architecture applied, tried to get some funding, designed it, worked with the communities, engaged a lot. As Rabella said, that there was a huge long process. So what they came up was quite interesting, and this was what to me, to my surprise, when Rabella states that there is no plurality visible, especially when you see that this is a place, this is a neighborhood where there are people from a good number of minority ethnic communities, and they like to have their own influence. But this place has become even the interior. There is no nice picture of the interior, but the interior is also quite passive. It's quite engaging. So you can engage in different kinds of activities there. So it got 2 of the awards. Architecture, of course, in terms of the quality space provided to communities, but also how to engage people from different interests, different faith groups, but also different age groups, which I think is a huge success of this small place. So irrespective of this long linear park, it probably involved a lot of money. We've got a community and with very limited resources, with limited funding, but a lot of interest. And one of the results is that now this is a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-faith space where people engage. It's run by the community. It is organized. There are always activities going on every weekend during the weeks. So Cardiff University organizes its meetings. Our board of executive board meets there very often. Our vice chancellor often visits the place, and we always use different excuses to put our meetings there. We are encouraged to go there. And this is also about talking about the ages that my colleague Matluba Khan, she's been working with the local children, and one of the new project we are working on is a Grange town to grow up in. This presentation has a mind of its own, so I'll have to come back. So this is something we are working with, is a Grange town to grow up in. So any neighborhood. So who is the main stakeholder of that place? Whom should I go to ask? What do you want? What do you need? To us, I think it was these people who were a bit too young to be asked about anything. And these are these people. So we have been asking them, what kind of community you want? What do you want in your place? And these are the children who until maybe last year, they've never been to this place, this area. So one of these objectives is to, yes, community engagement is good, but maybe engaging with the future generations is also worth, and maybe trying to translate what are their needs, what do they would be looking for, and how we can make them part of our own planning. So if I'm planning something for the future, it's probably not me who's going to use it. It's probably the generations who are not even born who would be the ultimate users of those places. So this is something which we came up, and again, the idea was, as Ravila already said, that they're trying to stimulate some ideas, some discussions, maybe critical, supportive, that how communal an extension of the architectural neutrality or plurality, since it is the people who make the place. So to what extent, who are the people, who has the power, who makes the place? That will be our takeaway from this presentation. Thank you for patiently listening. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Abela and Dr. Abdul Mahmood for the presentation. We will now move to the panel discussion, for which I will invite Dr. Saiduddin Ahmed, Associate Professor at the Department of Architecture and Planning, NED University, to be a moderator.
Thank you. Without taking much of your time, I would like to invite our panelists for today's discussion. Architect Iftikhar Azam Khan Sahab. Iftikhar Azam Sahab, our first panelist, he serves as the member board of studies and adjunct faculty at Indus Valley School of Art and Architecture, as well as visiting juror at Dowd College, NUST, NED University, and other schools. He did his Master's of Architecture from University of Houston, Texas, USA in 1985, and his Bachelor of Architecture from Middle East Technical University, Ankara, Turkey in 1983. He has earned numerous honors, distinctions throughout his career. Welcome, sir, as a panelist. Our second panelist, architect Maria Aslam. A writer, architectural historian, and environmental activist working in the fields of interior design, architecture, heritage, and urban revitalization. She acquired Masters in Architecture from McGill University. Maria is the founder and editor-in-chief of ADA magazine from Pakistan. Under her leadership, the works pioneered the ADA Award. She is the principal architect of Archworks, a Karachi-based creative research practice whose work exists in the chaotic overlaps of architecture, urbanism, landscape, interiors, and cultural geographies. Architect Maria Aslam, please join us. Thank you. So we had 4 presentations today in our third session of the day 2 of the conference, Pluralism in Architecture of South Asia and other regions. And the theme of this session was continuities and discontinuities in architecture of the past. So very interesting presentation. Moving descending order. So the two last presentations talked about the patrons of developing architecture. Abid Saab and Rabila talked about the context where the cultural diversity was there, the communities were diverse, and the patron, the government, took a political decisions how to neutralize, how to make building that's neutral building just to accept that diversity. Whereas in Supercline, where they had those symbolic markers rather than going neutral, they used those cultural symbols which were dear to the community and accepted that. The second presentation by Saqib was about the historiography and the use of various methodologies related to the documentation and how those historic relics have been written about in the historic documents. The first presentation by Carla was about how the context shaped the architecture, and especially a context which was very natural, very sensitive, where people were doing their agriculture, how that context was shaping the architecture and how people were surviving there. So I would request architect आपसे इफ्तिखार साहब आपसे स्टार्ट करेंगे कि पहले आप अपने कमेंट्स शेयर कीजिए and then we'll go to Mari.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very interesting presentations. I thought this session was exceptionally good. Ended up with a very high note. I think the project which was shared, maybe because he was not an architect, it was substantially better than a lot of other work that we have been seeing. I think generally, as an overall or an overview of the conference, I think we were. I mean, my takeaways was basically a discussion on the sense of memory, be it personal memory or a collective memory, which forms the history of any nation or any people. I think somebody said that a nation without history is like a man without memory. So I think there is a continuity in history and memory, but there are certain events which have a very drastic and impact, and maybe sometimes it cuts off that memory for a short period of time. Colonialization is one of them. I think it is one of the worst things colonization has done to a lot of countries and a lot of states, where it basically rewrites or wipes out the continuity of history in a nation's mind. Fortunately or unfortunately, today's discussion, we have had a lot of presentations about the Raj architecture, the colonial, British colonial legacy that we have had after the British took over till 1947. Now, the impact of that break in history, which technically there is no break, but the sudden impact of it, I think, lasts in our minds as the colonization of the mind, which is more of an issue to me than the physical aspect of it. The second part that we had gone through in the conversations today was about the technology, the indigenous technology mostly, and how it has been used and can be used and utilized in the architectural development of our thing. Because I'm not a scholar or a historian, I'm a practicing architect. So my concern more of it is that how we take all of this information and knowledge and apply it into actually changing the way we build. And part of it is placemaking. Architecture obviously is not about buildings; it's about people. Whatever we build is about servicing or serving the people of any society or country or whatnot. We also had in the earlier session talked about the migrations and people who come from different places, but they do bring in their own memory of their place and their history and what the way they used to live. In my case, I have a personal memory where I lived in this country till like I was 17, 18, then I left. Then I came back after 13, 14 years. Then I left again for another 4 or 5 years, and then I came back again. So my, I'm an immigrant in my mind also, who keeps coming back and forth. But every time I came back to this place, it was somewhat different, and I had to make my adjustments accordingly. And because I would always say that no, this is not how it used to be. It should be, the security situation, the whatever. So I think that memory, the continuity of memory, is something that is human oriented, and it's reflected onto the built environment. Similarly, I think the idea that stylistics also affected by the geopolitics of any region. Obviously, it's a known fact. I mean, be it a conqueror that wants to portray or express his spoils, or be it a political statement where we are trying to be neutral and trying to have plurality of usage. It is always a political statement. That's why I sometimes feel that as architects, we try to play God. We like to think that we can do and achieve anything by building a certain type of building. I think we can contribute, but there is a lot that happens in the corridors of power that has to decide how things are going to be done and have their impact on the way we live. So generally, I think it was a very useful session for me, at least. I think it brought in a lot of questions and brought in a lot of information onto the. We are all familiar with a lot of stuff, but sometimes the way it's presented makes it more clear. So I enjoyed the session personally.
Thank you, Iftikhar. So memory and the continuity or discontinuity is important, and architects do have their own role to develop that memory. Right. Thank you. Maria.
Well, I think if you can hear me. Well, I will take the cue from Iftikhar himself when he says he considers himself as an immigrant. I think both of us share the same space. We leave, we come back, we leave, we come back, and yet we are ready to leave again. But having said that, for me, it has always been a dilemma. I think for me, I have not looked at myself as an immigrant. I have actually been asking my question to myself, and that is, where do I belong? Where am I rooted? And what is my place? And it bothers me no end, because I can't seem to find that answer. And I wonder if I do ever have that answer. But, the confluence of thought shared within all these presentations has been just that. The plurality, when we use the word plurality, it encompasses so much more. And I wonder if plurality can be neutrality as well. I mean, from my end, I would say I don't think it that way. And neither do I think that architecture is neutral, not in any way. Just try, for an example, try bringing the project from Cardiff to Karachi. Would you think it's neutral? I don't think a style is neutral. Architecture plays an important part in the environment, in our lives. It impacts us, whether consciously or unconsciously, whether the masses are aware, whether it's only discussed in conversations like these, or in the architectural league, or in the architectural schools. but architecture has a very, very important role to play in our lives. And we cannot dismiss that, we cannot deny that. So I don't think architecture can be neutral. But yes, architecture can definitively be pluralistic, which the last two examples are trying to say in very open word, because the word is so divided and we are trying to bring in subunity. And architecture is one mainstream of art that actually impacts the world, not a painting, not a sculpture or an installation, but it's architecture that brings us together. So be it a political statement or be it a communal environment, it is people like us, it is people who divide the land, obstruct the land, and yet rebuild the land. And that is how we bring in people, how we subjectify them, and architecture has done that. There are millions and millions of stories all around the world, not just Aiken, not just only ruled towards the Western civilization, but in the East also. So the history goes around. We've all been in the same boats. But yes, now we have to find ways of how architecture can unite. And I think that was the ponderous question in the last presentation. And I think very rightly placed also, although it was a bit scattered, but we got the gist, because at this point in time, we're all scattered. So the questions that were actually picked up even from the prior presentations before lunch also, we were all asking the same questions. So, I mean, I'm sorry, although I have been trained as an architect, I'm now more into the social integrity of architecture as to how we place it and how we define it. And certain definitions, I think you're being very generous, Dr. Abid Saab, when you say that you go for two definitions. I go for multiverse definitions because I don't think there's just one perspective that could be studied. The second presentation, I mean, yes, I understand the historicity of Saad, but I wish there were more voices in that particular presentation, because I'm sure there must be. History is also written by people who are in power or who are aligned to a certain direction. So listening to one side of the history is not history for me. So I think if I were to close the session of today, I'm sorry, colonialism is in our DNA. We are unable to fight it. Probably we just have to accept it, but we have to meander around it to encourage our own voices, our own cultures. And when we say indigenous, by no way are we demeaning it. Our indigenous societies, civilizations, methodologies are as sophisticated, but we just need to highlight them and embrace them. And maybe that is what spaces and place making brings us in doing so. I mean, I'm just speaking about so many thoughts that I'm not sure if I make myself heard at this point in time. But this is coming from something that has been going on in my mind, and I'm very glad to be here today. Thank you, NAD, for having called me for this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Architecture cannot be neutral, and it is always political. And Iftikhar Azam also said that it's political, but neutral can be a political statement as well. Being neutral in times of conflict is definitely positive or negative, but it can be a statement like the Grangetown pavilion, where the politics of the nation required them to make it more passive rather than to support them and make them part of the larger culture rather than having their own identities, which may in future be problematic for them. So maybe. So we have Arif Hassan Saab with us. Before going to question and answer session, I would request Arif Saab to share his thoughts on the topic pluralism in architecture and how he sees the whole phenomena.
It's a bit unfair of you to call me. But anyway, no, a bit unfair. I mean, I am not a part of all this, so it's probably even improper of me to speak. I don't know. I accept things as they are. I don't argue with them. Pluralism has always been there, and I think it's always going to be there. And the reasons are very many. If you look at Pakistan, climate is an important, very important dimension of creating different types of architecture. Once upon a time, it was also materials of construction, determined form and function both. Now, we load them onto trucks and take them from one place to another. So at least one dimension dies. Culture also. Culture changes. Culture is not a static thing. Look at all culture is not a static thing. The culture of my childhood and the culture of Pakistani society today is totally different. It's so different that it would be unrecognizable if I was to reappear from nowhere into this world. So I think it's culture, very much so. It is also the availability of different types of material easily. Yes. It is climate. That is there also. And also it is sensitivity to history. There are certain historical things that simply don't die down because society has a terrible nostalgia for them. For example, if you look at the houses in the northern areas, or for that matter in Sarparkar, the old form is maintained in modern materials. But you need additions to that old form. So the additions to that old form are in contemporary architecture. Then what always has worried me, not worried me, but it's been of interest to me, that we teach architecture, which is a horrible way of teaching architecture anyway, but somehow or the other, that is what comes through. This emphasis on originality. You have to be original. And yet, we praise vernacular architecture that for many centuries, maybe many thousands of years, never had any originality in it. But we glorify this. And then Saqib's presentations, there's one very important thing missing, is folklore. There's so much folklore around this city and about the city that paints a very different picture from what he had picked up from colonial manuscripts. So all these things thought will remain the same for reasons I have given. Some of it will change very rapidly as it is today in corporate sector architecture. And some will change slowly with culture and cultural conflicts. Today we are in the midst of a very big cultural conflict. The world of our parents, my parents, and the world of the younger generation. It's really a big conflict. And architecture certainly can't resolve it. Nor did it create it. The lounge has changed its meaning. The plan of a house, even in a Kachi Abadi, is no more the same. I've seen all this change before my eyes. Sorry, I've spoken too much.
बहुत शुक्रिया आरिफ साहब Shukriya. For Dr. Abid and Babula, there was a question from Bruce Peter. So the question is, this is an intriguing paper writing as a half Brit, half Dan, and not being an admirer of British colonialism. I controversially suggest that to an extent British and European design styles were attractive to the merchant class in the Indian subcontinent, precisely because they appeared to reflect taste from a center of power that was elsewhere. British architecture and design also were in demand in the USA in the same era. So this is a question, yeah, or maybe a comment. Peter Bruce.
Yes, sir.
That's Amal, I think.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
You asked.
It's simply an observation that us academics tend to logically think that people ought to behave in certain ways, and I'm the same as everybody else. But when I observe the world and when I observe architecture and modern architecture and design history and colonialist issues, one can only conclude that one of the conclusions one can make at least is that the patronage of European styles and particularly British styles like the neo-Gothic in the Indian subcontinent by Parsi merchant families and by the merchant class in its industrial class in its various forms was simply because they perceived it to be the architecture of power that was up to date. And so I think that's actually a complicating factor, that it wasn't only forced on the colonized by the colonizer. At least a small elite of the colonized badly wanted it too, or perceived that they did.
May I answer? So yes, I agree with you. At some point, and I can't remember if I mentioned this in my presentation, but at some point, by sending and participating in this educational system, which was very different from traditional educational systems, by sending their children to convent schools, they were participating in a new culture and they were accepting it. They wanted to emulate it. They wanted to be recognized as part of the elite, which was now the British. And hence they would want to not only imitate the style of architecture, but also their culture. So that comes with dressing sense, or the way you eat food, or the activities that you involve yourself in. I completely agree with you in that.
Thank you
very much. And may I say what a very interesting paper yours was. I'm desperate to come and see some of the things you showed. Thank you.
You're very welcome to come to Karachi. Thank you so much for your compliment.
Thank you. So we have a very short time. We can take only one question or a comment from the audience. Arif Sana.
I think Amal, it went both ways. The British also promoted this architecture even in domestic buildings of the natives. For example, if you look at the markets in the old town, many of them, I think the majority of the older ones, were all designed by British architects, engineers. They were not called architects at that time, were designed by the engineers. And for that being followed, the PWD developed small booklets which gave details of all the orders, Corinthian, Doric, and etc., and all the with their proportions, and all the architect or engineer had to do was to pick up which style he wanted to impose. So you would have one type of balustrade, a completely different type of entablature, a different type of column, all mixed up. Well, that is what the chap liked, but they were all British promoted. They made these documents, and the Park PWD, right up to independence, followed those documents. And so did many of the architects who built a lot of your buildings post 1947. I just wanted to bring that out. So it was not one way. I think it was both ways. And just to add to this, if you stand in front of the National Assembly building in Islamabad and you look to your left, it is the left. If you look to your left, you have all modernist buildings. If you look to your right, the architecture changes. You have the PM's house like a Mughal palace. And you look further to your left, further to your right, you have lots of white houses, imitations, which are the lodges of your parliamentarians. I can go on about Islamabad. So you have all things mixed up together. There's no clear cut definition of it or clear cut thinking around it either.
Arif Saab, I think you had spoken about Sabzi Mandi being recreated as Lee Market and renamed as Lee Market. So that is one, I think you had mentioned that. So that is one example of the British creating something for the natives as well in their own design.
Right. Okay. So that was your comment, Amul, or you are asking something?
No, I was just asking Arif Saab about Lee Market, and that we had discussed this earlier.
Okay.
Lee Market was redesigned. Sabzi Mandi was redesigned as Lee Market, but that was just something I was adding. Thank you.
Perfect. So I think this brings the third session to an end, and it was a really rich discussion. And बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you very much all the participants and the panelists, architect Iftikhar Azam and architect Maria Aslam. बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you very much. And now we will move towards the concluding remarks by architect Masuma Mohib Shakir. Thank you.
We humans are political beings. Our identities are social constructs, representation coming forth in practices and material cultures and artifacts. Historiography, or the process of putting together history or writing history and collective memories. The question of who writes or narrates is discerning. Today, I have learned that if we need to unlearn and relearn who we are, we must explore the multiple narratives of collective memories with an open mind. We must explore the regional territories without inhibition, intermingle, document without bias to know more about pluralistic expressions, syncretism, antagonisms, suppressed and blatant, both acknowledge, accept, and respect these.
So after 2 days of many deliberations and discussions, I will try to keep this short and concise. The first conference on architecture from the Architecture and Planning Department of NED University is coming to an end, and it has given us many interesting deliberations and food for thoughts to take home. We had 2 pre-conference sessions yesterday morning with a small audience, an inaugural session yesterday afternoon, 3 technical sessions today, and in all we've had 12 research papers that were presented, 1 keynote address. We had 5 international speakers, 2 speakers from outside Karachi city, and 5 from within the city. We had architects, academics, historians, geographers, social scientists presenting papers, making this a multidisciplinary endeavor. So papers in the first technical session spoke of collective memories and architecture. And we spoke about the architecture of Art Deco homes, collective memories that are attached to built forms. There was talk about Amal community mansions. And then we had a paper on the housing of stateless people that highlighted invisible character of cultural manifestations in built forms. Fast-paced developments in Karachi city make the local historic traditional post-colonial forms of architecture and various historic become more vulnerable. And there is a process where we need to document and deliberate over socio-cultural meetings that are attached to buildings to think about what we need to conserve and what we can let go of. And these can be potentially important architectural research contributions that people interested may take up. The second session that we had consisted of presentations of post-colonial landmark architecture, the search for a local and global identity through public buildings, in the case of the paper by Dr. Sunila and Madiha, and through incorporation of international style and international hotel designs worldwide after air travel was brought together the global world. Pluralism in built form may materialize in hybrid forms, forms of cultural appropriation, fusion, and quiche. Layering of history in buildings and spaces were pointed at as the need for an evaluation of what needs to be owned and what not as important representational elements. Local material, the use of local material may be looked at as a way of boosting local expressions as well in built form. We looked at 3 papers on vernacular architecture, looking at how they are examples of sustainable local language, showing existing patterns, addressing issues of climate crisis and passive elements. In one paper, we looked, there was Chappar Kotri and the Chaura house that was spoken about from the rural landscapes of Sindh and Balochistan. We looked at some built forms from Swat as well, and others. So together it has been, we also looked at, in the third session, we looked at the relationship between power and representation. And that was kind of unpacked in 2 papers through the idea of colonial buildings and tracing the narratives or the writings. And then as added that there is the need to also look at folklore attached to buildings to really trace historiography of buildings related. And then lastly, the interesting question of looking at neutral architecture and plurality was also brought forth. So in all, it has been a packed conference with many things to take home. And I think that would be the end of it. Thank you.
Now, I would request Dr. Naman Ahmed to present the souvenir to our guests. First, we have Mr. Saqib Ahmed. Dr. Abid Mahmood. Dr. Ravela Junejo. Mr. Iftikhar Azam. Miss Maria Aslam. We will now move forward with certificate distribution to volunteer students. I would invite Dr. Naman Ahmed and Dr. Anila to please distribute the certificates among the volunteers. Name of volunteers are Sakina Abid, Fatma Mirza, Vidya Kishen,
Okay. I'll take it. Anusha Muzaffar. Amna Kamran. Muhammad Ayan. Aisha Faisal. Kabir Hashmi. Zarmeen Khan. Aima Asif. Mariam Junaid. Reem Muzaffar. Iza Aziz. Javeria Fatma. Sahar Zaka. Vadia Ashfaq. Subat Hussain. Ariba Adil. Ghulam Rasool. Maria. Ayaba Shahid. Maida Zubairi. Jumena. Jumena, are you here? She's not here. Okay. Okay, so we are done. Now, we will have a group photo. I would request the volunteers this time as well to hop on to the stage. And all the delegates and the speakers and faculty members, please come in. Let's have a last group photo. Acha, I didn't call you. मेरा नाम ही नहीं है इसमें. पीछे ही आएंगे हम, आगे आएंगे.
पीछे नहीं आएंगे.
Please, everybody is invited to join for the group photo. All the paper presenters, faculty members, students, other participants. Ayusa, please. जी. Maria, Sanam, आइए please. All the students, all the faculty members.
One.